Hydrofield cuts through my neighborhood.
Hello, fam. We have a special pop-up episode of Fearlessly Authentic for you today. And hello, fam. Oh, God, the echo. All right, and here we go. Here we got our lineup. We have Lafave. And we have Shadowbanned Refugee. And we have Franco. All the guys in the house. It's so good to see you guys.
Nice to see you,
boys.
Yeah.
It's nice to see everyone.
Lovely people I have here. Brother Oz, Brother Polly. We got Lucky. We got everybody in the chat here.
Yeah.
So
I'm
the disembodied voice, Franco.
Yes.
You're the voice of God, Steve.
Thank you. Oh, Steve.
Thank you,
wait, who's there? Steve Cutler's in the background?
Yeah.
What's up, Steve?
Steve, at least show your face.
I'm just
hiding. He's the voice of God. The voice of God.
Usually that's Sleepy J.
Hey. Yeah, another sleepy tech ninja in the background.
Yeah.
Someone's fucking it. Someone's
and Oz.
Sleepy.
And then we have Leo.
What's up, Leo?
Leo.
Do you hear the people? Do you hear the people? Yeah. Say one day I'm gonna meet these guys in person. You know, it's like Cheers.
How have you guys been? I've been kind of distant from everything in politics for like a week and some change.
I know it feels like forever, doesn't it? When you're like aren't around for like just a couple days, it's like, oh shit! Now I have like a ton of catch-up homework. Like
yeah. I already have like my list of people to have on to talk about the Ukraine-Russia issue because that really needs to be talked about more.
Absolutely.
It's a big focus. I left when the convoy issue was being discussed more. We had Polly on to talk with Alex McKay. That was a great discussion.
Dude, fucking Alex is the shit, man. That guy is like a book. He's like, listening to him talk is like listening to an audiobook. It's like, and nothing with him is scripted. Like, how the fuck do you have memory recall that well? Like, goddamn.
You'll definitely leave the conversation smarter than before you walked in.
That's the kind of conversation I want. I want.
And he has the authoritative fucking British accent too.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt. Yeah, it's like, damn, he even sounds smarter with that accent. Shit. Americans are so fucking stupid.
Roy, I'm about 10 IQ points smarter now. Thank you.
Yeah. And then before that, I was with Oz and Pasta. We were interviewing some people, doing shows together.
We want to do that some more, too. We really do.
I like the ones with Hunter. She's doing great.
Yeah, she's great.
She does every Ladies Sunday as my co-host with me, and it is so much fun. It is so much fun.
So when are you going to have a guys Sunday or guys Saturday?
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and then have an in-between with a mix, you know?
We want to do like the pre-Beauty and the Boomer Saturday evening live thing, or does that conflict with a bunch of other fam? I don't know. We have to check the TV guide.
The schedule.
Independent media is like fucking saturated as fuck now. Like everybody's fucking starting up their own channels. It's like, how do you find a time slot?
You don't.
Yeah.
Everyone else
I think you just keep floating, just like we do. Yeah.
It's a nice thing about Rockfin. That kind of isolates it. So get on Rockfin, everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna get over onto Rockfin.
Yeah, we're on Rumble and Odyssey too. Everybody who's listening, if you want to get on the Fearlessly Authentic and the Lucky Burrito. I think they're both Lucky Burrito. Are
you live on Odyssey? You live? Do you go live?
We're not live on Odyssey because I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
Yeah, well, you figure it out and let me know.
Complicated.
Yeah, it looks like a pain in the ass.
I'm
all about it though.
Seriously starting to fucking wonder about any of the fucking platforms. Like because like unless it's a true blockchain like Odyssey, right? Like Rumble is a centralized fucking platform that can yank you at any time, just like YouTube. And so is fucking Rockfin might not be because it's like governed through the fucking Ray token, but they're still broadcasted through Amazon servers, right? So like I'm a little fucking terrified of what happens next with like the moves towards censorship and shit.
Right.
Like just over fucking night, somebody can say, no, you're not using my fucking service anymore. And then where does it go?
What do you mean? Freeze your bank account?
Yeah, freeze your bank account, fucking freeze your access to Amazon servers, freeze your access to Facebook servers, Twitter servers.
I think the idea that that like Sleepy and Steve are doing with the Slow News Day having its own server that is not routed through the Amazon and the Google network. You know,
SND has kind of been ahead of the curve on a lot of shit.
I think that's the shit. That's going to be the future, bro.
Yeah,
pretty sure.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Franco, you had an interview today. It was really fun.
Thank you.
Did you feel the heat like through the screen? Like, did you feel the heat?
He
from
saw the
chat?
chat room just burning up past him. I'm sure.
It was my first interview in like a week and a half. I haven't been feeling well. Like when you have digestive issues, it's gonna affect how you like physically feel because you're not digesting you're not processing the amino acids that you need. Also, your brain isn't processing the amino acids it needs, so that's going to affect your brain chemistry. It's going to affect the way that you feel. Plus, it was kind of last minute. I think I asked good questions. Like I brought up things that nobody else brings up. I wasn't trying to make it a repeat interview. Like Savvy Sabs already had the interview focusing on the sexual harassment allegations.
Yeah.
Why would I have an interview where I ask the same questions? I don't even know enough about the situation. And I don't even know if the victim is even comfortable with us talking about it so much. Right. So whatever comes out on that comes out. But there's definitely some people there that wanted a bloodbath. But if you want that, go watch Jordan Sheraton's interview and look at how productive that was.
I thought that was awesome because it really felt like the debates between Trump and Biden. Like, you know, trying to out douchebag each other.
Oh, God, yeah.
No, you're an ass.
I watched it, and I'm like, Steve, you got
listening to two guys that are, like, notorious for sexual harassment claims. I'm like, fucking yell at each other over sexual harassment.
It's like Harvey Weinstein and Alec Baldwin arguing about who's a bigger fucking douchebag.
You're a bigger scumbag than me.
No, you. I know you are, but what am I?
So like people like that Steve Wolfbrand want, like what do you want? Like a bloodbath? Do you want, even if Ed Lee were to write the script for that interview, you would still not be satisfied. Like all these people, a lot of them who left MPP, like I love plenty of them. They're not all like this, but a lot of them, they are not satisfied until they see like bloodbath on Nick Brauna and on Jimmy Dore. It was like, there's other issues to focus on. Like, I'm focusing on the broader issue of third parties and how MPP may be a waste of time. That's what I'm focused on. You want me to do a character assassination on somebody? Like, how... Like, I'm focusing on the more productive issues here.
He's digging his own hole, bro. You don't have to.
That's why I wanted to chime. As a matter of fact, I was the one in your chat screaming for an after show relook at everything, and I think you did a really good job. I was screaming. I was my eye sockets were bleeding on this one, brother.
Mad.
Oh God, I was mad, and it wasn't because of the sexual aspects of the assault or not assault or whatever, because you focused on the stuff, but his answers were so inadequate and so inane. He sounded like a politician trying to sell horseshit. I mean,
he's a terrible
salesman. He's terrible, and you know he word saladed to death, and you held him to task on a lot of it. But he refused to say anything about what MPP has actually accomplished in the last 5 years. He refused to say going forward. And when he dropped that shit about running a president in 2024, and they haven't even figured out who they're going to ask, or a candidate in 2022, are you effing kidding me? I've worked on campaigns all my life, for the most part, and you plan this shit years ahead of time. And I'm not buying for 1 second, and I know you guys aren't either, that he is not getting compensated in one way or another, either through book deals, through free food, tiers, vacations, whatever. He's getting compensated. Why in the fuck would somebody work their ass off for a cause which is dear and near to their heart, not get compensation for it? Is he independently wealthy? Is this just his thing? Tell me.
On the side, though, he's not getting it through. MPP.
Yeah, he said people were
Yeah.
helping him. Yeah.
Somebody's
He
giving
said
him
friends and family
dark
are helping
money.
him out.
Yeah, who are these friends and family? And
Somebody's giving
and
him
that's
dark
like
money.
kind of like
That-
a side, like, a side deal. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, like there's no
just
receipt
like,
for
I don't
that.
know, every other fucking politician.
Yeah. Same thing.
To be
Wow.
fair, you guys, Nick does come off as a really smarmy, like low-level used car salesman, politician kind of guy. And, maybe that's unfair. I don't really personally know him, but that's how I see him and how I see the wording and the phrasing and the salad and the fucking empty platitude bullshit that I see him, just regurgitate over and over. Like, I've watched, 5 different interviews or something now, and I don't know anything more about fucking People's Party than I did at the first one.
Not at all. Not at all.
That's the main problem, I think, that we all share.
I kind of... So, shout out to Teeny, ICU. She did find some financial documents on MPP.
If only I had spoke to her before.
Yeah. And there's
man.
$100K going into someone's fucking pocket from an LLC. And first off, why the fuck are you registering a fucking political party as an LLC?
Yeah, that's shady on its face, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a for-profit entity.
Right.
Now, in other states, it is registered under a fucking under a political party 521, whatever the fuck,
527.
527 something, whatever the fuck, right? But in its home office, it is registered as an LLC. So, that's shady.
Therein
to
lies
fucking
the
begin
rub
with.
right there, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, and the fact that people were, like you just said, $100,000, I heard $60,000 at least, that's just not clearly fucking defined in the IRS paperwork. And, so those things aren't problematic going forward? I mean, 5 years of things, and you haven't done anything at all except get money, spend money kind of irrationally or erratically and unaccountably, and people are trying to find out what you're thinking or what you're going to do going forward. And
Okay,
there's no
so something
explanation.
that someone brought up at the very, very end of Franco's stream in the chat, and I wish we would have fucking caught it while on stream, is if they're registered under a 527 and they do not have bylaws, that is a violation of the tax code. So, you are quite literally committing tax fraud with your fucking MPP shit.
Did he say they didn't have bylaws?
He said they don't have bylaws.
And they've been going for 5 years?
And don't
I
have
brought that
bylaws.
up. I thought I made that point clear too to everybody, is about how
You did.
they've been around for 5 years since 2017. And they
Right.
don't have anything. They have no candidates. And I was like, this is why I don't think it's worth supporting you guys.
I
And
agree with you on that. Absolutely.
for 2024, it's so uncertain.
I mean, if they're going into it
And-
breaking
They
the law,
lean so heavily on the executive fucking board. They have no grassroots. They're a house of fucking cards, but there's no
Great
fucking
point.
cards on the bottom.
Great point. Great
Like-
point. I joined that group back in 2017, okay? It was a Slack, whatever. It was a Slack line. You know, I watched them grow together, and it was a handful of people that basically took over everything and responsibilities. Do you think we could get a meeting with the Grand Poobah, Nick Brauna? No, we couldn't do that. So what the hell was going on with that? So I got out of that within 90 days because I saw what was happening. They were building an entity to receive donations, and God knows what they did with them. Just because financial transactions are listed don't mean they've been done correctly or in the best interest of the goals that should be set by this MPP. And I know he's Jimmy's friend, and Jimmy will defend him until he won't. But we need people to come on and challenge these guys, no matter who it is. You, me, Lucky, Steve, Franco, everybody. We need to have that conversation. But it seems like the big club is only interested in the high and higher profile influencers on social media. They're slowly waking up. Sabby definitely gets it. And I hope she continues to do that. That's why I say we need to host each other and get these discussions going and inspire people. I told Lucky last week, I don't care how many people stream. Get out there and let your voice heard. That's what we need to do, and that's all I can say.
Well,
Yeah.
like, he keeps on referring to, we have an outside entity that keeps our tax, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I want to know who the fuck is in on that. Is it a relative? Is it a friend? Is it a fucking romantic fucking interest? Like, who is actually this entity that you keep referring to? And are they
Disclosure,
doing their shit right? Or are they just this massive fucking enterprise that's
Right.
able to drown it with the rest of their business, and nobody's going to look twice at it because it's a fucking big ass bundle of fucking paperwork that comes in from this entity, right?
Whenever
Or see-
they,
yeah. Go
because
ahead.
they said that, oh, like it's not just the money isn't just going to electoralism, because that's the excuse he was making about how they don't have candidates. That it's also going to movements, like on the ground stuff. And I'm like, every time you have these events, like you join another event, and there's only like 5 people there with MPP shirts.
Good point.
Okay, so here's this is the tactic of the PSL. The PSL swallowed the fucking Answer Coalition by doing this. But the PSL, they'll fucking go to a fucking event and call it theirs. They'll find a fucking event that's happening and they'll claim ownership over it and say, "Look, we're talking to the masses. We're talking to the people on the ground." And I hate that word, the fucking masses. But we're talking to the masses. Look at us. We're holding events. We're a legitimate fucking political organization because we saw an event that was happening and we fucking co-opted it to our own ends.
No one at the anti-mandate protest knew who they were.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. I agree, Paulie. Who
Because-
cares?
If you're at an anti-mandate protest, you're fucking fed up with the fucking state. You don't
That's
fucking care who's at the helm of the state. You want to watch it fall.
Do you care if someone's coming to rescue you? If you know, like, if you have a flat tire, do you care what their political fucking views are, or do you care that someone's there to fucking help you? I fucking care that I have a human being to help me if I need something, not what their fucking political views are, or you know what I mean. We can hash that fucking shit out later. Fucking let's
Right.
have the
That
conversation
co-opting
later.
of organizations.
You know, when you need help, you need help.
The co-opting of organizations is just like, so fucking insidious, dude.
It's fine to act or to think global, but you have to act local. And I ain't seen shit locally from MPP anywhere. Like, they're not going for fucking school boards. They're not going for city halls. They're not going for fucking county commissioner. They're not going for state houses. They're not going for anything. Oh yeah, we're going to run a president in 2024. What the fuck?
No,
So I
Nobody
was like, so what the Green Party and the Libertarian Party have been doing? Have their messiah, and then that doesn't go anywhere. They don't get on the debate stage or anything.
and no candidates.
And
Well,
fucking gatekeepers,
that's why
fucking,
has no
we need to
candidates
not
whatsoever.
let people like we need to hold everybody to the same fucking account. Like, we need to not say that's my friend, so I can't say that. No, fuck that. We don't have time for fucking niceties. This isn't about fucking, you know, like being fucking polite anymore. Fuck polite.
To
We
me-
don't have time for polite.
I think we're in a fucking place where people are. So people in national elections, they don't vote for a party, right? They vote against a party, and it seems like MPP's tactic is to get on that and get people to vote for MPP instead of voting for the Democrats or the Republicans, which means you're not voting for anything, you're just voting against anything, which means you're repeating the same bullshit that's been going on forever. You're just fucking slapping a new name on it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
That was my whole trip with the whole thing. This is the
I-
same thing over and over. Like
He's the new
like-
Bernie, guys.
like for instance, he's the new Bernie.
But less notorious.
He
he's
is
the new Bernie that didn't fucking come up through a
Bernie.
Trotskyist organization and get called a social democrat and kicked out. Did anyone know about that? No.
I mean,
Hey,
like,
No.
Hey, Franco.
Hmm?
Franco, Shanda said she will give you an exclusive interview about our board walking out in 2017, and that she's referring to the MPP.
Yeah, we can
So-
definitely talk about that.
Yeah, that'll be
I
interesting.
would love to
because
hear that.
who said that?
Shanda will be able to talk about certain elements of that for sure. So when she gets feeling
You have
better,
a mural of-
she's got the vid right now, so she's dealing with that. So.
Do you have a mural of Shanda behind you?
Yeah, this is what I do. You guys know I deep fake the hell out of all of you guys at one point in time or another. This is Beauty and the Boomer stuff. So that's one of the things we're going to be reformatting and restylizing the show. This is part of the artwork.
Oh, that is so cool. I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that the whole thing was him self-exposing himself, how it's pointless. Like, he can give me word salad after word salad. At the end of the day, I was just saying, look, the reality is you guys aren't doing anything, and you've been around for 5 years. It's 2022. You don't have anybody.
Yeah.
After 5 years,
Yeah.
and now you don't know what you're gonna do for 2024.
Yeah.
Like, this is people's time, money, energy wasted.
Yeah,
And I made it clear,
is.
I'm not coming at it from the camp that Ryan Grimm and all these people are coming from. I'm not telling people to go back to the Democratic Party, like the Vanguard or all these other
That
people.
shit right there.
Oh my god.
Did anyone notice anyone that disagrees with me is an infiltrator? I mean, like, seriously, dude, that is such a tired ass fucking talking point, man. Like, we've heard it from fucking Democratic Party, Republican Party. Stalin worshippers do it that shit all the time. Like, come on, man.
Franco, there's some discussion in the chat. Do you have a fans only link that you can share with the rest of the class?
Oh yeah, let me give that real quick.
Prop was asking, ladies.
Prop doesn't need an OnlyFans.
I think he's friend.
I'm like, oh gosh, I see these questions with the prop coming up like this, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm over here trying not to chuckle as you guys are like saying these serious things.
You guys, you know, the overall point to this interview to me was, and our sister Fee and brother Pasta over the Convo Couch, electoralism is not going to get us anywhere. And if they come from the aspect that Jimmy Dore always pushes about taking away votes from a certain party, well, it's not a certain party, it's a duopoly. And one of the bad ones is going to win every single damn time. So the logic there mystifies me. There's no logic anymore.
So
They're both
flawed.
shit and shittier.
Oh,
That's
and his understanding of the election integrity issue is at the realm of Lee Camp and that one guy that wears the fedora. I can't remember his name, but he wrote that book, How Trump Stole 2020 or whatever.
Yeah,
Greg
yeah,
Palast.
Greg
Palast.
That's what it
Palast,
sounded
yeah.
like because he made no
Palast.
mention of the Convo Couch.
No, he doesn't.
of
He
their
won't go on the.
activism.
He won't go
He's
on the
eliminated
Convo Couch. They'll shred him. They will shred him easily. You know, and it's not about shredding him. It's just about pointing out how wrong they are. And electoral when in the last time, when has electoralism worked for the general public in the last 4 goddamn decades? When are you better off today than you were in '92? No.
I got a potential answer for that.
Okay, go ahead, Polly.
It's the state. It doesn't work for you. It never did. You can't make it.
Exactly. It won't work for. It works for the donor
Wasn't built
class
for you.
only.
It wasn't
Oh,
fucking built for the general public.
Oh,
No.
It was
man.
built against you.
Great comment by Ricky. Paula Jean was the closest thing they had to a viable candidate, and you see how that worked out.
Exactly.
And
Squash
now
them
what?
like a bug. Yeah.
Who are they going to have?
Nobody.
They're going to have to rely on
Susan
Jackson
Reagan.
Hinkle, the other politician that's still just cheering on MPP, Jackson Hinkle, or are they going to get Jimmy Dore to run for president?
Right, come on.
Fuck that.
I would check.
And I don't dislike Jimmy, but
I don't either.
is that who
I-
they're going to get for president? To
I
run
like
for
Jimmy
president?
with a lot of things, and I don't like him with a lot of
but
things.
I don't
Yeah.
like him with the fact that he's
I don't
still trying to
simp
sell
for
that
anybody.
idea. He's still trying to sell the idea that MPP is the way to go, or that, sending your vote to the fucking vote
Yeah.
that doesn't vote for the duopoly is just fucking preposterous on its face. It's so easy to fucking debunk what he's saying.
I just kind of outright reject the fucking duopoly thing. It's the state.
It's the
It's the
state.
state.
The fucking state.
And they're just a tool of the
It's just a
state.
misnomer. It's another misnomer to divide us further.
Yes.
And
it's
divide
us
us and
against
divide
the
us.
state. It's not the left against the right. It's not the fucking party against the party. It's not it's us against the state.
Yeah.
And
That's
the other
it.
states. And the other states. And their fucking masters in financial institutions. This is very fucking simple.
No, that's
Yeah.
fucking,
God
that's
damn it.
spot on. I agree with that 100%. Bro.
I mean, I think that if they want to put anything towards anything, we need to be able to have elections that actually fucking matter. Why would anybody put their time and energy or money why would you put it towards something that's not going to get you anywhere? This is so fucking stupid.
But I agree with what Paul said. Like, you can't. The whole thing is fucking flawed. The state is against It's fucking people. It's civilian population. It's trying to keep you down actively. Even if you get to work within that state system, you're only going to adjust things minimally and over a long period of time. Captain incrementalism, at its best, and that's the most you can hope for.
That's the most you can hope for. Yeah, absolutely, Steve. I mean, look at it like this. You've got so many people out there running right now as so-called progressive candidates. I would love to have a discussion, if not a debate, with the likes of Shahid Buttar, Jason Call. Who else is running that we find that their platforms are great about electoralism? They cannot prove that electoralism has worked or it will work. The history is totally against it. The money has bought and paid for our politicians. They're a tool of the state. It's all propaganda. Look at what's happened recently with this disaster over in Ukraine. And by the way, is there a COVID problem going on, or what happened?
I asked Steve the other day. I'm like, wait, is COVID over? Like suddenly,
it's
he's
over.
Like, yeah,
you guys don't even
memo?
worry about it. Don't even think about it anymore.
But people are still dying of it. They
Russia
say.
is more dangerous than COVID.
No, it's over.
That's why we got to ship
The
our
president
soldiers.
wasn't even wearing a mask. Come on.
Russia and okay, but Yemen, like you guys have all said, Yemen doesn't matter, but Russia does.
But
Palestine doesn't matter. Syria
Palestine,
doesn't matter.
that's a tough one.
Palestine definitely doesn't matter. They're just rounding up people today.
Yeah, they're out there.
Don't worry about that.
They got their tanks with their,
It's just
their
like COVID.
water.
Israel bombs them every other week, but there's no banning them from FIFA. There's no banning them from the World Cup. But they don't make it to the World Cup because they're not good.
Now the cats can't compete. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's a cartoon.
Sign out of my account.
No. Elections
They're gonna ban Russian dressing pretty soon from markets.
Yeah, I think they already did.
Okay, I want to know something. How do they have like a secret warehouse where they have all their virtue signal fucking bullshit? They pull out fucking stickers and little Ukrainian flags for the State of the Union. Where the fuck did those come from? Do they have a warehouse of virtue signal fucking bullshit?
They went down to
oh my gosh!
Already, like,
did you guys see?
What the fuck?
Did you guys see the Economist cover of like Ukraine, the Ukrainian flag bleeding, and then they're like, and then look at what they said for Afghanistan. They're like a heartbreaking but necessary war.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
If you want to share something, Franco, you can share stuff too on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can always share.
With any fucking war, it's framed in such a way that you can pick a side and roll with it.
Is it not fucking the Super Bowl, motherfuckers?
It's fucking Super Bowl.
It is not the Super Bowl. That's what it looks like at the State of the Union address. They're like, they have their little like flags and shit. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Because I didn't watch it. Were there people there with Ukraine flags?
They didn't just have Ukraine flags. They had Congress people in fucking blue blazers and yellow dresses.
Yes!
It was that fucking hardcore, dude.
And you have a
He's like, all right, fuck this, I'm out.
He did say he wasn't feeling well. He might have.
Are you kidding me?
I think that they have a warehouse of the fucking bullshit ready. How else would they have it? Like, oh my God.
It's so incredible how they always outdo one cringe thing to another. The kente cloth kneeling down, and now this.
The cringe factor is just over the top now. It's just like B-movie bad every single time they get them all in the same room together.
Well, don't you think that listening to Adam Schiff say we've got to fight him over there so we don't have to fight him over here? Where did I hear that before? I think I heard that
100 times.
100 every single time they roll out that bullshit rhetoric. What are they going to do? Float over here on a log? Are you kidding me?
They're on their way to news.
Franco, when Nick pushed back on you, as if to say, "Well, Franco, what would you do?" Can you reiterate your answer again? Because I've got mine, and it's mutual aid. It's supporting our brothers and sisters. It's talking to other points of view.
It's pretty much opting out, and I want to thank Polly, who's here, and Marcus, who's in the chat, and Slow News Day. We got Gloria in here, and Jack, and everybody else. Al, who helped me wake up to what we need to do exactly, and that is pretty much opting out, focusing more on local communities, taking power away from these people. We're not going to do that through electoralism if these people own the electoral system. They won't never allow it.
See these pretty ribbons?
Yeah.
They had pretty ribbons.
Dude, they had fucking pocket handkerchiefs with the Ukrainian flag in every fucking congressman's pocket.
Well, was the kente cloth in the bottom of that pocket, or was it just?
Jeez.
Look at this.
Right? On
It's like
every
my high school
Look at that shit.
I told you,
graduation.
yellow and blue everywhere.
That mask, look.
Those are Swedish flag colors, and it pisses me off so bad.
That's so weird.
I'm like,
Sweden's fucking
my
pissed.
flag. Like, I'm Scandinavian. I'm Swedish. I like the yellow and blue, and now look what they fucking did. They
Well, you could always replace that with the correct color, which is black.
Black.
look. I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
They have
AOC.
fucking pins.
AOC had that one on. We featured it the other night.
They had fucking pins. This is fucking bullshit.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think to circle back, as our friend Elle would say, to
Elle
circle
is a
back.
circle back girl. She is.
If she ain't your circle back girl.
Liz. She'll be
but
very happy to know that we called that out. Yeah,
to
look,
circle back,
look at all the blue. Do you see all the blue?
we've been
Yellow.
trained.
Shout out to Elle, the circle.
Shout out to Elle.
We love Elle.
Shout out to Elle.
I call her my gem.
But we have been trained to equate human
Oh
beings
my god.
with I'm trying to be serious here, and you're putting corn pop on the screen.
I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard. I'm trying.
Fucking corn pop.
Franco gets up and walks out of his chair. I'm about to fall out of mine, and I'm sorry. I'm covering you up, Franco. Oh my god. No, look, corn pop. I mean, come on.
Oh my gosh.
I love it. I love it. But, like, so people have been trained to believe that a representation of people is a flag and a state and a nation state and an ideology. And it's none of those things. Like, I think if anyone really gave a shit, they would go in there with fucking pictures of dead fucking babies plastered on their fucking shirts from all the fucking wars
but they would have to
everyone is
show-
spreading out across the planet.
They would have to show the 14,000 ethnic Russian people that died in Ukraine.
Yeah. They'd have to actually fucking they'd have to show what real war is and how that shit is carried out and why it is carried out.
Yeah,
Or their economic nature. Like,
gratuitousness of showing the actual scenes and carnage of war is super effective at motivating people.
Right.
Super effective, right? Look at
Right.
like when they showed it on, when Nam was happening, when Korea.
Yeah, body
Those
bags.
things
Yeah.
created fucking movements. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they showed it on the TV.
yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's
And
powerful.
right now we're like that's the weirdest thing about this is that I'm seeing a very small amount of people like in the fucking photos. It's the lizard brain getting excited because you see a bomb going off at a building, right? Or you see a tank driving down the road. But like there are very seldom do I see pictures of what's actually happening to human beings, right? And I think that's intentional because people are able to fucking pick some kind of fucking glorious liberatory war side, and roll with it. And it's like, nah, man, I'm not with that shit. I want the fucking people to not be fucking murdered by fucking weapons of war. Like,
But you're right.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Being exposed to it and seeing it,
yeah,
and actually identifying the thing that you're looking at as being fucking death caused by fucking war. You know what I mean? You can't unring that bell. So your rational brain is like, oh, that's fucked up, and you.
Well,
need
and
more
also
images of it because it's horrible. Because that's how the fuck else are you supposed to stop people from thinking it's okay?
And you see soldiers clean still. They haven't really been out in fucking battle for a while, but they're clean with their clean uniforms and their helmets and their fucking and their automatic rifles and their fucking gear and everything. And you see them like not posing for pictures, but posing for fucking pictures. And that's what excites the nationalism. That's what excites, oh, look at these people are fighting for freedom. Yeah. But you don't see what happens to the civilians being caught in the crossfire, right? And now, in this is something that Israel fucking really made popular, but anyone with a cell phone is now considered a fucking combatant because they're an artillery spotter.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, you can see fucking Ukrainian military and Russian military popping shots off at people that are taking videos of them.
Yeah.
Right? Because
narrative control
they're a combatant. Everyone's a fucking combatant. It doesn't matter who you are, is a combatant now. Like, this is the fucking state of modern warfare.
Yeah.
Like, it's
controlling a narrative is the most important aspect of it at this point.
Yeah. Like, and there's no such thing as a good guy in fucking war. Everyone's a bad guy.
None.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
exactly.
I just think it's so ironic, though, how these are like Nazis fighting against Russians when it was the Russians that played a pivotal role in World War II to defeat the Nazis. And then after World War II, the U.S. gave Nazis a home, used them for research, and now they're funding them here. Canada also had their own, like, propaganda was on the show recently, talked about how they also had something similar to Operation Paperclip in Canada. And we see Christine, what's her name? Friedland is a descendant of Nazis. And her, and then he sent me something else. Her and some other politician were having chants, Nazi chant. Yes.
Yes.
Which is a fucking ethno-nationalist fucking Banderite term, Slavo-Ukraina. So it's like, and like, this
so
is
that's
going
cool.
to
The
be,
Prime Minister of fucking Canada is just like, yo, shout out to the Nazis.
This is going to be incredibly unpopular, what I'm about to say, but there are a lot of fucking wounds unhealed in the Ukraine, right? And this goes for fucking the ethnic Russian population as well as the non-ethnic Russian population. I mean, the Russian Empire had a term for ethnic cleansing. It was called Russification.
Yeah.
And this continued into the fucking Soviet era. And Russification was a thing where they would fucking take anyone who was not ethnic Russian and deport them east to the Urals. And then fucking move ethnic Russians in. So there is a whole lot of generational trauma of my grandfather was here in this land and was not able to see this land before he died, and my parents came back here from the Ural Mountains. So fuck the Russians.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's a lot of unhealed generational trauma from Russification policies. Right?
And
And Stalin
people aren't
worshippers
having
are
the
going to tell me that
conversation
it's all
about
fucking
it.
propaganda. But I don't fucking care what your fucking propaganda books told you. I don't follow the fucking propaganda from the East or the West.
Right.
People were fucking terrorized for hundreds of years in the empire. And then, not to mention, Ukraine had been swapped between empires for fucking 1,000 years, going back to the Kievan Rus.
That's
Shit,
what I was just
even going back to the fucking Mongols doing battle with the fucking Byzantines in fucking Ukraine. Going
exactly
back to
what
the
I was
fucking
just gonna
Greek
say.
Empire with doing fucking doing battle with the Scythian people, and the Romans doing battle with the Scythian people in the Ukraine. That has always been the battleground of empires.
Yep. Yeah,
Yes,
that's what I was
and
going to
exactly.
say. I immediately thought of the Byzantine era. Like, that's the same exact place these wars have been fought on the same grounds, reoccurringly over time, like every couple of hundred years, every fucking, it's
Every
weird.
time Pluto returns. Every time Pluto returns.
Yep.
Oh shit!
And yes, I totally agree that Ukraine that the fucking ethno-nationalist Ukrainians are indeed fucking putting the Romani or the Roma people into fucking camps or going into their fucking into their I don't know what they call them, their where they fucking live, right? Because they're what's the term? Fucking
nomadic.
Nomadic.
Yeah.
They're going into their spots and fucking massacring them, right? There was a startup of a fucking anarchist group called Revdia in Belarus, but it quickly went into Ukraine as well, that they are fucking organizing against those fucking ethno-nationalists that have been going into the Roma camps and fucking beating people to death, like beating them to death. Like, they don't even consider them worthy of fucking bullets, kind of fucking savagery.
Wow.
Right.
Is that like that the whole trip about every time Pluto comes back?
I was just about to
fucking
ask
war
that.
happens.
What
Is that
what
like,
just what is Pluto return supposed to be about in general, and how does this tie in with this?
So
Yeah.
Tina, let me bring up some of this shit because Tina posted this in the Discord that she has. So hold on, let me find it real quick, and I'll read you the synapse here.
sweet?
Okay. So, let me see. There was a whole lot of books written on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie Brown was talking about
Yeah.
intergenerational trauma and stuff.
Trauma.
Yes.
That's
Okay, so here we go. We have drastic changes in the next 30 years. I'm looking at the astrology. Oh wait, no, that's another one. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, I'm
Hold on.
pulling up chats and catching up on that. So
Pluto's opposition to the United States natal Pluto happened in the 1930s. So if this time, oh wait, I gotta go back up. We have drastic changes in the next 30 years.
Did you
Uh-oh.
freeze?
we lose him? He froze.
Yeah,
Give it a second, maybe.
I'm
Come back
sure
out.
he'll unfreeze.
Go out.
Yeah.
So they closed down RT today, right?
Oh my goodness, man! I'm having Nico on to talk about that on Saturday, but it's freaking
I thought-
horrible, man. It's so impulsive,
Yeah.
and
It just
all
shows
these
that they can
people-
pull it all out from under us at any point.
Yeah.
what's next? Right? It makes you think, what impulsive thing are they going to do next? What if they just shut down all independent media channels and just?
I think that's
one day?
probably
I'm gonna pull him off and then
that's
see
probably
if,
going to
Yeah,
happen.
he got.
And
he
I
got
think,
disconnected. He'll be back.
the more stuff that we can talk about before that happens, the better. And
Well, Rising got pulled off of Twitter today. They got in the doghouse. Isn't that amazing?
For what?
shock.
That kind of
Spreading
makes me happy. You know
spreading
how I feel
misinformation.
about-
Spreading
You know,
misinformation. Yeah.
Because Kim Iverson brought stuff up.
Maybe. I don't know if that was it, but
I
much
gotta say.
clout.
Oh, let me say one thing real quick about Kim Iverson that really drives me crazy is that she doesn't get to both sides this. Okay, she doesn't get to say they let me say whatever I want, and that's why I'm on here and I can be on this mainstream media. But then say, oh, well, they'll let me say it as long. Oh, I don't want to speak too much truth. Well, which is it? Do you get to speak your truth or do you not?
I think it's her hesitancy that she's the one that censors herself in that situation because she wants the job,
what's the
right?
truth? What's the
Well,
truth?
what's the truth? Yeah.
Where's the truth in that? I
That's
want to
right.
know because people don't like me saying that. They don't like me saying anything about. Kim
I like
Iverson,
you saying it.
but I want to know. Yeah,
It's true what you're saying.
I want to
Yeah.
know though. What is it? Mainstream media is fine, and you have the freedom to say what you want to say on there, or you
No.
don't, and they're going to cut you suddenly. Is this a career move, or is this you're getting the same dark money as Ryan Grimm? How are
Yeah.
you any better than the person sitting next to you? That is not okay with me.
No, that's the
Same
logic. Yeah.
fucking pay. They're getting paid by the same fucking company, the same people. Who
That's
pays
the
you?
same logic that candidates do when they go in and run as a Democrat. Same thing to me.
Yes, I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah,
I
they
can't
become
fucking
part of
do
the
it.
problem.
That's why if
Do
you
it.
ever do get that opportunity, do everything you can to get fired
Yeah.
by exposing everything.
By exposing how much shit you can expose.
I
Absolutely.
mean, it almost
Yeah.
seems like a double-edged
whistleblower.
sword that they get.
Yeah.
If you get to do that, then it gets to be
But that-
like, oh, look, I have credibility.
Also, that kind
They
of-
Most-
they removed me because I spoke too much truth. But you're not
No.
telling all the truth, and you're holding
Yeah.
yourself back. So you don't
No,
get
you're-
no.
Yeah,
no.
you're right. You're right. You're
Doesn't
right.
make
You're right.
sense.
But that's where you say you never join an operation that makes you sign an NDS. You never do it. NDS, I'm out. Screw you. So
I've
that's
never
it.
signed one.
That's the thing too. And sometimes when you are that person who's like probably all the time when you are that whistleblower that says, "Hey, this is a fucked up thing that's happening," and I'm telling you about it, like the KRTD thing. So we fucking say these guys are censoring people and give examples of how they censored us and other people, and then like somehow we're the assholes because we said it. You know what I mean? Like, you did the thing, and you're supposed to be all about, fuck censorship, but meanwhile, you allowed it to happen, and you're calling us jerks for pointing it out. Like, which is it? You know what I mean? Which one are?
This is me as who I am, as a critical thinker. I question everybody and everything. I don't just accept anything. I don't accept what Steve just tells me. Okay, like we have, like, what you see is what you get with me, and what you see, like when I get pushback on shows, or even on on my show, I will give the same pushback to myself and to Steve. We have some conversations that you'd be like, what the fuck, because I don't take anything that anybody says, or even my own assumptions, as face value anymore. Like, I just don't. I can't. I did too.
There we go.
See, look, bro, it's like I'm saying too much shit, and then all of a sudden, kabam!
Yeah, I was thinking that too. They don't want us to tie in astrology, spirituality to politics.
Oh my god,
that'll be the death of them.
No, because if everyone realized that we're all on the same fucking string, like,
it's the hat trick that wins the game.
They don't want the whole. They don't want the whole picture.
All right, now,
so
please,
go, Shadow.
Please explain it before they get us again.
Okay. So. Okay, so 248 years, blah blah blah. Okay, Pluto's opposition to the United States NATO happened in the 1930s. So this was the Great Depression. We haven't experienced anything like this yet since. So this time is the reverberation for what is to come. Sorry for all this bad news, but this is what's coming. So now I'm looking at
I want to be prepared,
So now I'm looking at the 1930s and finding some interesting Pluto-themed shit. We have pro-fascist groups forming, like the Silver Shirts, Black Legion, Khaki Shirts, Fascist League movements. And in 1934, we came close to a fascist coup d'etat when a group of wealthy businessmen tried to destroy a whole democracy. Here's an article that I found that can give you. So I can't remember what that was called. But yeah, it's pretty well documented. It's known as the business plot or the Wall Street putsch. So now we have the super rich fucking dickheads having a space race. Now that is some Pluto shit. All while our planet's fucking dying. The corporations are using these social justice issues to make more money. Creating more eco-friendly cars isn't helping the fucking environment anyway, right? Mm-hmm. So let's look at some countries that have had Pluto returns and what has happened. For China or Greece, it's hard to do a start on those since they are so old. I can only go back so far. So because of this, I'm focusing on England, Rome, and Russia. The first Pluto return for Rome was the Severan dynasty, which led to what's called the crisis of the 3rd century. And there was a civil war in Rome, and military leaders started to take control, and it was fucking brutal. Now I'm learning of all this now is how I connect to the dots, and I'm kind of tripping out. Anyway. The second Pluto return happened in 461, 468 AD, when Rome's borders started to get threatened by the Vandals who had sacked Rome only a couple of years earlier. Now here's the British Empire. These poor fucks have had three Pluto returns. The first was in 1311 through 1315, which coincided with Britain's Great Famine, which brought huge amounts of social unrest and deaths to millions. This is also when Scotland separated from England. The second Pluto return was in 1555 through 1562. This was widespread persecution of the Protestants. This was a future alluding to the beginning of the U.S. under the undercurrents of America being born, basically. So this was during the time of Queen Mary I rule, or as she's so notoriously known as, Bloody Mary. She's a very Plutonian ruler who prosecuted Protestants, and let's not forget the bloodbath of virgins to keep herself young. Now that his Pluto is getting as it fucking gets right here. So after this dark period, once Mary dies, Elizabeth takes the throne. We get a little of it golden area with Shakespeare emerging and other luminaries. Elizabeth brought Britain from bankruptcy to prosperity, so we have a little bit of rebirth here, which is also Plutonian. But she did use slavery to achieve this, so the bottom of the barrel of the Pluto shit glimmers out good. The last Pluto return of England was in 1801 through 1810, the Industrial Revolution, and when the beginning of the United Kingdom, their modern incarnation, essentially. King George started losing his fucking mind in the beginning of the Pluto return and was deemed insane by 1810. In 1807, they abolished slave trade. So the second Pluto return, they started the slave trade. The third, they abolish it, which is rather interesting in the cycle of life, right? Now for Russia. Their most recent Pluto return was exactly when Stalin died in early 1953. The previous return was in 1706 when Peter the Great traveled around Europe trying to convince everyone to fight against the Ottoman Empire. He brought a lot of European culture back home, like the Julian calendar, and he had new ideas on boosting their economy. Peter also tried to destroy the elite class in Russia by imposing taxes, and he opened civil services to the masses. Next was Stalin's bloody era. This was also when France was having their Pluto return when Napoleon died. So if we look at a pattern, we see authoritarian leadership and power structure. Also, things these nations tried to hide in their underbelly, like slavery. Right now, in the beginning of our Pluto return, we begin to see the bodies of indigenous people being unearthed near churches. There is an uprising regarding how the working class has been treated here in the U.S. So this is all the beginning of our Pluto return. So, all that to say,
goddamn,
this is aligning perfectly with the stars. And I went over this a little bit in Political Matrix, but I really...
Wolfrant really wants to know. Like, he's like, are you kidding me? Like, no, we're being serious. Like, we're serious.
So, I went over this kind of somewhat in the Political Matrix kind of streams, but I do believe that powerful people know full well of the capabilities of...
Oh, they believe in it. The powerful people believe in it.
And if they know what is about to happen in the cosmos and in the energy, then they're going to capitalize on it, and they're going to use it towards their own fucking ends.
Yeah.
So sorry for running my mouth a little bit. Y'all can talk now.
No, that's
That was
really
fascinating.
interesting.
Great,
I would love to have you do more information on that.
That's
Tina,
really wild.
Which website is this? Because I want to read
That
more.
was on Discord, bro. That was Tina's fucking
Discord?
research, man. Tina's
Oh my
all
gosh.
into that shit all the time.
Yeah, you gotta
He's
have.
Well
my
done,
spiritual
Tina.
rock.
Tina's already. We already have a. Tina and I have already been in the works of like she's gonna come on and do a show. Okay.
You guys should write an
Like,
article
you're gonna be
about
like,
this
"Oh,
and have a
wait, wait,
website tying
Well,
in
yeah.
history with
And-
astrology.
Also,
Yeah.
like, between myself and Jack as well, we're starting to really look into psychology.
Oh, that's
because-
very much needed.
Like, dude, we went from COVID bad to Russia bad. That
yeah.
fucking fast.
Yeah.
So we
went
are
from
in mass
Trump bad
formation.
to COVID bad.
Yeah,
Right?
And
Trump-
that's not to say that the opposition isn't falling for the same kind of fucking shit either, right? Like this is going to be controversial as fuck too. So fair warning: Russia is an oligarchy. Putin is an oligarch.
The hell you say?
I don't really think he's got any good intentions. Just saying, like.
They can all be bad at the
Wait,
same time.
Wait, who's the good guy? I don't like this game.
We are the good guy. We are the people that actually want positive
The state
outcomes.
is
We're
never-
Yeah,
the
if
good guy.
people think that they're supposed to be a good guy because this is how movies work,
Yeah.
where there has to be
Automatically
the
programmed.
protagonist that you cheer for,
Yes.
but it's not how real life is.
Yeah.
It's more nuanced, and we have to look at things objectively, and objectively, we're just a bunch of apes who are still not so self-aware as we think we are, and that's why we have all these issues, and we haven't
Yeah.
gotten ourselves out of it.
Right.
There's all these people tying this in with psychology, all these people who are not so self-aware, still letting themselves be controlled and manipulated by what the media says, what these politicians say, what corporations say. I still see people afraid of COVID, but there's definitely a shift in focus on now Russia, because that's what they're nonstop talking about. And it's crazy to see how after decades of the media using the same tactics, which we saw with weapons of mass destruction, people who should know better aren't seeing through this.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
They
I
should.
wanted to answer Marcus's question here. I think this is in more in reference to the Kim Iverson and being able to speak uncensored. Okay,
she can go on and be mainstream media, right? And I feel like, don't play me. Don't play me and tell me that you have the freedom to speak however you want to speak on a network, and then also use that network and say, oh, well, I can speak up until this point. That you can't hold both things to be true. You can't say I get to say whatever I want on a network. And then also, I'm not saying that censorship is or isn't real, or that I have the answer to it, but I'm saying Kim Iverson should not lie to us. Yeah, people shouldn't be lying and saying I can say whatever the fuck I want on a network and it's like funneling people into the Democratic Party. If you're on the Hill and you're sitting next to Ryan Grimm, that's a really low bar to be sitting next to. You're getting paid by the same dark money. What she says matters. Because if she says she can say whatever she wants, and she's barely touching subjects, then she's not really doing that work, and it's false. It's fake. Yeah. It's not authentic.
I think.
Don't give me bullshit and say like, oh yeah, I can say whatever I want on this network, and then you don't get to hold both things to be true at the same time. Like that's just not.
I would qualify that with both of you guys. If she can't push back on Robbie and Ryan Grimm like she should, like I've observed, then that's the same thing.
How hard of a bar is that?
That's pretty damn low, especially with Robbie.
Come on now.
I think it all goes back to
they're not having a real conversation there.
The thing that Franco was just saying about how we're conditioned from. I think it starts at birth, right? You are influenced and conditioned to think certain ways and kept on those guardrails all the way through school. Your parents do it. Everyone that you interact with, basically, that's any sort of learning experience. You know what I mean? Unless you learn it on your own, is influenced by someone else's perspective, and therefore you are fully programmed the way that they want. The society is built to program people and keep everybody in that, on that expressway of life. Just stay in your fucking lane, and that's it. Don't worry about what's over there. Just do this because you're good at this. You know what I mean? And that's it. Strive for excellence, not an expanse of knowledge. Just strive to be excellent at one thing, and you know what I mean. That's how they keep people in line, and that's why it's so effective. And propaganda works so well.
But speak the truth. That's what I'm saying, though. Don't convince me of something that's not. Don't do that. Like, fucking tell the truth.
We should have no illusions that truth can be subjective.
Oh yeah.
Right. Like if you can, that's how narrative management works.
Yep.
Right. Like you're told to pick a side. Like there's always a false dichotomy. Mm-hmm. Right. There's no room for gray. So. I, as far as the whole Kim Iverson thing, I don't know what the fuck's going on. So
she's on mainstream media. Do you need more than that? She's on the Hill. She works for mainstream media. She sought out a job for mainstream media. She sought out a job on mainstream media. That destroyed your credibility with me. If you're telling so much truth because you're sitting next to Ryan Grimm, that is not a fucking high bar. My daughter could destroy Ryan Grimm in about 30 fucking seconds. That's not a high fucking bar.
No,
that's like saying going to the Democratic Party and funnel people in there. We can change it from the inside. It's the same fucking bullshit. I'm not falling for it.
I think it's fair.
I'm not.
That just because she works for that organization, she's getting paid by the same fucking.
She gets the same money.
Whoa.
So, she gets paid by the same person that pays Ryan Grimm.
I just realized Ryan Grimm had the same reaction as Nick Brauna when I brought up my theory of for a solution for things. They asked more questions. They were like, all right, so what do you propose? What's your alternative? With Ryan Grimm, it was like, what's your alternative if the Democratic Party's not going to work and if you don't believe in third parties? Nick Brauna said the same thing. What's your alternative? He tried to flip the interview. He tried to become the interviewer at that point.
He sure the hell did.
And that's Franco being fearlessly authentic right there.
That's right.
Like shit, man.
But you see how people have their attachments to certain solutions. That's a result of a lack of consciousness. There's no self-awareness there of how, okay, I want this. I have this goal. I have this solution that I want. Then they get attached to that solution. They get attached to the idea that solution will get them to the goal. But when people present them with like, okay, this won't work because this such and such and such, they don't want to let go of it. They're so attached to it. And that's why things like psychology and spirituality are so important.
That's why that is weird how that works, and it works the same way when if you're the person presenting an idea that conflicts with that idea that you have in your head about something, then you know what I mean. It's like both things happen at the same time. You're like, okay, well you agree that this is the motion, this is the thing I have to do to achieve this goal, and then someone presents you with an idea that says no, that's not going to work, and here's why, and you're just as reluctant to accept that idea as you are to give up on the thing that you said in the first place. So it's like there, you know, you're like fighting with yourself even to make a decision to evolve and learn something. It's like, it's crazy how that works.
You know,
and I don't support electoral voting. And
it's crazy. A lot of people do agree with the goal. Like I've talked to a lot of Gen Xers, boomers who say, yeah, you know, we definitely do need a different system than what we have right now, but there's no other alternative. But like they agree with the goal. Yeah. They don't want to let go of their attachment. Right. Their attachment of what they perceive as the best solution.
Yeah.
There's a phrase that we use in recovery, and it goes a little something like this. Does the fear of moving forward outweigh the pain of staying put?
Yeah. I remember that one.
Yeah.
And I think that people would rather stick around in what we got, right? And
because they know what we have.
To circle back again to Franco's stream with me and Alex. Alex said something that was, he took the wind out of my sails, because this is usually my line. I was like, what the fuck? He said it first. Nobody ever says this first.
With a British accent too, so I mean,
yeah. Sorry, Trish T. I meant like neoliberal Gen Xers. My bad.
I don't know how to do a Manchester accent, so I'm not even going to try. And besides Chelsea Football Club, that was for glory. So it is not our place to provide the fucking solution as a single fucking human being. This is a fucking solution that we need to fucking come up with as the community that we live in first.
Correct.
Like, I can't fucking tell Franco what he needs to do in DC. I can't fucking tell Lucky what to do in Connecticut. I can't tell Oz to do what to do in the fucking.
I want to be out of Connecticut. Can I do that? Can we leave? Can we start an intentional community somewhere? Like, that's what I want. That's my solution to this, is that we decide that we're done with this society. We're gonna build a parallel community, and then from there, people can decide, what community do you want to live in? Do you want to live in that, or do you want to live with this?
Let alone what people in other countries want, right?
But just options are just so vital at this point. And I think that's a friggin' outstanding point, is that if you want to do anything, it has to be, your community has to be a microcosm of the grand thing that you're trying to achieve. Like, always.
People are just little authoritarians. Like, they are so attached to their vision of what they think is the ideal way to get to the goal. And this includes people with a moral superiority complex, where they are little authoritarians about, oh, that's immoral. I know more than you. I'm more moral. I know more. Like, that person's doing things bad. And this is not you, Lucky. This is like a group of other people. Like, those people are doing journalism bad. They're shady. They're focusing too much. They're making fun of us because we're not talking about solutions. We talk all about problems. It's like, oh, because you think you're morally superior, you get to demonize other people for
I would like to reference Tessa Fights Robots on that.
Yeah.
Because she wrote an article about a year ago that said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember it exactly, I'm a fucking burnout. When people can't compete on an economic level, they start to compete on a moral level, which is worse.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's
right.
Absolutely.
Well, and Tessa is from Moscow, Tessa grew up in Soviet Union, right? Like, it wasn't a fucking fairy tale land like people want to make it seem. And then there's the false dichotomy with that too, right? There's either you live in capitalist West, or you live in communist Russia, or you live in communist China, and there's well, this is clearly better than this one, or
Right,
no,
never
no,
the two
no,
shall
this
meet.
is clearly better than this one. And I'm like, yeah, no.
No.
Let's use the
Apples and
dialectic.
oranges, bro.
Let's move a little forward here. Like, can we not analyze the failures and successes of every fucking system that we've had up to this point and come up with something a little different? Can
I
we
want a
not
marmot.
notice
I
that
want a
the
marmot
centralized
village.
state? I want a marmot village.
No, I'm serious. I want a marmot
order of
village.
marmots.
I want to live I want to have Earthship homes and eco-friendly homes and have a plot of land where everybody can have their own space, their own house.
Every marmot
but
for himself.
But like it's like a marmot, like you can have little underground homes, and there's like you can get storage containers
You
for
sound like-
$2,000. Hang on, Steve. You can get storage containers for $2,000, and you can build these homes. And you do electricity, Shadow. You know how to do this stuff. We have the people to do this. We have the people to build a village. We have the people to build a parallel structure, to have a whole nother a whole nother world. We just need to do it. We need to do it. We need to figure it out and do it.
She just solved
Yeah.
all the problems.
No,
And
I
you
mean,
can convince
it is
people
something we
about
can
that.
do.
You can convince people about that, about how your vision for a solution is like the best. But it's also important to not force it on someone,
no,
because that could be
I
counterproductive.
don't want
Yeah,
everyone
you
to
don't
come.
do
They
that.
don't
You don't
wanna
do.
come,
But there
they
there are
just
other
say
people who do.
But this is I
It's
think
just
that
presenting people with options and alternatives.
having
I
an
think, is-
alternative community,
Well,
a parallel
at least
society, we don't have to continue with what we're doing. We can decide that we can do this instead, and we all have skills, and that's mutual aid. Our entire thing would be mutual aid. We are a mutual aid society, a community. We barter, we figure this shit out together, we brainstorm, and imagine how powerful we could be together. Not we don't have to be on top of each other. You know what I mean? I'm not it's not like some big crash pad. Everybody has their own space. But if we really want to make a change and we want to have something like that, we can have that. We can go that way. And
Hey,
we can,
Lucky.
Options are great.
Lucky, we're going to be forced into mutual aid the way they're running everything into the toilet. So I'm looking forward to that. I have to bug out, guys. Always a pleasure with you guys. And Franco, you did a really good job with Nick today.
Thank you, brother.
And you weren't buying his bullshit, but you were very thoughtful and courteous. We appreciate that always about you.
Thank you,
Franco
brother.
is
Yeah.
the Zen journalist. That's what I
Yeah.
always call him.
I need to do more. I need to read more books on Buddhism and read more on spirituality, because if I can feel this beat up by whatever it is I have, digestive issue, gastritis or whatever, if it's affecting me right now in my, I don't know, confidence or whatever, then I do need to read more of that. I still have a lot of attachments to things that I gotta search deeper into.
Talk to Sister Amber. She'll help you out with your digestive stuff. Polly, it's
Thank
always
you.
good to see you, brother.
Yeah, it was fucking
Thanks for
pleasure
coming
finally
by.
being on
That
stream
was
with you.
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucky. Thank you, Steve. Steve, I need a tune for Saturday. Talk to you later.
One in your Twitter DM.
All right, bye.
Oh, Owen, to clarify, what I mean by that is truth is subjective to the teller. So if this is a painfully oversimplified example, but if I say Timmy punched me in the face, then that is the truth. I could be neglecting to mention that I punched Jimmy in the face first.
yes. Yes.
So it's a piece of truth, but not the whole truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lies of omission are still alive, but I mean
that is the subjectiveness right there. I mean,
Yeah. And that's what it needs to be.
Omitting information and not telling the entire truth about
That's mainstream media right there, telling the story of how Russia punched Ukraine, doesn't tell the story of what happened before that, what led up to that.
Exactly.
And the fact is that everybody has a 5-minute memory, so it doesn't matter what anybody did 5 minutes ago because they don't remember anyway. You know what I mean? They could just paint it a different color.
I mean, and think about it, right? Like, as we've evolved, we are so, like, you know, our life expectancy keeps dropping, but we're so much farther evolved in science and everything, right? We know so much, but our life expectancy is dropping drastically. And it's like, how does that not like bring to people's attention, and then they go, oh wow, yeah, let me think about this, let me think about how many diseases we now have, let me think about, like, what are we doing that's different, like that, like, you know, we have the memory of a goldfish, and we need to stop and look at the whole picture of it, and, you know,
I think it's, I don't mean to cut you off. I think it's really key. That's what Franco, like, I watch him interview people where you're trying to get, like, around the thing that you're talking about so that you cover the angles around it, the perspective around the questions that you're asking.
Oh, I didn't even think about it like that. Yeah,
Well, that
true.
seems to be what, at least how I see you, when you talk to people, that's what you're doing. You're just kind of ask a question, then you move a little bit to the right, and you ask another question, you move a little bit to the left, and you get the other side of it, and that's fucking genius, man. So,
yeah, you
good
kind of
work.
go from every angle when you're asking the things, and that's really important.
And then I bring it all together.
Right.
Yeah, you
And I'm like, okay, you mentioned this, you mentioned
he's like
this,
the
you mentioned
circle
this.
back guy.
Yeah.
He's like L, but he's a guy.
I'm just gonna say,
We're all L.
yeah.
L, we channel our
We
inner
channel
L.
our inner L. Yes, L is our spirit animals.
She is.
Hey, Lucky, check the private chat.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, how do we do it? Yeah, let me do that. And like
but-
Steve's like, do the thing. He has no idea what I'm even doing. Here's
Do the
the here's the thing for it. Where I don't know where do I put it? I don't want to put it in the thing. You got it?
Yeah, like.
Okay.
Yes, L, you are exactly correct.
I'm
This
like
is
so
exactly
far behind
Aleppo
on
all
chat. I
over
have
again.
No idea
Yeah,
what happened.
Aleppo.
It's but also it's not just Aleppo, right? This is fucking Iraq and weapons of mass destruction, and Saddam's murdering his own people, and
That's what I was thinking too.
Babies in the incubator. Oh, we can bring up
Yeah.
so much, man.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much.
Yeah.
or
Oh my
fucking,
gosh. Remember
like-
there was beluga whales that were like doing Russia fucking shit or something. Remember dolphins and belugas
Yeah,
and
Yes, I remember seeing that.
Remember
That they said the fucking Kremlin was using fucking whales to spy on Britain.
Yes. Yes.
I remember seeing the article like, what the fucking fuck?
Oh,
Because it said on their Petersburg or some shit.
Russia's
Like,
gonna cut off our power system and make everybody freeze to death.
sneaky ass.
So now it's in everyone's
Email.
fucking mind. So if they do it and say it was Russia, everyone's gonna say Russia.
Yeah. Or make everybody like get like a heat stroke in New Mexico, or where Polly is at, like this summer.
listen, it's
Turn
gonna
off
be
the
like,
AC.
climate change is gonna be like Russia's fault somehow. It's gonna be like their vodka did it,
Obviously,
you know,
they-
like
Oh, I saw that there was like petitions to ban vodka.
Yeah, did you see that? They're taking Stolies off the shelf like all over
Are
the
you
fucking
kidding
place. Like, oh, you can't sell this as Russian vodka.
Which
Well,
is fucking
what happened-
stupid because they already bought the vodka. They're just reselling the vodka, so they're not
Right.
actually fucking.
yeah, they
Right.
could just say we're not gonna
Right.
get any more
So
of this
stupid.
import. No, we're gonna dump out this product. You guys are gonna wish you didn't when the fucking shit hits the fan. You're gonna be like, oh man, I wish I had that vodka.
Also stupid about throwing out Russian vodka. It's like some of the best vodka there is. I mean, it's, you know, Poland and Russia like make the best vodka that exists. So, I mean, it just seems wasteful.
I like the Scandinavian vodka, but I mean that's me. I'm Scandinavian, so
you're so
you know.
nationalist.
I'm like, oh, I want the Swedish vodka. I want the Icelandic stuff that, you know, like I never drink anyway. Like it's kind of fucking stupid. But I got, you know, I'm like, oh, I'll get the Swedish vodka. Which is like the same colors as Ukrainian flag. So, you know, we'll just have to go when it's Sweden's turn. We'll just have to go in the Virtue Signal warehouse they have in DC.
How often do you guys use psychedelics?
Oh,
I've
Yeah.
watched them trip fucking balls on stream recently.
Oh, really? I gotta watch
You
that.
guys were fucking tripping acid last time I saw you. But...
No, I haven't dripped in a while, but yeah, I don't know.
I haven't used
Done it in a
psychedelics
while,
since I got clean,
haven't.
so it's been like 2.5 years. But well, shit. Before that, because I was not in the right space to fucking use psychedelics when I was at the end of my using career. But it's been a few years for me.
Do you guys think it helps a lot with like self reflection? And,
Absolutely.
The mushroom is the insight.
I'm taking. You said you were having some like brain fogginess too, right, Franco?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking some stuff. I had the COVID and it fucked my brain. Like I feel like I am constant. It's like you're almost like at a half brain fart. Like you're like you're not completely there. But I'm taking mushrooms. Let me.
Oh shit! Now she's going to get the mushrooms.
I'm gonna get to see them.
Well, they're not. You can get them in a capsule form too. I don't know if you can see that.
I see.
Ah, the light is like super. There we go.
Yeah,
So you can get them in like the capsule form like this, and this is the lion mane one, and it's good for brain and nerve support. Mushrooms are like, our DNA is closest to mushrooms. It's closer than anything else to mushrooms, and you know that mushrooms are not from this planet.
Wait, I gotta look at some genetic evidence to back that up.
Yeah,
but
I need to see some genetic evidence. I thought we were made out of monkeys, yo.
But fungi are definitely
relationship to a mushroom.
We are definitely more closely related to fungi than we are to plants, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like animals.
And where does fungi from? How come it's not a plant?
Oh, how come it's not a plant? It just underwent a different
Yeah.
evolutionary route.
Mushrooms are from Sirius. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
From where?
The Sirius system.
The Sirius system.
Shadowbanned. Did you hear that? Did you hear a beep? Was there a knock at the door? Did you guys hear a knock?
Knockety, knockety, knockety.
Hey!
Put some sugar.
Speaking of Buddhism, speaking of spirituality.
I know you summoned me. So I think we call that manifestation. Essentially, like, think of it like this: if you write down a task that you want to do tomorrow, you're more likely to do it because you've written it down. You've manifested it by the act of writing it down. So words have power.
We've manifested our head marmot.
This is the basic concept of madness.
You being kind, it gets to people's. It not only hits their ego and their shadow, it pisses them off because they know that they can't be that restrained in a similar situation, and it probably terrifies them.
Yeah. I agree.
So it's a projection of their inner insecurity onto you. I just noticed that in general. I mean, that happens to a lot of people, but in particular, like the more kinder and more objective is not the right word, but I think you get what I'm saying, Franco. Like, I couldn't do it. The interview that you had with Brauna, I can't personally do something like that. It's just like I wear my emotions on my sleeve.
Me too.
A lot with situations like that, and I would get. I would have to like get in the right headspace. I'm not saying it's just like. I think we all know we can place our finger on this like annoying politician type behavior that we see constantly. Mm-hmm. And when I see that, if I'm talking to someone and they do that to me, that's disrespectful as fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's triggering.
Yeah. So like, mad props for being able to do that, man.
I was a little mad. I think I could have been less mad if I wasn't like going through what I was going through right now, like with my stomach issues.
Yeah, because you're not feeling up to par, and that's
what I was gonna say. I sent notes for you. Check your Discord. I got links to all different kinds of things. I was under treatment for a bunch of stomach stuff or whatever. So what helped me is I realized I grew up out middle of nowhere, and they were spraying shit. I think like DDT was still probably being used, like old stockpiles, because farmers couldn't afford Roundup. And then once Roundup became like something that was actually incentivized even more, when they started subsidizing all that other shit, I was swimming and eating from shit that was just contaminated with that. So what I did is I just did some basic research. I found that all that Roundup is it's not all that it is. Characteristic is it's a mutated kind of a zombified glycine molecule, and and there's some theories behind that, but essentially what it does to the body is sort of like behind iodine, whereas if you don't get iodine into your body, you will not reuptake certain things, and other bad things will get into those glands, right? It's the same theory. So if you don't have the right natural glycine module, and again, I'm not a doctor, so research this for yourselves, but it'll essentially, the Roundup module that's mutated will still be able to fit in because it's molecular very similar, but it's mutated. So now it causes issues like stomach issues because it has a particular affinity for the lining of your stomach. If I recall, for that, it's just an amino acid. So all that glycine is, it's an amino acid. Like people use it after workouts. Some people use it for sleep actually because it's a natural sleep aid, like nutmeg.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm in the nutmeg state, but we don't do nutmegs. It's a big fucking lie, and we learned that
Really?
from Alex Trainer.
Yeah.
Yes.
They call it the nutmeg state. Well, they used
Yeah,
to.
we're the nutmeg state in Connecticut.
Then
There's no nutmegs.
now we're the Constitution.
Like we don't do any fucking shit with nutmeg.
Hold on, that's some hostility towards nutmeg I was not expecting.
Yeah.
So Jack, how likely do you think we'll see a conscious revolution? Like, do you think that we'll see that in our lifetime? Okay.
I think what I was,
I do too, like the beginnings of it.
Yeah, like with what was going on in Canada, especially if you listen to like Corey Morningstar's like take. If you haven't seen her interview with Max Blumenthal, go watch that.
Oh, that was great.
It was amazing. It's just, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I was emotional.
I hope she's okay. She was supposed to be on the show on Monday, but I don't know what happened.
Oh,
Has she been anywhere recently?
Yeah. That's a good question.
You know,
we should ask
she
Pokemon.
may be facing sanctions.
Yeah, I really hope she's okay.
And I think
that's
the
amazing
thing that we
work.
really got to fucking drive home is that they're sanctioning the population now. The empire always fucking turns in on itself, right? Like,
I think they
and they're
overplayed their
distracting
hand.
you
You're
with
right.
we should sanction Russia, and then they're going to sanction you too. Stupid. Like, God, man, like the cognitive distance that we have is a fucking because
And that's Shadow. Can I introduce my new theory on Dr. Desmet?
yeah.
Because I think this would be the panel to get the take on this. So Matthias Desmet, if you guys know mass formation, that's his term. Mass formation psychosis was ironically the opposite term of what Dr. Desmet wanted Dr. Architect Malone to use in his talks. But so just real quick, the four conditions: social isolation, lack of meaning in one's life is the second condition. Third condition is free-floating free-floating anxiety. Fourth is free-floating frustration, right? The fifth condition I want to add is contingent and leads to all the above four being as bad as they were, and that's lack of spiritual connection or bond. Lack of that doesn't mean that you have to be religious. It's just that I noticed, in particular, a lot of people that were recovering addicts, a lot of those kind of people were able, like myself, were able to see through some of this. And not just that, I noticed that it was a wide mixed heterodoxy that Dr. Desmet talks about, which he even identifies. It makes sense from a psychological standpoint. The lack of rituals, that because people, I felt in general, were becoming less spiritual in many ways. Our culture, like before all this went down, like think of how synthetic and fake everything was. Think how many Jordan Peterson critiques the left was doing back then. Like all this crazy shit that just like now seems like fucking hysterical that we had time to do critiques on shit like that. You know, like it's just nuts. And so that fifth condition, I was like, I noticed that I was seeing faith leaders arrested and that liquor stores were open while churches were being closed. And not just churches, like synagogues, mosques, places of worship. And that is a community devastating event, especially I feel the more impoverished an area, that could be a safe place for someone. Like a legit safe place, like where the shit outside is fucking dangerous. And now you've created that. Maybe some parents, they can't afford childcare. So they know that their minister has a program or something that the church runs. I'm just saying, like, when you go after the areas of worship that are like life veins of like not just the working class, but of humanity, and even the places of non-worship, which is why I think it's important that spiritual clause, the fifth condition, I think that that's a necessary one, because if you have that spiritual connection, all the above four are insignificant, because you won't have social isolation. You won't have lack of meaning or purpose in your life. So by default, those first two can't happen.
And that's something that we talk about in fucking recovery all the time, is that the fucking the cure to fucking addiction is connection, right?
Yeah.
Or the treatment. We don't say there's a cure, but the treatment for addiction is connection to other human beings, right? Like you gotta get right with your spiritual self, and you gotta get right with whatever the fuck you call God. I don't give a fuck what it is.
I don't care if it's a fucking doorknob. I tell people I don't care what you fucking believe in. I don't care if you
be a marmot.
fucking goddamn doorknob. It can be a marmot. It can be a skeleton guy.
It could
doesn't matter. You know what?
A marmot
and the answer
name, buddy.
to addiction is love. The fucking answer is goddamn love. I have helped so many people through their issues with addiction, and love is the fucking answer.
Yep.
And that's pretty much what God is.
But not
God or universe, source.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's why I always feel it's important to connect that, because like something that really kind of turned me off, and I think some others, we've kind of commented on this a little bit, but you know, I don't like the terms left or right, but I'll just say when I was more into like organization on, if you guys know, I was doing things not officially for the Tulsi campaign, but that's how I knew Glory, was because she was always on the live streams like a boss, chatting on those things, like slamming people that were like, not slamming people. She was like just giving legit criticisms of people that had nothing. They just had like ad hominem shit. But anyway, I just like, I've been noticing that the really amazing connections that I've seen, because connection is key, right? Without connection, like if you're an isolated silo and you're in pain, you're a silo of pain. That's all you know in your perception. Your perceptual reality is that of pain. And whereas if a more Buddhist notion, and not even Buddhist, this is what's hard to explain. Like even calling something Buddhist is actually not Buddhist. But a concept along those lines is ascension, not necessarily through knowledge, but the unlearning of all of the garbage that we're taught, which is called essentially using your beginner's mind, which is a mind that doesn't have preconceived notions or doesn't assume things. It doesn't make assumptions. It looks at everything kind of like a child's mind, very just open. Like if you ever see like your nieces or nephews, or you know, if you're fortunate enough to have kids and you see how your kids look at things, that curiosity, that's Buddha nature as well. So Franco, to answer your question earlier, all of this ties in. Like Buddha nature is just the natural state of all human beings. It's our purity, when we're most innocent. It's the way we always are, that we just don't observe it.
I was talking about this like with a friend the other day. How I think this is, well, I mean, it's not me thinking. I think for sure this is the most conscious that humanity has ever been in history. Like each generation becomes more and more aware. I mean, it's going to keep increasing exponentially. Yeah, I
hope so.
I think you hit something on that, because think of the generations. This is multi-generational, but I think if you look at a lot of the fact that there's a generation now that I'm a part of, and I'm sure a lot of people on this panel are part of, where we remember the like the AOL internet. Is
I remember that.
The AOL. And the AOL
I was
internet
really little, but I
right?
remember.
If everyone remembers dial-up, yeah.
I remember before anyone even really knew about the internet. See, because like I'm 41, so I remember like in '93, I remember my uncle talking to my stepdad and talking about the internet, the World Wide Web, and I remember being like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" Like it was such a weird history thing to me, you know. Like we barely had like computer labs in some of the schools I had growing up. Like we had the Mac lab and the PC lab, you know, and it was like, oh, you can't like both. Nope. You have to. It was always a team sport, no matter what. It was always a fucking team sport. They trained us from the fucking get-go. Yes. Jack, they did it from the time we are born. Think about it when you meet somebody's dog.
It's the Prussian system of schooling. That's
when
why.
When you meet somebody's dog, what do you say? What do you say?
The Prussian system of schooling was the beginning of fucking training good little nationalists.
Yeah. Okay, but even think about this, right? If you see someone has a baby, what do you ask them? Oh, is it boy or girl? You meet their dog, boy or girl? You're constantly from the fucking get-go.
And that's
girls
dualism.
Wear pink, boys wear blue. Yeah. You know, like you're constantly programmed into being part of a team sport, like a team sport. it doesn't matter. If you're a girl, all the girls do this. All the girls go to the bathroom here. All the girls do this here. You know, like everything is fucking the same, and you're programmed from the very fucking get-go.
Well, and I would like to take this chance to bring in anarchy. A lot of people are a lot of people are under the impression that anarchy is like some end goal, some end utopia or whatever. If we get there, cool, whatever. Like, but that's not what anarchy means to me, and it's not what anarchy means to a lot of people, right? Like, anarchism is a concept. Anarchism is a principle that I have no power over human beings, right? Like, I only have power over myself, and I put my own spiritual nature into that. I only have power over myself to a certain degree, right? And like, I don't see anarchism as this fucking objective that we can get to. I think anarchism is just something that you it's a way to interact with the world, right? And this kind of ties into fucking nationalism and Buddhism and everything else. Is that
shout out to Carnation Revolution, by the way. The world's only peaceful revolution?
I don't know.
To my knowledge,
Carnation Revolution really does rely a lot on the military to give up power as soon as they seized it. So,
yes, it does.
Yeah,
that's kind of the fundamental thing.
It's a good thing to study, though. Like, yeah. I need to look more into it myself.
Right. But to me, anarchism just means a serious distrust in arbitrary authority, right? And arbitrary authority can be that patriarchy that you're talking about, can be that competitive nature that we're taught that we are only competitive creatures and that we're only fucking and there's only one way and the other way is wrong because there's only one other way, right? Like, it's the rejection of all of those spooks, to bring in Max Stirner, right? These are all social constructs that we've made up, and we live our lives by some social construct that someone else made up, right? Like, and why that's
a lot of why the ego is rejected. It's because it was created in a fake image to begin with. It was created with a goal that is insurmountable because the goal is unrealistic. It's a goal of a society that doesn't even fucking exist. That's what American exceptionalism is right now.
Yeah, I agree with that definition of anarchism, because that's basically what I think. How I've always been my whole life, always conflicted with authority, always conflicted, like, you know what I mean? Like, every aspect of every fucking thing you deal with, you know what I mean? Yeah. And if you're that kind of person, then it makes sense to me that a lot of those kinds of people would probably do really well in that sort of society that isn't relying on fucking an overbearing fucking state trying to fucking govern everything.
Right. And it's not just the state either. There's plenty of other fucking arbitrary authority figures that come up, right? Like clergy, and especially ideology, right? Like, if you are so fucking dead set on this is the way that things need to be, and we need to get to this point because the way that we're living is so fucking bad, like, that is a very dangerous path to go down, because because then you create the false dichotomy within your own head and you project it onto other people.
Right.
And the presentation of a false dichotomy is, let's see, I sent this to Jack the other day. It was one of those epiphanies that I had in my head while I was fucking while I was just like off in my own thoughts for a while. But
we like to do that with each other.
When a false dichotomy is offered, it may be attributable to an atrophied spirit and a crippling trepidation of comfort zones crumbling. This condition is prime territory for mass formation, right? And like, while it's kind of an interesting paradox, right? Like, to be an anarchist is to truly care about the masses, but reject the idea of the masses.
Right.
And the majority is a very dangerous thing. Very
paradigm.
And also, I would add that principled nonviolence. It has to be principled nonviolence. Even Dr. Desmond has said as much. Because if in a system like this, where a mass formation is ongoing, it's not like a totalitarian. It is a totalitarian structure. It's not like a authoritarian dictatorship. Meaning, on authoritarian dictatorship, everyone knows that they're in the dictatorship. So violence in that situation, he doesn't really have a position on because he can't claim it. But what he's more saying is that in this system right now, it's an ongoing mass formation. The group that's awake still needs to wake up fully because we're still under the Ukraine mass formation now. Right. We just moved on to them. They just
keep transitioning. They transition one emergency to the next.
But also think about the dichotomy of the mass formation too, because we have a paradigm in which you're either pro-vax, super pro-vax, or you're pro or you're super anti-vax, or you're either pro-Ukrainian government or you're pro-Russian government. Right?
They've made me anti-vax.
That's dualism.
They made me anti-vax.
They made me.
But think of dualism though. It allows an enforceable outcome because in game theory, if you can eliminate, it kind of goes back to the term that I always laugh when people use. That I don't use it, so I don't. It's you guys know what I'm talking about. You got the acceptable window of debate, the window, someone's window. Oh my God.
Yes.
I don't use the term. Just think Kyle Kalinske and you'll know the term. Overton. The Overton window. The Overton window was moved, you guys. So Bernie. But anyway.
Guys, the Overton window is moved. Guys.
More like his Overton window is shifted to
it's like,
supporting
why are we
Biden.
even thinking there is an Overton window to begin with? It's an enforced way of, because think about it, with dualistic thinking, you've now put people into binary decisions of yes and no, of for and against, just like you were saying, Shadow.
That's
so
the
if you can
easiest
do that,
way to manipulate. That's the best.
Right, exactly, because you push people to the extremes. The middle ground where most people are becomes indefensible from a standpoint of no one knows what people are talking about because they're on the extremes.
Yes. That was an excellent. I
knew it. I knew I would get it. I knew it. I needed my Pauly laugh. Look what Shadow said. He said, "Tell Shadow Hams his beard should be on the top of his head."
Nothing here.
Say the same thing to me. God damn it.
Oh, I didn't have the chance to shave before this stream, so this is the first time anyone's seen me not clean shaven. But yeah,
and I'm just gonna say this hierarchy of putting the bald bearded guys on the bottom. I mean, what's up with this?
Hey, I feel profiled.
Fuck. But like, yeah, dude, I've caught a whole lot of hell for not fucking supporting the Russian war effort, right? Because now all of a sudden I'm not anti-imperialist or something, right? But like, I want to support the people that are being fucking murdered. Because anytime a state carries out violence and it hits civilians, it is indeed murder, right? And I'm seeing a lot of scary narratives that are fucking switching sides now, right? Because I remember very fucking clearly over the past 15 years, especially since fucking Hamas took power in the Gaza. What is the fucking line that they use the very most? Human shields.
Yep.
They're using human shields. And I saw the same thing coming out of RT yesterday, that the Ukrainian military is using the civilian population as human shields and stationing their people in apartment buildings.
Wow.
That is very, very dangerous.
And so, just a real quick shout out, if you haven't already, have you explained the term Banderite? Because I think it's important people understand this.
Yeah, so Bander was a very, very evil man. Bander.
And who did he collaborate with?
Right. Bander was a neo-Nazi. Well, not a neo-Nazi. He was a Nazi. But I mean, and he drew upon the ethnic claim to the Ukraine from the original fucking Viking raiders that came down the rivers and ended up in Ukraine.
Which is why they invert Norse. If I have friends that are Nordic and they've showed me that these symbols are inverted. They've inverted Norse symbols.
Yes.
Yeah, I have Norse lineage. Right, I have Norse lineage, and I need to learn a lot more about my own lineage.
It does look familiar too, though.
I just my lineage.
But since the Norse are a Germanic people, they are considered Aryan people, right? And so he used that term in order to stoke the very, very real hatred of the Russian boot on the Ukrainian neck that had been there for hundreds of years, in order to further his ethno-nationalist agenda of murdering anyone who is not a ethnic fucking Slavo-Ukrainia, right?
Yeah.
That's where that term comes from. And so that's the history of the Ukrainian Nazis, right? And the Romanians have their own Nazis, and the Moldovans have their own Nazis, and the Polish have their own Nazis. They all have their own fucking Nazis because
there's brown shirts everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Over 1,000 years, there's been borders that have shifted from here to here to here to here to here and here, and everyone's fucking interbreeded and fucking intermixed and all that shit. So there is ethnic tensions fucking everywhere, right? This is, yes, the Vikings were Germanic people. The Norse are a Germanic people,
and that's that's just laying a layer of the amount of fuckery of all this.
Right.
Like if you look at Zelensky, and then you look at I don't remember if it was it Newland, who was it that was caught on the phone call with another embassy where they said that they knew exactly who the snipers were during the Maidan coup, which is where they opened fire on fucking civilians. These fucking Bandera fascists.
These fascists.
These literal fascists open up fire on civilians. That's the Maidan coup.
Right. And
color revolution.
I think it really needs to be accentuated here that, like, yes, there are fucking, it's not just the Azov battalion. There are hundreds of Nazi battalions in Ukraine.
Yep.
They all fucking call their cause to be the purification of their fatherland. This is this is happening.
You can see U.S. personnel with armed militias of these fucking fascists saluting these more memorials for their fucking Nazi dead with these photos, and they're fucking Sig Heiling in these fucking photos.
Yes, it is happening. Like, I am not in any way fucking downplaying that, right? Like, however, I don't think there's any good intentions coming from an oligarchy on the other side of the border.
No,
right?
Exactly.
It's because, like you said the phrase the other day, there are no good guys.
Yeah.
There's only bad guys.
Earlier today, too.
Another power all of a sudden good because that's dualistic thinking.
Yes. And, like, if we just look at it in historical terms, every time the Russian Empire, Soviet Union, Federation, and the fucking many names that it's been called, loses their Black Sea fleet, they get fucking pissed because they can't monopolize the trade in the Black Sea. Russia just doesn't want to just protect fucking Luhansk and fucking Donetsk in the fucking
all of its oil, right?
Region. They don't. They are moving towards Odessa so they can once again monopolize the trade in the Black Sea, because you need two ports to monopolize trade in the Black Sea. You need Sevastopol, which they got in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea,
right?
And you need Odessa.
And just then, real quick, the annexation, just so people understand, there was a vote on that.
Yeah.
By Crimea.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when we say annexation, that was a vote by the citizens of that area. To join Russia.
Yeah,
well, it was a large majority.
And the Crimea in and of itself, I mean, they've got a complicated history too. Like,
I was going to say that
there was ethnic cleansing of Tatars, there was ethnic cleansing of the Turks, there was ethnic cleansing of fucking. There's been ethnic cleansing in that fucking place for over 1,000 years.
I believe.
Isn't that like really like chill real estate right there, like beautiful in the summer, fucking beachfront shit? Yeah.
Yeah, but also I see the natural barrier of the Dnieper River being used as, okay, the people east of the Dnieper now want to be part of Russia, and they'll have a vote on it, and I don't think any votes are legitimate, and it's too easy to fucking rig, I think. But then you'll have, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but you'll have an eventual annexation up to the Dnieper, and then you'll have a lot of ethnic tensions going on west of the Dnieper.
Which way does that pipeline that they shot down into Germany, the Nord pipeline?
The Nord Stream 2?
Yeah, which side is that on?
That side?
East or west? Yeah.
Snort!
That side, I haven't really looked too hard into the Nord Stream 2. I know that it was supposed to there's also, of course, so this is the economic fucking aspect of this war.
Yep.
The Nord Stream 2 was supposed to fucking basically monopolize gas trade throughout fucking Europe, and it was going to be Russia was going to be the supplier.
Right.
Right? What did I fucking tell you was in that infrastructure bill?
Ways to stop that. Money.
So, and think about everything that's happening in the Caribbean and fucking Colombia and Haitian and Haiti and fucking DR and all those places in the Caribbean, because this is part of the fourth industrial revolution too. Because now they're shipping wet gas stuff straight out of the wellhead to a third world country, right? And they'll be refining it there, so they can tax them for refining the fucking fuel, because refining is a really dirty business. And then after it leaves that port, it can go into Europe. Russia's very well aware that their fucking monopoly just got fucking crushed by the fucking U.S. monopoly. They're very fucking aware of this. And this is part of the fucking game of needing the Black Sea.
Right.
They need the shit. And that's exactly why the U.S. wants Ukraine so badly too, and they are fucking dead set on getting Crimea back, is because of Sevastopol and Odessa.
Right. You should write an article about all this.
That makes perfect sense.
I wanted to, but the tensions are so fucking hot.
Or at least outline it for now, and then, because all this does need to, you brought it all together so well, and it does make a lot of logical sense.
Well, I'm glad you explained.
Yeah, if you laid out like.
Well, I'm not a fucking Ukrainian Nazi, but I'm not a fucking stand for the Russian fucking empire either, and I will call it a fucking empire. I don't give a fuck what anyone says to me.
Be fearlessly fucking authentic.
Yes, dude.
Fuck
the Russian Federation was created and born as a fucking empire, just the same as the U.S.
Yep.
They did the same exact thing as the U.S. with their fucking ethnic cleansing, so that they could fucking settle the people with their ethnic people, or settle the lands with their ethnic people, so they could then fucking lay eternal claim to the land.
Right.
This is a fucking fact. They did it over 1,000 fucking years. Ever since the days of the Kievan Rus. So, yes, this is just a continuation. This is not anything new. And every time that the Eastern empires and the Western empires want to go to fucking battle, they do it in the Ukraine.
Right.
Because a lot of reasons, because of fucking Black Sea. And also, it can't be fucking overstated. The Black Sea fleet was the pride of the Russian Empire.
And a lot of analysts aren't mentioning this. Like a lot of Russian experts aren't mentioning this.
Well, because they've picked a side, and they say U.S. bad, therefore Russia good. Same thing.
But they don't mention the Black Sea. They don't mention the attack on their
Shadow
gas.
Goes over the maps, man. Like he'll literally bust out the maps and just go look where they're talking about, and then go figure it out and show me. And I'm like, Jesus. So that's why they're going after that area.
Yes.
That's fucking crazy. That comment right there.
Do you see what Snork said?
That's nuts.
That is. I don't know if that's true. I really need to fucking. That could be total propaganda, but if that is actually happening, Jesus fucking Christ.
That sounds like scary propaganda.
They're using video games as propaganda right now, okay?
But also,
they're like this video.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. But damn, man, I really gotta head out right now. But Shadowbanned, don't be afraid to write that, man. Or at least I'll bring you on my show after I get some perspectives from some of these other people, and then we can have you on. Yeah. And Lucky, thank you for having me on, man.
Yeah. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, Steve.
I just tread lightly, because a lot of people are going to be real mad if you bring me on your show to talk about that point. There's going to be a lot of very fucking angry people that are calling you a Nazi sympathizer.
Because you're going to be attacking the Nazis too, so. I'm like, this guy's just giving his perspective. He's not defending the Nazis. He's making it clear he doesn't like them.
Bring the photos showing the actual Azimov brigades. Show their patches. Show them showing up by NED sponsored events. Show the NED funding that went into that. Show the Maidan coup footage. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
Franco, I wanted to say real quick that you are part of the reason why I started this channel. Do you remember? I would be with you guys on Discord and everything, and like I would just like grab the mic from Steve, and I'm like, no, listen. I remember there was a big conversation one time with like Ed
the solution panels.
and everybody would be like, oh no. You guys were all trying to convince him, and I'm like, I remember grabbing the mic and go, Ed, fucking listen. Shut the fuck up.
He won't
and listen for
listen.
a second, because like they are telling you they fucking care by actually having this conversation with you. You know what I mean? Like you guys really showed that you can put the genuine, authentic effort into really having the conversations that need to be had. And you're part of this, and you're part of the reason why. So I'm just glad that I think this was your first time, wasn't it? We've been on shows before together, but never.
Yeah.
I don't think you ever came on here yet. So, and you're welcome anytime. Anytime. If you need help with anything, you let us know.
Thanks, Lucky.
You're part of this fam.
Yeah, these are right, haterade, right? we can't have these conversations with not many people on this earth. People who are spiritually and politically aware. Not choosing a side. It's really important, and I appreciate the time that I spent here.
It's the only way to remain objective, man. Exactly.
Yeah.
And anytime you are welcome. Anytime, if there's something that you're like, I just need to come on and hash it out with somebody, whatever it is,
We should have a party panel one day. I can host it with everybody here, everyone from the political matrix. Hopefully. Anyone who can make it from the MCSC
What's the
network.
limit on meeting participants? Can we?
Oh yeah, I forgot there's a limit.
The number that's on the
like
Legion of Skanks. Oh damn.
Legion of Skanks.
No, not Legion of Skanks. What was I thinking of? You know what I was thinking of, Shadow.
The Union of the Unwanted.
Yes.
Sometimes that gets too chaotic, and you don't get to hear from everybody.
Yeah, I was just. Yeah. Oh my god. I can't
or like someone speaks for like 2 minutes, and that's it.
Yeah. Check out Union of the Unwanted. It's fantastic. It's on Rockfin and all those places.
Yeah, we got to get over on Rockfin ourselves.
Yeah, we're trying to do that.
We are.
All right, guys.
Thank you for joining.
Take care. Love you guys.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Take care, brother.
Yeah. Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Gotta love fucking Franco, man.
I do. I adore Franco. And I remember many times, grabbing the mic when you guys were all having a big conversation, and I would just be like, and you guys would be like, hi, Lucky. Like all of you guys in sync would know that I grabbed the mic from Steve. And you guys are all part of like the evolution of this channel happening. And I love it. I love it because we get to kind of fill in the cracks here. You know what I mean? Like the part of the conversation that you don't necessarily going to have somewhere else. Like, like the MPP part of it. Oh yeah. Where is he? Oh, he's in trouble, guys. He like moved the curtain and everything. And now I don't see Buddy. He was here.
He's just marmoting around. That's like natural behavior for the, what is that? A spotted marmot? Have we decided? Oh, that's a space marmot. Yeah.
He's a psychedelic marmot. And anyone who doesn't realize that this marmot right here is actually a picture that Jack took. And Steve found this marmot that Jack took a picture of. I think you showed it to us on a Discord or something. And so like Steve made it all psychedelic. And then I printed it. And I literally made it into a thing where it's like, it's got magnets on one side with like, some skewers to keep it like, held together and straight, and like it's all sealed and everything. And he hangs out behind us. Like I made a fucking marmot. Printed it on the computer one night. We were
should write that up though.
What?
I don't know. I'll have it'll take a lot of research because I'm gonna have to go back to the fucking beginning of the Kevin Rus to do it. And I'm still gonna call it Kiev. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It's not Kiev, it's Kiev. It's always been fucking Kiev. For 1,000 years it's been fucking Kiev.
But
everyone's fucking my ass.
An expert on Ukraine right now all of a sudden.
Because I've been obsessed with Eastern Europe for a very long time. And then I find out that I've got fucking like a weird family background that came from somewhere in Serbia on the border of fucking Romania and had passports from Bosnia, Herzegovina.
Did you guys hear that? I heard something. Did you guys hear it? I heard it. Was that a knock?
I did not hear much.
Hey!
Hell,
Circle back.
hell, you're muted.
I know.
Oh. I know,
Where's
Polly.
my
Shut the
fucking
fuck up.
avatar?
L is a gem. I love my gem L.
Urgent announcement. Everyone check out the latest. It's super awkwardfuncast.podbean.com and then
Yes.
/e
God,
/
really?
what the
You gotta
wef
fuck
is
me.
going
Here I
on.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually downloaded the Podbean thing just so I could go and listen.
L, you look a lot like a liar I know called Fauci. Also
See,
known as
it
the
matters.
scientist.
Here I
It
was
matters
about
when
to
I was
yes
eating.
queen you, and then you put that as your avatar.
We were yes, Queen, but then we saw you weren't wearing your mask.
I know I was telling the chat that I was eating because I was prepared to come in, but I had to eat first because I eat every 2 hours, guys, because I have a limit that I have to stick to. And I had to get my 1,600 and something calories because I already worked out too much. So I have to like make it up.
L, you're getting echoey.
I know, I see.
It's because she's the god.
She's
She's
not-
science.
Science
She's
working.
science.
L
She's
is
echoing just like
Else is
the science.
Follow
Just like the science echoes the cold hard data. I can't do a good Fauci.
Anthony Facts
They-
Fauci.
Ineffective. That's why we can't give you the information on any of the
What?
testing.
You don't
Any
need
of the
any
trials?
information.
Did you see what Steve Wolfbrand said? The biggest nuclear power plant in Europe is on fire.
Can we go look at it?
That could be a fucking false flag because if they do that, that could bring NATO in because that threatens all of fucking Europe.
Yes, it does.
That sounds like a false flag to me.
That makes zero sense that Russian
Why would the
intelligence
Russian
would do that
Federation be
intentionally.
shelling a fucking nuclear power plant?
Because that fallout could hit, depending. I'd have to look at the wind patterns, but the fallout would hit them right away.
The
It'd be
fallout
fucking
would
suicide.
fucking
And
yes.
see,
It'd
this
go all,
is
it
what
would
the
make
critical
the sea
thinking.
unusable.
Do you guys see what we're doing here? We hear this and we go, wait, no. And then our critical thinking, like antenna, go off. Like we're like every direction, like
I mean,
that
that's not
is
saying
just-
that they weren't baited
this
into
is what we
targeting
need to
something
do,
near
everything.
the plant, but I need to look at that footage to see what's going on because it makes zero sense to be shelling near a nuclear facility. Those are no-go
Well,
targets.
and what's the very one fucking thing? Like, let's take it back to Syria. What is the one thing that would bring the Americans into the fucking war?
Chemical or biological or nuclear.
Why the fuck would Assad do that?
Also known as BAD, I think. Or what's the acronym?
I
forgot it.
biological,
Nuclear.
nuclear.
Oh, ARDS.
Yes.
No. AIDS.
No.
AIDS.
Yes.
AIDS.
You don't know anything about AIDS, okay?
I don't remember what they stand for, but
Okay.
there's footage.
Yeah. This has got so ostensibly Russia's winning.
awesome. Thanks, Steve.
Ukraine doesn't have a fucking snowball's
And
chance in
again,
hell.
guys, make up your own mind on what's going on. I need to look at the footage myself. Sorry,
Yeah.
I mean cut you off, brother.
Like,
Yeah, it says
Ukraine does not have a fucking snowball's chance in hell of beating the fucking Russian Federation. Period. That's the fucking. Yeah, that's worse than David and Goliath. That's me and a fucking ant. So, no, there's no reason that they would do that on purpose. If it was an accident, but that sounds to me like a fucking false flag.
They
It
started
says,
this at
plant
Chernobyl a couple
spokesman
days ago.
says Russian
few days
troops.
ago.
A
Yeah.
plant says plant spokesman.
Plant
And the
spokesman said.
the AP is who the MSNBC is re-reporting on. By the way, just so you know, the propaganda
who's the
filter
original
goes
source?
through AP and route and Reuters.
Yeah.
Who's the original source? Does anyone know?
NPR is saying the same.
Yeah, the
shit.
original source is AP.
All
Yeah.
the state media.
Oh my
All the
god.
state-
Yeah, it's all state media.
Yeah, exactly, Atrez. They were indeed protecting Chernobyl last week because they were afraid that fucking
Yeah.
crazy fucking jihadists wearing the Azov battalion colors would fucking blow shit up.
It's in Indahar, which is right near Russia. The fallout patterns, I'm looking at the lakes and the streams, it would go right into that river is that entire region. It would be suicide if they were bombing that area. Jesus.
This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes zero sense.
I saw it all over again.
Yeah.
I called that connection to Brauna.
You did.
Was already propagandizing for the children of Ukraine and putting it together with Syrians. Like the Syrian children are, support you or whatever. And then the white helmets also came out in support of Ukraine. And it's like, everybody's coming out of the woodwork. I love it.
All right. Well, here's something on what they're saying. I don't know how true or not true.
How do you pronounce the name of the power plant? Zaporizhzhia?
Well, here, the thing we're gonna watch.
Zaporizhzhia.
The foreign minister said it would be 10 times worse than Chernobyl. A reminder of Chernobyl, it was the worst nuclear disaster in the history of nuclear power generation.
I don't know.
It's just so obviously off of a fucking teleprompter. He has no emotion in his voice.
It was several times more radioactive than what was created by the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The radioactivity was spread by the wind over Belarus, over Russia and Ukraine, and soon reached
this is all emotional fear.
France and Italy. Millions of acres of forest and farmland were contaminated, and throughout that entire process, and it continued for years and years and years. Now, I want to make perfectly
I can't find
clear,
the footage of it being bombed.
no one is suggesting this is what has happened, but the foreign minister of Ukraine has said,
see the steam coming outside of the building, you guys?
It would be 10 times the disaster.
That could be a boiler that blew up.
An event almost unimaginable.
Shadow, you see that?
And watch here today.
Hold on
but I will
second,
say,
buddy.
it's also
it's above the
Ukraine.
Ukraine. The word Ukraine. Go up.
Power
yeah, right up there.
It
that looks
sounds
like a cistern.
Literally something right out of The Simpsons.
Steam coming
something
out.
That no one.
They're using infrared, so
ever do.
They would pick up steam as the same color.
When Chernobyl happened, Chernobyl is much.
Did they
farther
again? I wish we had color.
Did they sabotage the plant?
That's what I'm wondering. Look at the side of it.
Where is that? Where is it at?
It could be the water tanks that are where the coolant stored. Is what I'm thinking. That's the side building. But normally they store coolant tanks at nuclear plants. Snort knows better than I do. But normally I think the problem that they had with one of in Fukushima was they stored the coolant at a different the generators at a different level, and they got flooded.
Nuclear expert with the Carnegie Endowment.
James,
from what you know of this situation, give us your top line read.
See the alert, the perimeter alert lights were triggered too, which makes me think that they.
The good news.
Why the fuck would they be shelling
the plant's website, which publishes?
Again, those targets are off rules of engagement.
Real time.
There's no fucking way that they would do that.
We're just
also, artillery is indirect, so if they were shelling, there would the explosion cluster would be much closer in than this.
Or,
but again,
I
don't know.
Been a fucking accident, and they had bad intel on coordinates.
Yeah, true. Stray shell. So again, not ruling out accidental.
They
intentional just seems way too dumb.
Cooling.
Who precipitated this?
To avoid the fuel melting down, which was what happened.
What do you mean?
Fukushima.
They precipitated this. They were talking about Chernobyl being shut down and stuff, like
power supplies
and making sure that nobody could.
So, if this turns into an accident,
attack these nuclear plants.
They seized Chernobyl on purpose.
Right now, according to the website.
But if you're
into an accident,
if you're Russia, you don't want to fucking contaminate the fucking Black Sea with.
I only hesitate.
The seaport that you're going to use to ship all your goods through. Why would you poison it to make you unable to ship your goods through it? Just on a
government.
You want to make the economic case right there.
An increased radiation detected.
I should say it was Ukraine who was putting that out there.
I'm hoping what you're saying is accurate. And that report from the Ukrainian government.
Because this is what is weird. Is
all
like
I can tell you is just
this footage.
We're watching a false flag happen, guys.
And
in real time,
it looks like sabotage. Being legit, just because
they did warn us about these false flags.
Didn't they?
I want to give you a quote from the Ukrainian.
See the condensation on that lens, Shadow? That's why I think it's steam or mist from a cistern or a big boiler, something holding water. Because I was seeing
that's not smoke, that's fire. Steam.
Yeah, exactly. That's steam coming out right now. So they may have taken some. If a saboteur was going after,
and it's cold right now in fucking Ukraine. Yeah, that's steam, buddy. You're dead. You're dead on, dude.
I was saying, like, I've seen a cistern blow before, and like that's dead ass what it looks like. It comes out the side of the building, and it's not fire that comes out of it because the water immediately extinguishes the fire. It's the steam.
Huh. Yeah. And was there any visible?
I think what's happening is
visible disruption to the outer perimeter?
Their orders are
Again, guys, we don't know what happened, so everyone make up your mind for yourself on this.
That there's a nuclear power plant there.
That was a flare.
The main danger is what is called a LOCA, loss of cooling accident. Once the cooling water
looks like a drone on a...
and uncover the core, that's when all hell breaks
Oh no, they said
loose.
that they captured Chernobyl last week. That's what it was.
They did capture Chernobyl last week.
The core is uncovered, no
the Russian
cooling
forces.
water.
But they said that they were capturing it to keep
They just said no cooling water.
sabotage from.
They just said no cooling water, you guys.
At that point, you get a hydrogen gas explosion, a steam explosion that'll blow the roof right off the reactor.
Do you guys see the
That's
tracer
not
fire?
science fiction. That's what happened at Chernobyl.
See the tracers?
30% of the core
that
was
looks like saboteurs
right
and alarms.
into the
Those
air
are tracers going across the
Chernobyl,
screen, you guys.
vaporized because of the explosion.
That looks like saboteurs.
Here now we're talking about troops, armed troops with military-grade weapons with the capability of breaching the core.
Dude, that looks like
causing
fucking RPG.
and initiating yet another.
That's way too precise, dude. That's not a shell. That's coming.
Unimaginable.
I want to back up for just a second because we have nothing to indicate that the reactor is melting down, has melting down, or is in danger of melting down.
They said it had no cooling.
It's just so early in the reporting. This only
That's not a shell, dude. That's too close.
I do have new information from the International Atomic Energy
It's
Agency.
not coming from the top.
A general
What kind of
has
fire
spoken
is
with
it?
Ukraine,
Like, how
and
does
the Prime
that-
Minister denies that the nuclear
Whoa.
So they're firing at
Ukrainian
someone in the
nuclear
building,
regulator
so that
and
makes me think
operator are about
saboteur. Because
the
you saw the
serious
perimeter
situation of the
alarm
nuclear
lights were
power
going off
plant.
earlier. See
They
them
are
flashing
appealing
perimeter
for the
alarm lights?
halt of the use of force and
You don't
warning
shell
of
where your
severe
position is.
danger if the reactor
Yeah.
is hit. At
This
2:30
is a
local
mission.
time, which would have been an
Yeah.
hour and 4 minutes ago.
This is a false flag
an
mission.
employee added that
Most
Wow,
likely
look at all
carried
that
out
shit.
unable to reach
by the
scene of
US.
fire,
Right here,
claiming
you
the
can
outbreak
see.
was the result
Yeah,
of
you can see
shots
ricochets
fired
of bullets and
by
everything.
Russian troops. I will say
Yeah, if
the
you watch the
slow-mo that
building
we
or whatever
showed,
right here,
we don't have
you're
a way
seeing
to
it.
know what that was. We just know something was coming in. Could that be a flare that they put in to light
That's
it
a
up?
fucking
So they could
flare.
tell, what are we
Are you
dealing
kidding
with here?
me?
Something to light up the night sky. I remember covering wars in
Someone
the
shoot a
north of
flare gun and then
Israel
they blew up a
and
cistern.
in Lebanon.
And look over here
where
too. You
forces
see on
Did
the
he say
right
North
side?
Israel?
to make
He
night
said North
activities
Israel
where they
instead
would
of saying Syria and
drop
Golan
a
Heights.
flare to be able to see better around them before they continued their
What the
exercises.
fuck?
That could
Let's
be
get it go
this.
back.
We just don't know. What we know is
Is that
there was
White Foss?
Russian troops firing at a nuclear power
Is that what
plant,
that was?
and that a fire erupted.
You would see
At least they have
a
footage.
shrapnel flare out from the phosphorus hitting the oxygen, so it would make a plume like smoke. When you see the IDF use it, that's how you know they use this because the smoke cluster has a fucked up color to it.
Yeah, dude, this is very bad news, and I do
Stay
not
with us
think
if
this
you
was
would.
perpetrated by the Russian
foreign
forces.
minister said it would be
No.
It makes zero tactical sense on any level because this is more of a problem for Russia than anywhere else because
Oh, they
Ukraine's
have
in
comments.
fucking tatters.
Good evening tonight from
Oh,
this
Ukraine. We
motherfucker.
begin with
Oh,
breaking news.
fucking
This fucking penis with a haircut.
dead fish-eyed
Of course,
CIA
he just
talker.
happens to be there.
Person.
In Zaporizhia, in southern Ukraine.
I just happen to be in
It is the
Lviv.
largest in the country with 6 nuclear reactors.
Lviv or
Why
Lvov?
the fuck would Cooper be there?
Russian
Like that?
attacks, and now
Yeah.
Cool kids
Because
are
he's
there,
part of
man.
the fucking Bilderbergs.
burning
Oh, I know.
firefighters
He's
that were
fucking
not battled
dude.
He's got to blow
for
Sean
lives
Penn
and
later.
The
injuries.
stuff,
so-
the
Because
stuff
of the
that
continued
that's
Yeah,
the
overlaid eating
family,
nature.
Foreign minister
the
tweeting this
Vanderbilts
just a moment
is
ago,
so
and I'm quoting
gross.
directly now from
The
the
paintings
foreign
and
minister,
stuff. You
quote,
guys know the
Russian
pool, the
army is
paintings. What
firing
I'm
from all
talking about.
sides upon Zaporizhia MPP,
No.
the largest nuclear
You don't know what
power
I'm talking
plant in
about?
Europe. Fire has already broken out.
What
If
have you
it
seen
blows up,
Anderson
it will
Cooper,
be
Yeah,
like-
10
Cooper.
times larger than
Tony,
Chernobyl.
that's amazing,
Russians
brother.
must immediately cease the fire. Allow
Tony, we need a
firefighters
what
to
the
establish
fuck
a
right now.
security zone, exclamation mark. Right now, I want to go to a nuclear policy expert, Graham Allison.
Yeah, where's
Lviv is not Kiev. Lviv is actually not Lviv.
Could you
Lviv is
give
Lvov.
us a sense how
Lvov.
concerned
Thank
should
you.
People can't
everyone
enunciate
be
Russian
about the situation
properly.
at this very
I can
large
enunciate
nuclear
Russian. I can't enunciate Ukrainian.
I can't
Well,
enunciate
facts are
either.
unfolding as
I can't
we,
enunciate English very well either.
sit
for
here,
that
but
matter.
Zaporizhia.
I would say in general,
That's all I got.
Zaporizhia.
So they're
Zaporizhia.
showing.
I'm not good
Zaporizhia.
at rolling.
Say it again.
Zaporizhzhia.
So it is. The end is like double.
Za-
Like
Zaporizhzhia.
Oh, that's better.
Okay.
Zaporizhzhia. Zaporizhzhia. Zizhia.
Zaporizhzhia. Zaporizhzhia.
Zizhia.
In Russia, the word pronounced
That's
as
cool.
Zaporizhzhia. Zaporizhzhia.
It
Julie
sounds
says
kind of
there's no
hot. You know,
footage.
you guys sound like Boris Badenoff and his girlfriend from.
It probably
Okay,
is
so
old, but-
they're
yeah.
rolling the same fucking 30 seconds of footage over and
Oz,
over and over again.
Hook us up with the source. brother.
9/11. What happened for fucking
Thank
days
you.
after 9/11? They're rolling
Thank
the
you.
same 30
I was just
fucking
saying that
seconds over and over and
this
over
reminded
again.
me of 9/11. Watching it back, like the propaganda portion, like when they were talking to Donald Trump about the garage and the people heard an explosion and shit. Like that's what it reminded me.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're gonna figure out the
Muslim
narrative later.
dancing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Oz. I honestly don't know what's going on there. Like we're having to base us off of CNN and Anderson Cooper's fuckery.
Awful.
I know.
think our
it's like-
intel is corrupted, you guys.
I'm trying not to have my soul absorbed by his.
Y'all
My
wanted something
soul,
other than Fauci.
He looks
so
like the kind of
there you
dude that
go.
would hold a marmot
really
under the
there?
water and just wait till its breath just bubbled up.
No.
Do you think he's really
It's
there?
No,
Or
he's
do you
not.
think he's
No.
on like a set?
He's
Do you think he? I wouldn't be helmetless there. I wouldn't be like armorless.
Are
like,
you
not
sure?
having
Did
any
he
kind of-
smell the backpack? Did he smell the fucking backpack?
Yeah, guys, we haven't seen a red backpack get smelled for sarin gas,
That's
so
right.
I don't
Where
believe
is
this
the sarin
story
gas?
yet.
That's what I want to know. Fuck you and your nuclear reactor. Come on.
Fuck
I don't
you and your
know. I
nuclear
can't
reactor.
say what it what is or isn't happening. I
Thank
have no
you,
idea, but did you
Snort.
smell a
In
backpack?
Fukushima, so it was a common mode failure. Yeah, because their plans were so when you're designing fail-safe redundant systems, which I used to do a little bit. The main thing is single point of failures. If you have generators that are right near each other, that's a single point of failure. Even if you have redundant generators, you've created a single point of failure because you need to have different buildings, hopefully in a large enough geographical displacement away from any natural like land, seawater sources. Because you want to have different environments. Like if there's a tsunami, so you have one that's more inland, as much inland as you can get without the generating requirements being insane. But thank you, Snort.
Oh my gosh. I'm looking at AFP and they said the Russian troops that the Ukrainian rescuers are saying they're preventing firefighters from accessing blaze. Come on.
Wow.
Why would they do that? Why?
I think
Snork, I don't understand either. Why wouldn't they just drop the graphite rods right away? There should be an override for like geological disturbances, I would have hoped. After
These
Chernobyl and
people
all that
actually
fucking
think that they're
fuckery.
evil too, and that they would kill a bunch of people and shit.
Yeah,
Well, I
Snork,
mean,
I was gonna say those are
honestly-
tracer rounds because those are exothermic reactions.
The propaganda is kind of parallel to World War One, right? Like that's how the fucking Second International fell apart. Is everyone in fucking Western Europe was like, oh, those Russian beasts? No. I can't let those filthy fucking Muscovites into my country, right? Like it's the same exact fucking recurring propaganda, I think.
I think
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper's probably sitting in his Beverly Hills fucking, soundproof room reporting from Ukraine.
All right, is
I
someone's
think
fucking
I think
phone ringing?
Cooper and
Yes, the CIA is calling me now.
Okay.
Damn it.
It's
Oh,
like
you better take that.
scaring me. That started happening. I was like, oh
That-
no.
that could
and
be
it's off the
Cooper.
hook too, so I don't know.
What the hell?
It could be Cooper
Well,
on
no,
a,
it's
on
like
a,
off
on
the
a
charger.
conference call
It
with.
shouldn't be ringing, is all I'm saying. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Kevin Spacey, but that was too creepy.
Yeah.
Fucker's name is too creepy to say.
Oh man.
I intentionally took it off the charger when it was like dying so that it wouldn't ring, and now it's ringing again.
Zombie phone.
Our judges
It's
would
like
have
these
accepted
stupid
Anthony
opinion
Perkins
Hell, did you feed it after midnight?
or Kevin Spacey.
I don't know. I apologize. It's annoying.
No, it's
I'm gonna
this-
disconnect it as soon as possible.
That's so
It is kind of
weird.
creepy. I mean,
We
just
could have
saying.
used that during the Matrix read along.
I should have had my phone then. Guys, I'm talking about a cordless phone. Sorry.
Yes. Oh yeah, we all know like you have a cordless phone, but I don't
They
think
still
everybody
make
knows.
them. They still have those.
I know. I can't believe they still have one.
I still remember a corded phone.
Yeah.
I remember before the internet when they first started coming out with cordless
Back in my
phones,
day.
and you could listen to your neighbors, like listening, watching Jerry Springer or whatever, and you could hear the whole conversation in their living room while the person's on the phone through your television or your radio or something adjacent to the apartment next door.
Oh, like when you could pick up everything
could
on a
hear
baby
When
monitor.
neighbors are having the
Like a baby
relations of the
monitor.
horizontal
Exactly.
nature. Well,
Yeah.
vertical
That
if
was
they're
the
into the
beginning of the
freaky deaky.
wiretap. Baby monitor.
What about diagonal?
Yeah, it's aliens is going to be the next thing. It's going to be the aliens.
Aliens have already come.
They don't want to come here. They're like,
No, I
"Fuck
mean
that."
the
Hey, you guys want to know
narrative
something cool?
It has.
After all those years working in the oil and gas industry, I can tell you that jet fuel doesn't ignite. It needs super compression to ignite.
What?
I smoked cigarettes
Yep.
on top of jet fuel tanks because I was that afraid.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I thought
You
because
bearded
all the kind of
badass.
fuel I've ever been exposed to has been like racing fuel on some instances with
That's a high octane
That's a super high octane. Yeah, that's a gasoline that's been
gasoline should
refined.
actually be called more gasolinol, I
Yeah.
think, because it's the fumes that combust, whereas jet fuel is basically like a super clean diesel.
Yeah, I was just gonna compare it to diesel because you
Yeah.
got to compress diesel
Because
at
it's a
high
fuel.
amounts. Yeah,
It's a fuel. It's not fume.
Now, is that
Now-
the same stuff that was in the little bottles called Rush when you were a kid? And you fucking huff on
no,
them?
that's the high octane stuff for performance RC cars, I think, right?
RC cars. Okay.
Yeah.
So is the compression of that? Is that why we can take plastic and turn it back into diesel and into gasoline? Is because we take it and we put it in the airtight compression,
The vacuum.
Yeah.
the vacuum seal compression, and that's
I
what
guess
makes it turn it
In
back
theory,
into that.
yeah, as long as you have the correct enzymes to fucking revert it back from plastic into diesel. And I
Right.
can't remember what what is. Let me look this up.
I don't know. People
was
are
pretty-
just
it was
taking
pretty
whatever.
simple, yeah. It looked
when
like
I
you could
when
do
I
with a
found
container.
on YouTube, like people in all these other countries, of course, innovation comes from needing to do that kind of thing.
Shadow, talk ribonucleic to me.
I don't know that much about ribonucleic. So
I'm kidding.
diesel fuel is C12H23, ranging approximately from C10H20 to
12 carbon atoms.
H28.
So, like, Here, I'm going to show you this guy too.
It was a hydrocarbon, right? So I would call them hydrocarbons
Yeah.
because they're just fused carbon and hydrogen.
See, because it all comes back to being able to do, this kind of thing and have an intentional community. And this is one of the things that I found that I showed before, but I really, because so much about fuel and everything, I think you could.
I arrived this island about 25 years ago. When I first got here, there was almost no tourism industry, and there were very few people on the island. Life was a little bit more difficult. We didn't have any electricity, we didn't have any power tools, just hammer and a machete, and we harvested our wild cane to make walls, and we used coconut leaf to make the roofs. And then, after 3 years, I met my wife, Anna, and we got together to continue putting this project of self-sustainability. The most successful steps in becoming energy self-sufficient was first getting solar panels, and the latest is turning plastic into diesel, which is a very easy process, and just about anybody can do it. Here's what we're doing today is we're going to make diesel from plastic, common plastic that you have around your house. So it's very easy. All you have to do is pack it into an oxygen-free environment and cook it and let it do its own process.
So after this cook, this is, we made a little bit of a fire. It's only been going on for a few minutes. Yeah. The hotter I do this, the longer, the more you make. So in this little bit, it's made this so far. And this is probably like a diesel fraction because we took this out of the first condenser. So we can see if I have some matches here, and we can put some down and see if it's flammable. It's heavy, it's thick, you know. Okay, this fuel right here, this is diesel. So I will put this into my diesel generator so we can make electricity in our house for this evening, and run the washing machine, ice cream maker, and everything that we want. And then afterwards, you take gasoline. And then
You gotta have the fucking ice cream maker, okay?
Water pumps,
You fucking need to.
And whatever else I use gasoline for. So this is all from the trash, all from the plastic that washes up on the beach, all from the plastic that is recycled, and that we just common plastic that you find underfoot is actually good stuff that you can use. Making diesel from plastic helps provide the electrical needs of our house, business, and family, helps clean the environment, and also helps provide assistance to the local community. For instance, many people use coconuts to help them survive. They make coconut oil, and with the diesel that we make from the plastic is used in the machine to help grind the coconut. So they take that home, make the oil with that, and afterwards,
I like coconuts. You can crack them open and they smell like ladies baking in the sun.
My chickens. As another step for self-sufficiency, we had to build our garden to help provide food for ourselves. What we have here also is we have an aquaponic system. It is really good for planting your herbs and your things like this. Things like tomatoes and fruit and these sorts of things, you normally need more nutrients for your plants, more than just nitrogen. Yeah. So aquaponics might not be able to provide all of that for you. But if you want to grow herbs, all you need is a fish tank, depending on how many plants you're going to have, stocked with fish. I don't think it really matters which type of fish you have. We happen to have tilapia because they're very hardy fish. They're difficult to kill, and they eat like hogs. You can feed them just about everything from your kitchen. And the more you feed them, the larger they grow, and the more fertilizer they make. We use pumice stone because it's relatively inexpensive here. They have volcanoes on Managua side. So what we did is we made a little, a long kind of a bed, like a box, yeah? And it also has a sheet of plastic on the inside. It comes out and goes back into the system, and just continued the process instead of returning it after the first box into the fish tank. So I just put another box down and continued it for another 14, 16 feet, something like this, and just put my pots and the plants and put a little hole in the bottom of the pot so it will wick up the water that it needs, yeah, keep itself moist. So I never have to water this at all. It's not something that's it's not a fast process. You're not in a hurry. It just pumps a little bit but continuously, and it pumps all day, keeps all of your plants wet, and you don't even have to lift your finger. The industry on this island was coconuts, millions of coconuts, and most of these coconuts they made oil to make soap with. In our effort to be self-sufficient, we thought it would be a good idea to try to make soap. And slowly, just making for ourselves, providing a healthy, good for our skin, and it was also good for the environment. Anna was the one who makes the product. And when we first started, we never knew where it would go to, just thinking to provide for ourselves and the environment. And lo and behold, the business just keeps improving because it appears that there's a demand in the world for nice, healthy, eco-friendly, self-sustaining products. So after all these years of living this way, we now know it's possible to have a fulfilling life, enjoying nature, and taking care of it. If people embrace this idea of using alternative and renewable energy,
There may be hope yet for the planet.
Okay.
Oh, what a pretty island.
Hmm.
That sounds like lovely.
So I've shown Snork before too. There's factories that do this basically the same, the same thing. But they actually are mining the landfills. But this is like something that I've seen like all over the place, people doing like using even just tanks like this and cutting them, but and doing it. Pressure cookers.
I think it's a pretty valuable thing to know if you need some diesel for your generator and the grid is fucking collapsed and it's nuclear winter, you might as well.
I mean, what are we going to do otherwise? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why is this not something that we are doing? If there
I'd
is
like
a
to
solution,
see what happens with the chlorine in plastics.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
I was curious about
so,
byproducts from it.
So if plastics, I was looking at this while we were watching that. I was simultaneously looking at this. So plastics is materials composed of various elements such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, chlorine, and sulfur. That's a dummy's explanation of it, right? So sulfur is, contrary to what you've been told, sulfur is actually very good for diesel because it makes diesel burn harder, which makes the hydrocarbon burn off cleaner. There's a fucking monopoly on sulfides in fertilizer, and that's why they started stripping diesel out of fertilizer, they started stripping sulfur out of diesel so they could manufacture more fertilizer. It's actually worse for the environment without the sulfur. Anyway, so what are the byproducts
because
of
it deals with
nitrogen?
the efficiencies, right? Because
Yeah.
if it's not cleanly burned, it just exhausts into the environment, which is kind of like Dieselgate. I think a lot of that was they were able to manipulate because diesel is such a wide range of, sorry, not a wide range, has such a high compression ratio. You can get really high efficiencies, but also that gives you the wiggle room to change your shit.
Yes. So, so you have diesel in its cleanest form is carbon, hydrogen, and carbon, right? But sulfur in diesel is good. So what do you do with the excess oxygen, nitrogen, chlorine? That is going to be the byproduct of pulling that back to and reverting it back to diesel, which is kind of like almost an NGL by itself. You need to do a couple of things, but it's basically an NGL. So I don't know. I mean, it's a semi-organic polymer, right? So there's other shit that they add into it to make it plastics. And I'd be a little wary of what else is.
Ooh, can we watch the Buckminster Fuller?
Huh? Actually,
you guys watch the Buckminster Fuller?
You guys can go ahead, but I do gotta split because it's
Okay.
8:30 and I'm an old man and I gotta work.
Oh shit! No, I just realized what time it was too. I gotta bounce to you guys.
You guys are awesome. We love
Wait,
you.
could I circle
Have a good
back
night.
to the Russia thing for a second? Just
back.
to leave you with that.
Circle back.
Both of you.
Circle back,
like
girl.
Earlier, I was just reminded on the internet that earlier, before this alleged false flag situation happened, there was a talk of a ceasefire before this.
Yeah.
Today, there were negotiations. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Wow.
That's all.
Yeah.
Just putting that out there.
Good point.
No, not ceasefire, not yet.
No ceasefire. We'll burn down the nuclear plant. It'll be fine.
Hell, you sound like a non-coincidence theorist. You're creeping me out.
Oops.
Not coincidence.
How dare you use your critical thinking and sourcing and
Just
knowledge
awful
set?
timing.
I gotta write that down. I need that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, non-coincidence theorist. There's another fucking t-shirt. God damn.
I love that. Yeah, because I was just thinking it was like, and I'm not saying like it's just you really got to put it in that context and let people make up their minds because we're fed so much lies and bullshit.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It all circles back to that critical thinking. You know.
Circling back to the
Hey,
original.
now, how dare you say those 2 words?
And if you guys know already, if you want to come on and sort out some fucking shit and critically think about stuff and not have a plan and not know everything, this is the place to come.
Yeah,
like honestly, this is where we sort it out and we figure it out.
And thank you guys for hanging out. It's been going for a while here, and it was awesome.
You're a wealth of knowledge.
Many facets of Russia and fucking fake ass third parties. And
it's crazy how the whole thing, it always
awesome.
ties together though. All of it. You know what I mean? Like it all
And again,
ties
guys,
back
if you didn't
to-
see it, go back. Watch Shadow's explanation.
Once upon a time, there was a man that said, war is just rich old men sending poor young men to die. I don't stop
Talking about
believing
Smedley Butler.
war is a racket. And I don't
that's
care
war is a racket.
which side is perpetrating the war. It's still a racket. There's always economic fucking interests. All wars are economic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, and yes, there could be some real great opportunities to jump on if there's some ethnic cleansing that's happening in a certain place. Because we saw it in Iraq because of the ethnic cleansing in northern Iraq of fucking Kurds. We saw it in fucking we see it everywhere, right? In fucking Africa all the fucking time.
Always that too. It's always that.
Always
It's
ethnic
racially-
cleansing. That is the fucking pretext.
And that goes
Because-
into mass formations and othering of others.
Yes, and that goes into mass formations just because of what we've been raised with of the knowledge of
from birth too.
Of
Like we are
41.
programmed from birth.
of what we know about the end of World War II.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
And there are some people that are more conscious that are like, okay, well, yes, that was awful, but also there was King Leopold who did the same. And there was also the American Empire that did that to an entire fucking continent. Right? Like, so this is, yes, ethnic cleansing happens all the time, but the question is who is profiting from either side, because all wars are economic in nature.
What's the
Also,
what's the common denominator in all of this?
Shout out
There's
to
always
Pluto.
a common denominator.
Money.
Shout out to the planet Pluto.
Shout out to Pluto, my ruling planet.
Fucking Pluto, man. Pluto, what? I always bring Pluto up. I'm like, Pluto was a planet, and then they decided it wasn't a planet. And like, to me, it was just always a planet.
Bullshit.
It
It's some
mattered.
bullshit, man.
Yeah, they just try to pull some fast ones on you.
When I was a kid, Pluto was a planet.
All right, much love, fam.
You guys
have a good one, you guys.
Have a lovely night. And I'll
Bye,
talk to
you
you guys
handsome
later.
guys. I will see you guys soon, I'm sure.
Bye.
Never very far.
Bye, Elle. Bye, Lucky. Bye, Steve.
Bye.
Bye, Jack. Bye, chat.
Love and hugs. Sleep well.
Oh my
Popeye
gosh.
said,
I
fell
look
in
at the
love with
screen and I'm
Uranus.
staring at the Fauci. You know, like, what the hell?
Fauci.
is happening? The Fauci.
Popeye says I fell in love with Uranus.
Oh my God. Yeah, everyone loved Uranus. I loved Pluto. I did.
It just has a
Wasn't
catchy name.
what year was Pluto discovered? Does you guys remember what year Pluto was discovered?
No.
No, it was right around I don't know, the end of the Great Depression, I think.
I can ask the internet, but I don't know if I'll get a real answer.
Well, you might. To get an answer. You will have it.
I mean, I am the researcher.
Right, you should probably just let Elle do it.
I
She'll
put
get to
in
the
when was
bottom of it.
Pluto and it says not a planet. Like that is a real thing. It is. Yeah.
Not anymore. It was kicked out of the club.
I know. I've always liked Pluto. I've always been like
I went to
Pluto.
history.com and they know everything, right? So they say
Well, I
February
just-
18th, 1930.
And officially, as of the 24th of August 2006, it was no longer considered a planet. It was but a dwarf planet.
Sorry.
The General Assembly of International Astronomical Union decided that. Who
Sorry,
says they
Pluto.
get to decide that?
Sorry, Pluto, you're too
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
We're
Do you
body
want to know that?
They got body shamed
And
as
what
a
time
planet.
did they? When was it discovered? 1930.
1930, February 18th.
They got heavenly body
Oh, yeah, I
shamed.
see it right
You
here.
guys,
It's on Wikipedia too. Look, Wikipedia.
they just
says
weren't
it.
big enough.
That means it must be true, right?
They.
It's a consensus, and that's always correct.
I'm uncomfortable. I don't know which
The past 3 years is any indication.
which prefix to use for Pluto. I'm not sure how it identifies.
Yeah,
I'm sure it
don't
identifies it as a
offend
planet.
it.
Yeah, I don't want to offend it. I mean, certainly not. The kind of wrath that it seems to bring every time it comes around is nothing to be fucking toyed with.
Snork said we can't have ceasefire until Hillary's objectives are met. God damn
Email.
it. Snork telling the fucking truth, fucking shit.
Damn it, Snork.
Klaus too.
Tina.
Klaus too. Well,
you're
Klaus
amazing.
has got a job to do.
Tina's got to come on the
Klaus
show.
is pretending
and tell
not
us
to
about
know
Pluto.
Putin right now. So
That is hilarious.
I know.
There's so much
like,
film of them fucking shooting the shit
hilarious.
and hanging out.
He's like, I don't know.
He
I
just,
don't
like,
know.
deleted his page and was like, nope, no association.
Where do you think Trump learned it? Trump was like, oh, I don't know anything about that. You know, I just don't know. Yeah,
like-
I don't
He
know who
was literally
Assange
saying-
is. He's like,
He
I don't
was
know who
saying that he
Assange
was a global leader, a young global leader, which was bullshit. But he had been saying that in multiple clips that I put in the podcast, so you can listen to it yourself and also go to those areas and hear it for yourself. That he was saying all this shit about Putin being one of his leaders, and then all of a sudden, nope.
Suddenly, no, you're on
I
the
don't know
show,
her.
kid. I don't even know that lady. I've never seen this person before in my life. That's what Trump did. And I think every good politician knows that trick. You know, like, Governor, we have you in bed with this lady.
listen.
I've never met her in my life.
I will tell you right now, that is exactly what the interview was that they did on Status Quo between Nick Brauna and Jordan Sheridan. Oh, I don't know her. Oh, no, you don't know. I don't know. You know her. No, I don't know her either.
I had like really presidential level of like debate stuff
He
going
said
on.
Iranians, but it sounded like Uranians in the SOTU, Jilly. Didn't it sound like Uranian, but it was like Iranians. And I didn't even spot it because he was so like incoherent. It made no difference to me that he said that. Yeah, keep wearing your mask and getting the shots. I can't do him, but yeah.
Uranians.
The Iranians.
Uranians and
Iranians, you get the COVIDs and everybody's so
Uranisians.
Get your Uranus shots and everything will be fine.
The wrath. What was it like? He was like what did he say? The hearts and souls of Uranian. It was weird. It was like
The hearts and souls of
what are you
Uranians.
talking about right now? I'm gonna find the clip and send it to you guys. Hold
That
on.
would make a really good fucking, with the big I don't know, the big
Oh, I'm already
fucking-
in there. Never mind. Perfect.
the big fucking dubstep remix
well,
with
now, I don't know. Am I being offensive by calling it a dwarf planet? Because that's what they call it, right? They say it's a dwarf planet, but is dwarf a politically correct term to use now?
Oh my gosh, so annoying.
I
Wait, is it?
I can't. Is dwarf politically correct to call a planet dwarf?
See, I would feel uncomfortable with that if I were that planet. Like, what why am I put out of the group because I have a condition? Like, that's not fair.
Yeah, it's like
Imagine
saying
if they
they have a
told,
disability,
Imagine if they told Peter Dinklage that he couldn't be an actor because he's a dwarf. People would be up in arms. They'd be up in arms. Why can't Pluto be a planet? It's not fair. It's not fair.
I don't know. It always was a planet for me. Like it didn't stop
Always
becoming
be
a
a
planet.
to me as well.
And burn pits. Yay!
Whoa.
We gotta do our burn pits.
I'm trying to find the part where it says Uranians.
Oh my gosh, Snork said, is Pluto a trans planet? A little person's
Ooh.
planet. Oh, Aram says technically it's a retard dwarf planet. Is that gonna get me canceled?
That is inappropriate.
I'm
and
just reading the
offensive
comment.
to all planets.
Like there's certain words that I don't use because I don't like the way that they've been used in context and like I don't say the word retard. You know what I mean? Like I don't like hearing somebody say retarded,
I like fire retardant.
Retardant, yes.
Yeah.
There's like a whole
Let's
thing.
retard some fires. That's a good idea.
And Julie said, Aram, paraphrasing, we have very powerful weapons. If anyone thinking of trying to stop us, fuck around and find out. Yeah. It's freaking crazy. This shit's just fucking nuts. Now, did you watch the interview earlier that Franco did with Nick Brauna from MPP?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, well, you probably wouldn't have learned anything more because Nick Brauna
I try not to
is
watch
a politician
things
and he just continues to say the same things. You know,
I try not to watch too much propaganda. It gets a little overwhelming. Or not even propaganda, I shouldn't say it, but like interviews with people who
aren't
as well versed on the propaganda as others. I think I found the part. Yeah. 4130 for the Iranians.
Yeah. Are you going to share the thing?
Yeah.
You can share it right on the stream thing and do it too.
Oh yeah, I can.
Uh-huh.
I am aware of this. I'm just lazy.
Uranus. Steve Wolfbrand said, Wolf dude. Said Uranus is a gaseous wormhole. See a doctor immediately. Oh, Leo, do you feel better? All right, you should have control over the thing, I think, right? Yeah.
Is this the part? Hold on. Yeah, he did say it. Okay, cool. Let me go back.
He'll pay a country and help ease their suffering.
I don't even think the captions capture it.
Look at the virtue signal flags.
She's Ukrainian. She's a prop.
But let me
She's
be
holding a
clear.
prop.
Our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian
Yes.
forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west. For that purpose, we have mobilized American ground forces, air squadrons, ship deployments to protect NATO countries including Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And as I've made crystal clear, the United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch.
They're talking about their stocks right there.
And we're clear-eyed. The Ukrainians are fighting back with pure courage.
Ukraine isn't
The next
even
few
part
days,
of NATO.
weeks, and months will be hard on
I
them.
know.
Putin has unleashed violence and chaos. But while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have. They've known 30 years of independence, have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world.
That's our job.
And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels
Look
of
at all
oil.
the blue and yellow in that. Like,
And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home But I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
I feel okay.
When the history of this era is written,
You're gonna be
between the
okay,
war in
Jack.
Ukraine
I feel
will have
okay
left
because
Russia
they have all
weaker
the blue and the
rest of the
yellow
world stronger.
Ukrainian stuff.
Well,
That makes me feel comfort.
I love the
while it shouldn't,
the ribbons make me feel very safe.
Yeah.
The lapel pins are.
while it shouldn't have taken,
feel really safe.
well, it shouldn't have taken something so terrible
Okay.
for people around the world to see
Mitch
what's
looks
at
like
stake. Now everyone
just got
sees it
real
clearly.
Yeah.
We see the unity among leaders of nations.
She's like, I got
A more
Croft.
unified
Yeah,
Europe,
he looks like
a
somebody
more
just
unified
farted all the
West.
time.
We see unity among the people who are gathering in cities and large crowds around the world, even in Russia, to demonstrate their support for the people of Ukraine. In the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies
They
are
are gonna
rising
get
to
us
the
all killed.
moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security.
Oh, as always.
This is the real test. It's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans,
Oh my God! Look at that.
forge the
The
deep
fucking
bond
blue
that
and yellow.
connects our two
Like,
nations. We stand
Yeah.
with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people.
Oops.
He'll never
Iranian.
extinguish their love of freedom.
Her face.
He will never
face,
weaken
though.
the resolve of the free world.
She's like, I'm almost there. I mean, he almost stuck the landing. Almost.
You almost got the landing.
It's so close. The comments are like, Iranian?
We meet tonight in an America that has lived through two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced.
Gee, I wonder whose
The
fault that
pandemic
was.
has been punishing, and so many families are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling
because
to keep
of
up
you.
with the rising cost of food, gas, housing, and so
Iranian
much more.
people.
I understand, like many of you did. My
Iranian-
dad had to leave
Iranian.
his home in Scranton, Pennsylvania to find work.
Look at all the clowns.
So like many of you, I grew up in a family when the price of food went up, it was felt throughout the family. It had an impact.
Okay, enough of that. Anyway, you get the point.
Iranian, Ukrainian, whatever.
What's the difference?
He's the president. Shut up.
did you see what Oz put? If Biden was democratically elected, so is Putin. Otherwise, Biden is a brutal dictator.
Oops. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say earlier. It's like somebody was like, oh, they should rise against Putin. Yeah, like they did on January 6th here. Like, what is that going to do? Like, how are the people going to rise against Putin? Come on, shut up.
Yeah, kind of silly.
And then you won't even let us do that here. And you're telling us that they should do it there. Fuck off.
Oz Whistle said, "Is this where Nancy stands up to have an orgasm?" I think that's what this
Man.
was.
That was like, that looked really, it looked really a lot like the same behavior. My friend Jim had a raccoon named
I think
Sid.
that was during the Build Back Better part of this shit show.
It was like she was just about to orgasm, and she was like waiting for it, waiting like you're gonna. She was just almost there, and that when you rub your hands together like that, it's like a raccoon thing, you know.
It
When
does. It looks
raccoons
like a little
get
like
hungry, like it's like a very
Yeah, there she is.
rodent type body language.
Let me go there.
And then Little said Biden cheated in the primary. He was never a legit candidate to even run against Trump. Exactly. It's all been rigged. It's been all rigged for so long that we've never, as far as I know, I have no evidence to believe that we've ever had an election that wasn't rigged.
Yeah, no. When they took it from fucking, Gore, I was just like, how did they do that? That's fucked up, man. And that's about when I started paying attention to how fucked up it really was. Like, oh, they can just take the election. They'll tell you how the fuck it went.
Like, I have never been a person that thought that electoral politics was our solution. I've said this a few times on the stream, but like, I always felt like if you wanted a better community, you go out there and you be in your community and you have a better community. And I have fought tooth and nail, and I did that. And that's what I've spent that's just what I've always done. And then when like the Bernie thing happened, it felt like, okay, well,
maybe like I didn't really follow like, the larger scheme of politics. I just, being a single mom and raising my Skyla by myself, I didn't have, like we did things in our community. We worked with the Soup Kitchen. We worked with organizations like there's a local one called Bully Busters. We've done a lot of work with them. I volunteered in her classroom when she went to school. Like every Friday when she was in 3rd grade, I was at her school on Friday afternoon, and I would do some kind of small craft or something. While the teacher was still in the room, like she was still in the school, like doing, just doing whatever, just having her own like break. She was there if I needed her, but like I didn't, and I just kind of would tie in to the curriculum, some kind of little craft or little thing or, whatever it was, but to give the teacher a break for a little bit. We worked at the I volunteered at the homeless shelter before I worked there as a paid employee. And even when I was a paid employee, I still volunteered on my time off to hang out with the kids and do stuff with the kids. It's always just been about the kids for me and the animals. And, like when, after I saw everything that started to happen in 2016, I started to get, I worked on, like more local elections and stuff like that in my community. And I've drifted apart from it, especially as, the COVID thing got in here. I've pulled back on it a lot. I did more environmental stuff the last couple years with COVID happening. I was out there cleaning stuff up. We have some really good like programs and places within my town that do this. We have a mental health reliance house is what they're called, and they do a lot with like mental health and stuff. And they would go out and we would, with the local soup kitchen and with we call him Deacon Dave. He's a pastor. I believe that's what like I'm not religious, but I've painted fucking churches. I have like painted the walls, like not just like gone in there and did art murals. Like I painted the insides of churches with him, and we've done cleanup work with him, and we would go with a truck and pull out all these tons and tons of garbage and like stuff that like people would put out on the side of the road, and they would weigh it and they made it a fun thing. I was more involved in that and doing that kind of thing in our community than I was doing anything on a larger scale. And then, I wasn't like grassroots on the ground with like the Bernie movement. I was, I was aware of what was happening. I had like, I wasn't paying as much attention to the larger scale electoral politics. I was more so doing the smaller groundwork stuff. Like I have a resume that is like, if I actually put it together as a resume, that is, I have more of a laundry list of things and projects and stuff like that I've done within the community, because that's what matters to me, is the community at the smaller level, knowing your neighbor, knowing, I can go knock on my neighbor's door and say, can I borrow a cup of fucking sugar? I don't know why I would need a cup of sugar, but like that's so like dates me. And, I want my neighbors to know that, even though like we don't talk like all the time or whatever, if their kid, they have a safe place to come knock on the door if something happens. Like I'm the neighbor that the people know, like, yeah, you can go and you can knock on her door and she will help you, and so I wasn't part of like as much of the ground movement of Bernie in 2016. Everyone has these origin stories, like where that kind of like was the thing. I kind of went at it at the opposite. And then, I really had faith in it this year. Like this last election, I really had faith. And then I started to see, it was silly, but like you live and you learn. And some people, that's the only way that they will learn something is by doing it. Like you can't, like, I don't just take someone else's lived experience and say, oh, okay, well, blah, blah, blah,
I'll take it. I'll take it under advisement, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna, plan everything based upon that or anything. But Steve totally got me sidetracked. But yeah,
it was
I
all
didn't.
my talk of the adrenochrome smoothies.
But yeah, even friggin' Bernie fooled us twice, guys. He fooled us twice. He fooled most of us twice. And Biden cheated in the primary. Yeah, and the thing is that we keep letting this stuff go. And it all matters. Like that's why here it's like this is a channel that's about mutual aid, and the mutual aid is about everything. Mutual aid is all of us sharing the information that we have, the knowledge that we have. Like we have some amazing, strong people in this community, and we have the ability to make a difference and make a change. There is enough of us that we can do this.
Do we have the clip of George W. saying the "fool me once" thing? Because that's like, it just seems appropriate. That's the funniest.
Elle, you're the clip girl.
You know George W. going "fool me once," and he gets.
Can't get fooled again.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I can pull that up.
That's just classic.
Can't get fooled.
Yeah, Elle is definitely the researcher.
They had a whole Bushism like compilation on here too.
Oh yeah,
there's a meme with the Who song. That's
awesome. I've seen that one too. I've seen they used to have a page where, remember how they used to have like web pages where they'd have like all these MP3s, these sound bites of like cartoon shit and just all kinds of different things from TV shows, and they would do the same thing with the presidents. Just they'd be like perfect little sound bites that you could steal, and it was fantastic. I miss those days. They don't have them anymore. I've looked for them before on the Wayback Machine and found a couple places, but they just don't exist anymore.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, you can't get fooled again."
Oh, that never gets old. That's so fucking crazy.
Fucking Elle, man, you are the best with the clips. She always knows how to find them, guys.
It's uncanny.
Just for fun.
I love that one though.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, you can't get fooled again."
We don't do more than that for copyright reasons. There we go.
I know, fucking copyright bullshit, man.
Damn you, Pete Townsend.
I swear I'm trying to find this bitch and her little goblin thing, but I can't.
Yeah, that's got to be memed. The whole fucking thing was a meme, like you said yesterday. The entire.
I know he was in front of her, so
address was a fucking meme.
Ganja. You missed it. We had Franco and Oz Lafave
and Shadowbanned.
We had Shadowbanned and Jack Sith, and now we have Elle, and of course Steve is here and a Marmot.
That is just a rumor. You can't prove I was here.
We covered a lot, though. We
there
covered
is
a
no
lot
video
of information
whatsoever.
like, shit.
I'm gonna find this fucking
good
thing.
show though, people. Good hustle
This is
out there,
a good
kids.
fucking show, man. Yeah, like it seems like sometimes the ones that we just kind of like pop up with somewhere, like just out of nowhere, end up just being, super intense. Like Oz, literally, we were in a Franco chat, and Oz Lafave from Roar Media said, "Can somebody please do an after show to this after the Nick Brauna interview that Franco did?" And so we did a follow-up to it, and it was good. We got a lot off our chests. We got a lot, like there's
talking through it.
I always learn so much. Whenever we do a stream, I learn so much information, and it's really amazing. And learning keeps my brain going. Like otherwise I would be mushed through this. Can you imagine how many people's brains are just
The censorship in the Russian hysteria is off the charts. It's just fucking, it's mind-boggling. So it's just more and more and more and more and more. Just fucking so much in such a short period of time. Like What the fuck, man? And you know, it is sketchy, like being yourself as much as yourself can be, you know, being as authentic as you can be out in public and next to people who may not agree with you being the way the fuck you are. And, you know, it's tough. You got to find that balance between, you know, which battles you want to fucking fight with people and which ones you don't. But we pretty much roll straight up, you know, freak flag flying, like, fuck you if you don't like it. Because this is how I am, and I love you.
Alex M said, "It is chilling the level of censorship that is happening now. I'm not surprised. I'm hearing this, hearing the same neolibs that were Russiagators and Branch Covidians cheering for this and war. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
cheering
good.
for the death of people. That is not something that I would be like. I don't do that.
Yeah.
Even the worst of people, like
Also,
I don't.
not a
I
good
don't.
look.
I have a different, you know, I don't want that for people. I don't want the death of people. I don't want people to hurt and suffer. But I do know that if we don't talk about truth and we have, you know, so we can have this, you know, like ideal, you know, rose colored glasses utopia if we want. And I'm sure that, you know, the government and censorship and all that could make it feel really appealing in that way, but it doesn't mean it would be true. It doesn't mean that it would be like what's really happening. You know, like we can look at this through different, you know, we can look at it through rose colored glasses, or we can be authentic and be truthful and talk about the harsh realities of what's really, really happening and the whole larger picture of it. Because it's not just like, you know, like we were saying earlier, like it's a team sports thing, like where it's the Super Bowl, you know, and, you know, there's a warehouse where there's, you know, they have their virtue signaling little flags for the State of the Union address and their little pins. And I mean, seriously, do they have one? I really want to know. Can somebody tell me where the hell do they get all of those flags and how are they all so thickly coordinated?
They've got.
Also, I wanted to say, like,
yeah, but who put the order in for that? I mean, like, fuck, man. They're like, all right,
It feels
we're gonna
all
get this
premeditated,
going
like,
now.
you know, the whole thing feels premeditated, like all of these.
It just seems way too fucking coordinated.
Super coordinated. Yep.
That's
It's
why I'm
not
like, they've got to have like a
synchronicity, it's
warehouse. It's like
fucking
Hollywood, right? Like in Hollywood for the sets, they must have big warehouses where you go and shop for what you're going to set up the set and all that. I don't know. You're closer to Hollywood, Elle. You'll have to tell me. But I mean, I would think that they probably have like, you know, this is the fucking huge warehouse and this is the aisle with all the vases in it. And the next one has all the lamps and the next one has all the Ukrainian flags and pins and shit, you know?
Or whatever you need. It's called.
well, I wanted to.
Central
I wanted to-
casting, yes.
I wanted to say before, circling back, I guess.
Circle back.
These are the same people. These are the same people who were accusing us of killing our grandma and stuff with the masks, not wearing masks and not getting the vax.
Yeah.
So it's funny
Except
seeing
they're just
those
mask
people.
free, but they have Ukrainian flags.
Well, no, now
But now they want people to die. Now, like they want Russians to feel the squeeze, as Psychosaki says.
Right.
So.
And now
that's-
Grandma has the
that's
fucking
the new
machine gun.
narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now Grandma
And
has
now they love guns.
Yeah. Now Nana has a fucking AK, Kalashnikov, and
Now
it's all
she's a
good.
badass, you know.
Well, yeah.
And
It's like, you
neo-Nazis
know
are
who's
okay.
a badass? My grandmother was a badass. You know what my grandmother did? She would pack 2 weeks in, 3 weeks into the mountains, into the woods with the guys and go hunt for elk to get food because that's how you ate. Okay, that's a badass. A woman that I never got to meet her, but well, when I was under 3 years old, I guess I knew her, but I don't, you know, have any memory of her. But they told me my grandma was so fucking hard ass that she fucking wiped her ass with a fucking pine cone. That's a badass woman that can go out there and hold a fucking gun and fucking hunt for herself and get food for survival. That's a badass. What's happening now? Not fucking badass.
Yeah.
That's the grandma. You know what I mean? If a grandma's going to have a gun and she's going out there for survival for her own food, that's cool.
Yeah, that is
grandma
that's real.
virtue signaling with a gun.
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, not so cool. Not as badass. You know. But it is true. That's you know, it's about necessity and doing the things that you have to do and shit to fucking survive. And you know, people are people, and they will do what they have to do to survive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Oz said people never underestimate how much prep time teachers got to do before starting a classroom before teaching can start.
Oh yeah.
I absolutely, I really feel that we can do an intentional community, and I definitely want to do like art and shit and work with kids and animals. Like I just want to do it all.
I think it was a really good Oz to have Franco and understand his mindset while he was giving that interview, because you could see that he looked a little flustered at one point, but he's so fucking chill and just just stoic as hell. So it's really good that he can internalize that and just not fucking blow up, because I have no ability to hold back.
And then
I just
Franco also
unfiltered.
recognized, as an afterthought on the show, he realized how he, how Brauna had switched that script over onto him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like how he kind of like took over that. And so like that is what it is about being authentic, is saying, okay, oh wow, well maybe, all right, he came on here and went under the gun. Franco jumped on here. There was no like literally, I didn't talk to Franco until he was on screen. I didn't talk to, you know what I mean? Like Oz was on behind the scenes for a minute. Same with Shadowbanned, but like Franco literally, like, he came on. I was like, all right, hang on, let me do the intro and then let's go. That's organic. That's how we do things here. Like there's no script. So it was really the flow of it and the way that it evolved and all that on the way we thought everything out was completely organic. That's what it was.
Speaking of doing things to survive, Alex M says, my grandmother screwed storekeepers for chickens in the Depression. Jilly said, yours and everyone else's.
That's great.
Barbara Bartleson says, I got called a racist because I said denazify Ukraine today.
No. Because you said denazify, you got called a racist.
Oy.
Oh, you're part of I've been called a Nazi and a racist. I was called a white supremacist, like all these things.
Just
and I'm like,
the misplaced fucking monikers are like the best, wear them with pride.
And like, it's so funny because no one knows what my lineage is.
I finally found the clip of Pelosi doing the weird pose thing.
Nice.
Okay, it's at 124, so hold up.
Let's see that.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
That beautiful.
I worked way
footage.
too hard finding that. I want that time back, but okay, here we go. But it's important that I know where the timestamp is.
It is. It is.
Elle is the circle back girl. That is very important.
Also, we want to see the context. We like context in this house. Well, I do, anyways. So I'm gonna back it up a little bit more. All right, let's see what gets her so fucking excited. She feels like she's gonna cream her pants. Here we go.
I believe it was burned.
Ew, look at her face. It looks like she's like her jaw is dislocated.
Yeah,
you see it?
She's got
she's
that
like
roller
dislocate the jaw.
Here we go.
Sure.
Remember context, so it's gonna be long.
The third piece of that agenda is support our veterans. Veterans are the backbone and the spine of this country. They're the best of us.
Everybody, fake support for the veterans.
And we have a sacred obligation to equip those we send to war.
Your virtue signal
and care for those and their family when they come home. My administration is providing assistance in job training, housing, and now helping lower-income veterans get VA care debt-free. And our troops in Iraq in Afghanistan faced many dangers. One being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits.
She's so excited about burn pits. Look at
Many
that.
of you have been there.
Look at her.
I've been in and out of Iraq
That's
and
what gets
Afghanistan
you?
over 40 times.
Oh, she's so stoked about
These
it.
burn pits that incinerate
oh my God.
It's
waste
even better
and
with
waste of
context,
war,
guys.
medical and hazards material, jet
Look at her
fuel,
with
and
her
so
hands.
much more.
She's like,
And they
don't
come
you do it
home.
too?
Many of
Don't
the
you
world's
do it
fittest
too?
and best trained warriors in the world.
She just gets
Never the
excited about
same.
burn pits. What can I
Headaches,
say?
numbness, dizziness.
She's like, "Oh, are we past the burn pit?" She put her
Cancer
hands
that
down.
would put them in a flag draped coffin.
She's like, "Wait, why aren't you rubbing
I
your
know.
hands?"
He's like, "Where am I?"
One of those soldiers was my son, Major Bo Biden.
That was awkward.
I don't know
He
for
looks
sure
really
if the
bad. Oh
burn
my
pit
gosh,
that he
what
lived
happened
near,
to
that
him?
his hooch was near, in Iraq and
She's like, "Oh, we're
earlier
talking
than
about
that,
Bo now."
in Kosovo,
Okay.
is the
Well,
cause of his brain cancer,
I'll
the
stop now.
disease of so many other troops. But I am committed to find out everything we can, committed to military families like Danielle Robinson from Ohio, the widow of Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson. He was born a soldier, Army National Guard, combat medic in Kosovo and Iraq, stationed near Baghdad, just yards from burn pits the size of football fields. Danielle is here with us tonight. They love going to Ohio State football games.
Okay. Thanks for that trivia.
Was that a fuck you? Like, was that a fuck you? Like that?
And we love building Legos with their daughter.
Look at that blue
Lego.
and yellow
The
suit.
cancer from prolonged exposure to burn pits ravaged Heath's lungs and body. Danielle says Heath was a fighter to the very end. He didn't know how to stop fighting.
Pelosi's bored now.
And
Look at
neither
her.
did she.
She's like,
Through her
"Oh,
pain,
fucking
she found
burn pits
purpose
gone."
Yeah.
to
She's like-
demand that we do better.
I was getting excited for a
Tonight,
second.
Danielle,
like,
we
"What's the
are
next
going to do
script?"
better. The VA
The next topic.
The VA is pioneering new ways of linking toxic exposure to disease, already helping more veterans get benefits. And tonight, I'm announcing we're expanding eligibility to veterans suffering from 9 respiratory cancers. I'm also calling on Congress to pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposure in Iraq and Afghanistan finally get
she's
the
excited
benefits of
again.
the comprehensive health care.
That's my
Look at how happy she
category now.
got.
Yes, Afghanistan. Woo! This is the gift that keeps on giving on.
Yeah, she was like, "Ooh, Afghanistan. That was my idea."
And fourth and last, let's end cancer as we know it.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
This is personal.
But yeah, okay, cancer, sure. Fine. I'll applaud that.
By
Fine,
personal, he
whatever.
means you're all gonna get it.
This is
Remember, he's the
personal to me,
president that's
Jill, and
going
the
to
Commonwealth.
cure cancer. Do you
And so
remember
many
that?
Moonshot.
He promised
many of you
that.
have lost
He
someone
promised
you
that
love.
shit on the
Don't worry
campaign
about it.
trail.
Wife, son, daughter,
He
mom,
told
dad.
everybody he was going to cure cancer.
Cancer is the number 2 cause of death in America, second only
Does he
to
say
heart
it here?
disease.
I thought COVID was the
Last
number
month,
one killer.
I announced the plan to supercharge the cancer moonshot that President
Over,
Obama asked me to
Al,
lead
come
6 years
on.
ago.
Oh, Debbie. Oh, how
Our
you
goal
doing,
is to cut
Debbie?
cancer
There's
death
ramen
rates
here.
by
The
at least
ramen
50%
Love
over
you.
the next 25 years. And I think we
She's
can do
got the
better
virtue
than that.
signaling down.
Turn
Hi.
cancers from death sentences
Go,
into
Debbie.
treatable diseases. More support for patients and their families. To get there, I call on Congress to fund what I call ARPA-H, Advanced
what?
Research Projects Agency for
It's a
Health.
part of DARPA. It's going to be
Patterned
great.
after DARPA in the Defense Department.
See, there you go.
Projects that led in DARPA.
Yeah, that's what I
the
thought he
internet,
said.
GPS and so much more to make our forces more safer and be able to wage war more with more.
He looks like
clarity.
he's.
Wage
He always looks
DARPA
like
will have a
more,
singular
more.
purpose,
Did he
to
say
drive
wage
breakthroughs in cancer,
Said wage more,
Alzheimer's
wage
and
more,
diabetes,
more safer.
more.
with more
A
clarity?
unity agenda for
Yeah.
the
Wage
nation.
more with more clarity.
We
I just
can
said
do
it on the
these
screen.
things.
Like I just saw
It's within
the.
our power.
Yes.
And I don't see a partisan edge to any
Oh
one
man,
of those
you're
four
not thrilled?
things. My fellow Americans, tonight
He's like,
Nah,
no,
he's
dude.
cool.
They
we've
look.
gathered
They
in
look
this
dead in
sacred
the eyes.
space,
They look. Their eyes look
the
dead.
citadel of democracy.
Kamala is waiting. She's
in
just
this
waiting.
capital.
It's almost
She's
like
behaving
Generation
herself.
after generation
She
of
was
Americans
really
have
behaving
debated great
herself.
questions.
What's with the
amid
brown
great
suit
strife,
though?
and
I know
done
she looks
great
like
things.
shit, literally.
We fought for freedom, expanded
Let's
liberty,
go, Brandon, in the comments.
debated
Oh, there
totalitarianism.
I am. Watch the
and
Political Matrix on YouTube
We built the
Saturdays at 6:30
strongest,
p.m.
freest, and most prosperous
Mitt
nation
Romney.
the world has ever known.
Everyone you love
Now is the
in
hour,
one room.
our moment of responsibility Our test of
Where are the
resolve and
Q-tards when you need
conscience
them is what I said
of
about
history
the caffeine.
itself. It is in this moment that our character of this generation is formed.
Uh-huh.
Our purpose is found.
Sure.
Our future is forged. Well, I know
Adam
this
shit.
nation. We'll meet the
Oh,
test.
God.
Protect
He
freedom
looks-
and liberty.
You look swollen.
Expand fairness and
They all look
opportunity.
great. I
And
think
we will
they have
save democracy.
beautiful men.
As hard as those times have been, I'm more optimistic about America
Stop yelling
today
at me.
than I've been my whole life because I see the
yelling.
future that's within our grasp. Because I know there's simply nothing beyond our capacity.
I drew a picture of him.
We're the only nation on earth that has always turned every crisis we faced into an opportunity. The only nation that can be defined by a single
Stop
word,
yelling.
possibilities.
Quit yelling.
So on this night, on our 245th year as a nation, I've come to report on the state of the nation, the state of the union.
Whichever.
And our report is this. The state of the union is strong because
You know
you,
the
the
thing.
American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago.
Notice all the social distance
And we'll be
chairs.
stronger
That's
a
going
year
to
from
change
now
in a second.
than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will.
I love that dude
As
just
one
sitting
people,
down. He didn't even
one
care.
America, the United States of America.
Stop yelling.
God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
That dude just
Go
sitting there
get
like,
him.
fuck you.
Do you
Where's
see
the
those
clown music?
Do you see those military guys there? That's
Yeah.
That's what I grew up with. My stepdad was a captain in the Coast Guard. I grew up with that. Not much different at home.
Now they can all like schmooze and they don't have to worry about the seating
Yeah, I know.
arrangement.
All right, I'm gonna take this off the thing. Like, oh.
Well, that's how. That was my first clue that
Ugh.
COVID was over. Was the way everybody
Time
was
to hug
schmoozing,
everyone and kiss them and sniff
kissing
them.
everyone and hugging, and yeah, it was
A lot of
beautiful.
laughs. Just everybody having a great time.
A lot of laughs. Well, that war stuff went over really well, Joe.
We killed more people. How do they sleep at night?
Oh, they don't.
They don't.
They're
They run on-
vampires.
They run on very
Look at that old
efficient
dude.
batteries.
And just Chuck. That old dude's like, let me get by, please.
I have a theory that Nancy Pelosi actually has self-generating energy that she just rubs her paws together and that
Ugh.
powers her up a little. You know, like the flashlight that you twist or swing around.
Another one missed the mask memo. You don't need one.
Yeah, there's another mask memo. Okay.
They're all laughing at him. Look at Johnny with the mask on. What a jackass! Doesn't he know that COVID is over? Come on.
Right? He didn't get it.
All right, I
didn't get
can't.
the memo.
I'm gonna take this off the thing. I don't want to see any more of the fucking.
see any more of this. All the humanity.
God, they're so awful.
Ah.
How do they even like how? Like
I just showed you that last part because of the social distancing and lack thereof, like just to show you how much of a
COVID's
show that
over. COVID's over. War is the new black. It's like
Yeah.
it's the new well, I mean, I don't know. What color was COVID? I don't know. Orange is the new black. We have COVID is the new black, like now it's war is the new black.
Back to black, baby.
Yeah. It's the new
Sorry, I
trending
subjected
thing.
y'all to that. I just wanted the context, and it's even better with context to know why she's so excited about burn pits and Afghanistan and Iraq.
It pays off like a joke. Like, oh,
She's such a psycho.
Where'd she go? Fucking funny setup.
Oh boy.
Joke, the land.
And she was actually doing a little interview today, like talking about the package for COVID and how we do need it. We need another new package, like $22.5 million.
Oh my God, I got a check today for $1.66 and it's COVID relief. Can you fucking believe this? They could have fucking just not sent it in the mail and not printed it
What?
and just not
That's so
given me
stupid.
$1.66.
That sounds like a lawsuit settlement to me. Like that's what I get for lawsuit settlements and class actions is like $1 in a check, and it's like, gee, thanks.
I know. It's like,
That
if
was
I
worth
cash
it.
this, does this mean something? Like,
It was really worth it doing that class action suit because I got 75 cents from Monsanto.
I did get a check one time. How much was it? It was from, like, I had a car like years ago. It was like from a bank loan that I had like the one time I ever had a freaking bank loan. The one, like, I don't like loan anything out. Like, this was like, oh my gosh, let me see this. I've been here like 11 years. So it was probably like 9-10 years ago or something. I had gotten a car. It was like 2010 or something, 12. I had gotten a car and I had a loan. And they sent me this check like years down the road for like, what was it, like $600 or something? Like, yeah, we mischarged you. And yeah, we kind of like repoed your fucking car when we shouldn't have because we didn't send you the bill. So it didn't even make, like, it was insane. Like they said, oh, well, we made a mistake like 4 years ago. And here, because we didn't send you that last bill, this was our mistake. And because they hadn't sent me that last bill, like, this wasn't part of it, but it caused me to get, like, you know, my car fucked up and I had a car repoed on me. The one time I've ever had a bank note for a car. It was at the very end of it. I owed only a few payments left on that car. And they repossessed it because they made a mistake. It obviously wasn't mine now that I know that for sure now, you know. And they of course they didn't fucking fix any of the other bullshit that I paid, you know. And that car, I ended up, it was a Toyota Yaris. And when I only had like 3 payments left on it, because I had gotten it back from the whole like repo thing, I had to like fight for that. But that's when it got in a car accident, and the car is gone because somebody hit me. So yeah, that's how that works. I never even owned the car. I was so close.
Almost won. Well, you did win.
I almost owned it. I will not do that again.
America.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I forgot to say hey to Mariana. Mariana, hey, what up?
Mariana. She's my unicorn.
Tony was nice to me before too. Tony watches closely, and I'm watching him closely as well in the chat.
Tony watches closely. He's a very nice man. I've spoken to him at length in the past.
He is very nice to me.
Very, very nice, personable, charming, even.
And this is our review of you now, Tony. Like, what the
yeah, let's do a review of everyone in the chat. That'd be fun.
Yeah, we'll just review our.
Really love
Tony attractive.
We love
and
what
would
you
like to
do.
marry
Let's give an award to people in the chat, like for, or like, you know, superlatives, like in high school.
I
Like
never want to see
class
Fauci
clown.
face again. Jilly's, you're triggering Jilly with your Fauci. She's like, I never want to see that fucking Fauci face again.
I'm very confused. I thought COVID was still happening.
No, it's over. I was told that
Nobody
you don't
gave
need
me
to.
the memo.
I was told you still need to wear a mask, but it's over. It's
He really
fine.
does think we're still doing the mask thing. It's funny. He was the only one who didn't get the memo.
Yeah, he's like, I called
like,
the
why am I-
CDC. Nobody called me
This
back.
is
I
not-
don't know.
CDC, CC me.
If anyone knows if the CDC has changed their number or something, they just.
When are they
haven't
getting
called
rid
me
of the EO though? The EO for the airports and the transportation and such.
Yeah,
like they still have to get rid of that at
Yeah.
some point.
Some point, you know, when it's really over, when there is no.
I think they're going to get sick of
order.
wearing it at the White House and wearing it in the press briefings and stuff. They're already. She forgot her mask today, and she was like, "Oh, I forgot my mask." Like, who
Oh
gives a shit, right?
damn! Yeah, I forgot.
Because
really
you're
didn't
really
care
wearing
anymore.
it, right? Because you wear it otherwise, right?
Yeah, because she would wear it to the podium and then take it off when she gets off of the podium from talking, and then goes back.
like,
And then
"Oh,
this time she was like, "Oh, I didn't even bring my mask." Like, bitch, shut up! Don't rub it in. Because they have to wear their those stupid little slave masks in the media in the room.
Man, all the paper. I was sitting
Well,
there.
the cameras are on, of course.
I was
Who's the
sitting in
nerd,
a
Alex?
parking lot, and I saw these kids working at the restaurant like next door, and there was like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 of them running in and out. I have to go into they have like their walk-in freezer outside, and they're like everybody's got a mask on. I'm like, you guys are in the kitchen, like
I hate that.
with a mask on. What the
I
fuck?
don't understand that. The logistics of that doesn't make sense for cooks to wear masks while cooking.
It's bizarre. It's absolutely
and
fucking
dishwashers.
weird.
Like
I was a
steam
waitress.
everywhere.
I was a waitress. Like, you really think that you're not going to get body fluids on your fucking food and shit? I will not eat at a freaking salad bar again in my life. It's like that. COVID has taught me some things. We're going to have to do a thing. Like, now that COVID's over, COVID's taught me some things. We're going to have to do that. We're going to have to make a whole show out of that.
I think Shadowbanned Refugee or Jack could be in the running for the nerd of the chat, the nerds, or maybe they're tied.
They're like,
but who's the class clown?
Level, like upper.
Who makes us laugh the most?
Oh God, there is so many freaking funny ass people.
Dude,
Popeye fucking cracks me up. He tells me that he cracks himself up writing his comments so much that he can't even write his comments sometimes.
You know, how many Jordan Peterson impressions do you think you could take in one thing with there's 4 different people doing Jordan Peterson saying different things at the same time and at different intervals? It's like, that's probably the hardest I've ever laughed. Just too fucking much, man. Paulie.
Yes, Charlie. I've seen that video.
All of them. Jack. Like those 3 together, they will fucking make you spit your fucking milk out of your nose.
Oh my gosh, I know. And then Gamer, you're just like, you're the sweetest guy. Like, you don't, even like if he doesn't agree with something, like it's still the sweetest way to say it. Like it is just, my ganja guy.
Alex M says, I'm the raunchiest. You got some competition there.
Let's have a raunch contest.
Raunch
contest. Man, you don't want to know. Like
Tony
I am
Fauci
I'm
hosts
bad.
the 5th annual raunch contest.
I'm right there usually, like, yeah, my head's like in the fucking gutter and it's just always there.
You nasty.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
You nasty. Funny ass motherfuckers.
Jilly always has like the fucking links and shit. Like she's like super on that shit. She's like,
link.
oh yeah, oh. Did Convo just say that they need a Rockfin link? Boom, bitches! It's already there 30 seconds ago.
Charlie Brown just put I know what
Popeye.
A hilarious link in the thing. I said Charlie Brown just put what I would imagine is a funny ass link in the thing.
Oh.
What do you think the next pandemic's going to be? Because Bill's got one in the works, and I'm ready to see what it's going to be.
I think it's going to be starvation.
We're going to go back to flu.
I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be famine based. Great Depression wise. Cut out the food guys, and
And then you'll have to have the fake meat. Like that can usher in the fake
exactly.
meat.
Can we have like nominations?
Exactly.
Like, should we do like a thing where we're gonna like have nominations of our chat fam? Like,
yeah,
who like like in high school they would have like the most likely to succeed. Who's most likely to have the links?
The chat room.
Who's got the most wrenches?
So you want to do a chat room yearbook?
Yeah, it would be funny. It would be funny.
That's so high school, you guys.
I didn't really do
Ron's dressing.
Ron's dressing. Nice.
What?
Charlie.
Yes. Capitalism. That is what kills. Capitalism kills. That's what needs to be written
All
on
isms
death
kind of
certificates.
kill, to be honest.
Not
They're
all.
kind of made for it.
Last year, Snorky Y2K won the funniest fission joke.
Snorky.
Dude, he
Funniest
melts
joke
my
about
brain.
fission.
He is the brain melter. He's like a nuclear reactor of my brain. He is so freaking
He
smart.
killed my brain. I was like,
He's the-
damn.
He seems to be the crowd favorite this year.
You know what else kills my brain is The View. Watch The View for 2 minutes or 20 seconds, and your brain will die.
Any sort of mainstream TV like that now gives me like
Seriously.
I feel like I might have Tourette's or something.
If you want to torture yourself, there's a good way.
I have to
for
tell
my
you
masochists
something.
out there.
Before I was really paying attention to what Whoopi Goldberg's fucking views were, we were gonna go to her fucking house for 4th of July. I'm dead ass fucking serious. We were supposed to go to her house in Connecticut. Friend of ours used to, deal with a bunch of people in Hollywood that had, houses in this area. She was, we were gonna go
she
spend
knew
the
a lot
night
of-
at fucking Whoopi's house, okay?
Let's just say she knew a lot of people from the Connecticut penis area. Okay.
Yeah, well, from the rich area. Shout out to Alex Trainer. Like, hey,
He should totally show up on one of these shows because he would bring the kind of comedic insight that I think we're aspiring to and we're going for.
we need some Alex. We need to have a mental health topic. We need to talk about mental health with Alex. Like, I think that he would be really good to cover that with us.
Yeah.
So if anybody decides that they want to reach out to Alex Trainer, you can get him on his Twitter. That's how I got a hold of him before. He reads my messages. He sees them. He knows that he can tell me to fuck off if he wants to. He knows that. He's been on the show before with when we did one on Steve's. We should clip that up. That would be really funny. But he needs to know. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's another Alex video that I didn't see.
What?
I know. Like, I am on this shit. Like,
oh my glob.
What is happening? Do you guys realize, like, even I miss things? But I know
Iowa bird flu has spread to Connecticut now. 2
Wanna
days
see
old
a
and
dead
burning.
body? Come on down to the decomposing corpse of your local mall. It's retail's open casket funeral. Pay your final respects to this collection of mini prisons. Claire's giving the eulogy. It's 1 p.m. on a Saturday, and things are getting solemn as hell. Just get here quick. The doors are out of order, and the bulldozers are on standby. So buy some used video games, drink a Fireball in the parking lot, and hit the ski slopes before you can't anymore. Come watch the memories of your youth waddle away and wonder where future generations will get their ears pierced, or plan a cruise, or meet Santa. It might be hard to look down at the scars of the past, to realize that soon all you'll have left is memories, but it's never too late to show that you cared and that you'll never forget. Because love it or hate it, you're going to miss them all.
I kind of miss them all.
I got a random Instagram message from this band named Fairview. They mentioned they had a new music video coming out and they'd appreciate if I reviewed it. It was pretty clear that they sent this to a lot of people and didn't check to see who only did ironic reviews. But before I could even think about it, I messaged back, I'm in. This is the first time anyone's ever asked me to do a review. I couldn't say no, especially because they had no idea what they were getting into. I wasn't sure if I should tell them I'm not a real music journalist, so I didn't. And I sent the message, my editor loves this concept. Then I asked if we could do an on-camera interview to discuss the influences that go into their music. That sounded about right. But then they didn't respond right away. And I was so excited to get started, I couldn't wait. So I recast them. I had actors portray the roles of Lizzie Zybert and Matt Richardson for an exclusive interview discussing the video for their song, Loving You Hurts. So I'm here with the band Fairview.
Hey, yeah. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for doing
Thank you so much.
So how did you guys come up with the name Fairview?
Matt's a big fan of The View.
So every morning I watch The View. It's just kind of like a quick way to start your day. I just really appreciate all the viewpoints.
How were you able
Not
to shoot
fucking
this in
planned
IKEA?
at all.
Security at IKEA just goes home at 8 o'clock. So no one knew we were there.
Your work is clearly influenced by the work of Louis Armstrong. Can you explain why that is?
We love the trumpet.
So in the timeline where you are wearing white shirts, are you both dead? Can you confirm this?
Yes. When we're wearing the white shirts, we are ghosts.
So Matt, can you say the letter O for me?
No.
Okay. Who was your favorite color to work with?
Red.
Whose baby reveal did you shoot this at?
Our friend Cassandra's.
What was it like to be so close to an active color volcano?
Unbelievable.
Are you being sued by the color run?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, currently. If you're gonna get sued, get sued by the color run.
Recently, I drew on my walls in crayon for a video, so I want to know if your colors came out.
The entire thing we removed using a Tide to Go pen. Hours of just.
Is there anything you want to say or plug?
We're writing a jukebox musical.
It's based on The View, so
Yeah, it's
really
a jukebox
excited.
musical about The View. Yeah.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you so
Thank you
much,
for having us.
Alex.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
While their interview was engaging, I had a nagging feeling their answers were inaccurate, so I decided to do a closer textual analysis. I strapped myself to a chair and watched their video 20 times in a row. I took meticulous notes on the thematic elements, the context of the era in which it was made, and both the overt and hidden references to occult symbolism. I was able to discover that in addition to the orange, yellow, and white timelines, there is a red timeline I was confusing with orange. But my biggest discovery was confirming that loving you does in fact hurt. And I felt confident I could issue a verdict now. But since this was my first actual review, I decided to get a second opinion and show the entire video to my grandmother, Doris Brown, a woman who basically can't hear anymore. Did you like it?
No, I think it was nuts.
Oh, you think it was nuts?
Yeah, that's right.
What if I were to tell you that I wanted this to be a good review?
Oh, who cares what you think? You asked my opinion and I gave it to you.
Yikes. While Fairview is lucky I didn't inherit Doris's killer instinct as a reviewer.
Look at her all bundled
because I
up.
understand what it's like to be at the other end of harsh criticism. I don't know what makes music good or bad, but my first instinct is always to support other artists, unless they have the same name as me, or are a comedian. And because I agreed to review it before I even watched it, I thought I'd have to pretend I liked it. But I actually like it. Whenever I'm standing outside in the cold now shivering, I just repeat, loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you hurts. It's stuck way in my head. And if that's not the mark of a good song, I don't know what is. Because I don't know what is. I have no experience or background in music criticism, just music support. And I hope these guys go far, even though they didn't respond to my interview request. Although in their defense, I only gave them 3 hours before I filmed the entire thing without them. Oh, wait, they messaged back? Guess I gotta come up with something to do with real Fairview. I wanted to be the first person to ever do karaoke to your song, so is it okay if I do karaoke for you? Fell so hard for you, I scraped my knee on the pavement outside your house. Now there's a hole in my jeans. Oh! Did you know that loving you would be so complicated? No! It was I can tell if I love it or I hate it. Loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you hurts. A little pain, and I try to make it work. At the end of the day, it's worth it, worth it. So after all you guys have been through, is it worth it? Worth it?
For sure.
Loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you hurts. When I feel the pain and I try to make it work. Every day I'm just not sure that it's worth it, worth it.
It is a cute song.
I had no idea that fucking existed, guys. I had no idea. I didn't know it had the view in it.
You circled back. See, I did that. That was me.
Okay. We need
magic.
everybody, please.
Manifested
please.
the
We
whoopee
need
circle
to-
back.
We need to
Manifest
do a
world
thing.
peace. Sorry.
Can we
Go ahead.
manifest some world peace? Yes. Okay. Can we all please
Go see this guy right here, Alex Trainer. And can we all please write him a nice message and tell him that he needs to come on Lucky Burrito? And Choosy said that he has a plan to do. I have a plan to do a live broadcast from the nude beach at Sandy Hook. Okay, that's about halfway, sort of. And it's by Knights of Malls of War. Choosy, I don't know that I want to meet you in Sandy Hook. Okay, if you're going to be naked, I don't know.
I love how that's not even allowed to be said anymore. Like that's such a fucking trigger term now.
Yeah.
Just the name of a city.
Good job. You got us another strike.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Choosy said I
It's all
drove my
out
Chevy
Joe's
to the
fault.
levee, but my Chevy was too heavy.
Chevy was too heavy. Loving you hurts. That was from last year, you silly.
This
It's
is
this cordless phone.
this is from February. This one was from February 22nd. Oh, did I miss the other one? The other one that we just watched?
So Loving You Hurts one was from a year ago.
No, really?
Yeah, you went to the Skippy Skip. I don't even put the Skippy Skip on because I don't want it to autoplay.
Yeah, I don't have autoplay on like my devices and things. It does not do that. It does it on here for some reason, and I don't like that.
They evil.
Oh,
They
it's
do it
because
on
it's
my
actually
tablet
on
here.
your thing too. That's why.
It's on your preferences.
Yeah.
I have a secret one that I haven't been playing because I have a whole like reason. I don't want to play it. Oh,
That
Okay.
story's crazy, Jilly.
so I feel like I need another Alex video. What Alex video should we watch? There's one here called breast implants. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
How about adult recreational kickball? Did we not see this one? I don't remember seeing this review. Would you guys like to know what adult recreational kickball league is? It seems like something that Choosy would be very interested
Sounds
in.
like fun. I don't know. I don't know if you want to play that naked, but okay.
Like, I mean, I've tattooed a man's balls before, but that doesn't mean I want to see every balls.
Yeah.
You know.
I need to figure out how to silence this phone. I'm gonna do that while y'all.
Besides throwing it at the wall.
I know how to silence it, but like not with the ringer.
It's not easy to make friends. So at one point I decided
Aw.
to join an adult recreational kickball league. And I
What?
can't help but think about the vast similarities between
Alright, I'm
that
gonna mute.
experience and politics. Because sometimes being on a team can be pretty toxic. Especially when there are 3 people on your team that take it way too seriously. That scream at you, a member of their own team, because they say you're not doing it right. Because they think the only way to play this game is to be full of rage. And if you don't hate your opponent as much as they do, then you're their opponent too. Even if you're both wearing yellow t-shirts and both believe everyone should have access to
Dude,
orange slices.
is that a
They think of
Hulkmania
themselves
shirt?
as forgiving. But when you run to second before the guy catches the ball, you're dead to them. They're the first people to say all opinions are valid, and the last people to listen when you politely suggest we should shake hands with the other team. They can't understand why you don't already know their rules to this bastardized version of America's pastime. And you say to yourself, why isn't it okay to be less than perfect? For 1 second, in this park where no one is watching us. Why do we have to pretend we're the Washington Nationals? Pretend that the best person on this team has an actual understanding of sports? Pretend that some people aren't acting like children in this adult recreational kickball league? 85% of the team understands you can't catch the ball 85% of the time, but they get drowned out by the people pretending to be third graders, who think they're better than the people pretending to be second graders. And it makes you think there's no way we can play kickball and be chill. Well, what if we try to take a recess from recess? Try to consider that maybe the person who says they hate schoolyard bullies is also a bully? Tried harder to not hate the other team, or our own team, or anyone? Because this isn't a reality show. We are here to make friends. And if those 3 people allowed for similar opinions that weren't their exact opinion, maybe this would all feel less toxic. Maybe people wouldn't give up, and the team would actually win. And I would catch a ball for once, because I feel supported by my team. Okay, fine, whatever, I'll shut up. If you're just gonna focus on every little mistake I made and purposely miss the point, then you can run after the thing. Have circular arguments with the red ball, cause I know nothing, you know everything. I'm bad at kickball, bad at metaphors, bad at trying, so I won't anymore. You didn't defeat the other team, but you did defeat me, because now I'm yelling too. And you know what? You're not an activist. Stop calling yourself that. You can only do that if you changed a single person's mind once, which we all know you haven't done. Oh, so that's why I don't have friends? Okay, yeah, I hear you. That's a valid point. It's not easy to make friends, so
Circle back to the red ball, Charlie Brown. The red ball, Charlie Brown.
Good night, Barbara.
We love you.
Oh my gosh. This is just, you know.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Barbara,
Go
also
to sleep.
denazify Ukraine, okay?
Let's hashtag that and just freak everybody out.
Oh my god. Denazify Ukraine. Ooh.
That's some virtue signaling right there.
Wicked hot virtue signals.
Actual virtue.
I'm getting actual virtue signal from that.
We're going to take back virtue signaling.
One good deed at a time.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, shout out to that documentary again, The Century of the Self. Shadowbanned would probably like that documentary series. We were talking about psychology before, so I was like sharing it in the chat.
Oz whistles is like, play fish heads.
Little says sometimes trucks
Defund
are
Nazis.
carnations.
Go ahead, sorry.
Defund Nazis.
Let's hashtag defund Nazis.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Defund the Nazis.
Yes. But then people are going to be really confused as to who.
Then we'd show them all the articles about Adar and Azov and all of the other neo-Nazi groups in Ukraine.
All the other
And then they'll understand.
groups all across Europe. So many.
Put the cell phone in the
Too
microwave.
many to mention now.
It's a Faraday cage.
Yeah, but it's not a cell phone, so good advice for a cell phone though.
True. Don't forget it's in there and turn on the microwave though.
Like we actually own a microwave. I don't even know the last time I've used it, but we have one.
I don't use it very much.
My cell phone is fine. It's silenced all times, so I don't ever hear it.
I don't like talking on my cell phone.
What I like about it.
I'm really,
But
really
now my ringers are all off. I forgot that I was supposed to press the menu button to select because it's an old technology phone from 2014. So I was like, okay, now I got it.
Oh my gosh!
Sorry
I
to
got
interrupt.
No, by all means. People need to talk about their phones.
Yes, these are very important matters.
It is.
Put it in the freezer. It's a better Faraday cage. Faraday.
I would think so too, because it's all metal all the way around it.
That makes sense.
Snowden is a Russian asset.
And you can't nuke it, if it's in the freezer, which is you don't have the potential to, think you're cooking popcorn and forget your cell phone was in there.
Oh,
like
should I do? Sorry, go ahead.
How many people have done that with their, $1,200 fucking iPhone and, oh shit, I put it in the microwave and I got home and then.
I didn't pay very much for my phone, my cell phone. It's just a regular phone, though. It's not like a special. It's an Android. It's just a fancy. Nothing spectacular.
Nothing fancy.
Yeah, it's not even like a.
Notice how they started out big and then they got small and now they're big again.
Yeah.
Funny.
Well, this one's pretty small compared to like what other people have.
Mine is thinner. I'll say that.
Well, I have a super thick case on mine, like, you know, super heavy duty rugged case because I like drop it.
Because we drop them a lot.
I have a first gen iPhone SE that I upgraded from an iPhone 4S, which I still own and works. So that's good. And
I have an
then
iPhone
I
5.
also
It
have my
doesn't
old
work though.
phones.
Yeah, I
And
have
then
like old phones too.
I have a Kia Sarah. If we want to get really old school. That's like one of my first ones.
I might
And
have
I had a
Sprint.
Moto.
I might have a Sprint phone still. I might have my
Rocker.
original Sprint cell phone.
I have an LG chocolate as well.
Oh my god, it is.
It is not chocolate. It is not even brown, but it's called chocolate. So that's cool.
Well, what the hell?
Red.
That's false. That's false advertisement.
It's like a chocolate bar. I guess it's supposed to make you think of chocolate. I don't know. Anything to like get obese people to buy phones, I guess.
Well, yeah.
And, like,
It's a chocolate
continue the obesity trend even with phones.
Delicious
they know
cell
it's all
phones.
bad.
You know, people are
I
like,
was gonna say
what does it taste
before.
like?
Choosy said don't use the garden hose on your cell phone burning in the microwave until you've unplugged it from the outlet.
Okay.
I was
good
gonna
to-
say
Good to
before.
know.
The algorithm seems to have picked up sarcasm because someone's video, a comedian's video, was taken down. That was COVID misinformation or whatever, but it was actually being like very facetious. And he was like, I think the algorithm detects sarcasm now. Oops.
That wouldn't surprise me, man. That fucking.
So I gotta
Oh.
be careful.
Yeah.
I said Snowden is a Russian asset, so
Inflection is everything.
There you go. There, now we got one. Now we got one for sure.
Ukraine is asking for it there. Wait, that's the wrong way. I did it the wrong way. Russia is
Wait.
asking for it. See,
Yeah.
I don't even know who the enemy is. Sorry.
Fuck, I don't know which propaganda to say. Somebody help me.
What propaganda machine is listening?
Which state narrative do I say?
Ukraine is valiant and brave and full of child soldiers that want to protect the nation.
And
Okay,
they-
let's
yes,
not
and
let's
they-
not poke too much, okay, guys?
But all the kids in the Ukraine could kick Putin's ass.
They would probably give them guns though, like legit. Like they're giving everyone guns. I mean,
yeah,
what's
everybody's
that
got a gun.
about?
They have
Allegedly.
they have an open border policy right now.
They do.
If you want to go to Ukraine, guys, this is the time. You can go there
Go
and they
fight.
will give
Go
you a
and,
gun.
and you get a gun when you get in there. It's like Oprah. You know, they're like,
Yeah.
you get a gun and you
Everybody
get a
gets
gun.
a gun.
No, and
'Cause
it's a
they're
real
so
thing.
inept. They have such a small army that's pointless. They need all the
Okay.
help they can get.
It's
That's how they're
insane
portraying
that-
it anyway.
It's insane though that they're like, this is something that's actually a factual thing that's happening. Like on its face, that is insanity. Like, oh my god.
I love how somehow we got to talking about how to fix a cell phone or something to do with a cell phone when it all started from the cordless phone situation.
Well, yeah, because that was our evolution, right? Like I remember, I used to talk on the phone when it was stuck to the wall, rotary.
I
dial
remember
phone.
rotary telephones, rotary dialing. These kids don't know nothing about rotary. How annoying rotary was. If you mess one fucking thing up, you have to start over again.
Yeah.
Click it, start over.
And
Oh my
usually it
God.
was in the rain where it didn't have like a thing over the top of the payphone, so you were getting like soaked while you're fucking trying to get your finger into the rotary dial thing, and
They also don't know how to
Troubles.
do a Morse code, which these kids need to know about Morse code too.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd be saying these kids, like not joking. I've
Wow.
gotten to that point that I'm saying these kids.
Oh my gosh. Snork said, be careful
isn't that
not to
crazy
drink.
how that works?
Yeah.
When you get old enough to be like calling the kids, but you're still, like
these little Gen Wires.
it's like Lucky
Gen
gives me
Zers.
shit
Oh my
all
gosh,
the time.
it's different. No, it's
Lucky
always
gives me
a
shit
Gen.
all the time saying it for calling
We
people
run out
kids.
of letters now.
Yeah, Steve will call people kids like all the time. He'll be like, "Oh yeah," I'm like, "That's not a kid."
That guy was 50.
I'm like, he's like
He's still
our
a kid
age.
because I'm a kid too. I did, Arrested Development. Hello.
That was a good show.
Oh, Charlie Brown's got a recommendation for you.
For me?
For L.
For L.
Louis
what?
Rossman.
What am I set straight for?
I don't know.
I'm already good on the cordless phone, so it's weird because it was not working at all, and would tell me to put it on the charger, and now it's like when it's not on the charger, it's like, and I'm like, fuck you, why? You're supposed to not work anymore. You're not doing this right.
Oh no. Choosy said my microwave finally died. It was very old.
Aww.
It's a Carnation Revolution, Guardian Angel in another dimension.
That's so sad. It's fighting the good fight.
Choosy gets, okay, you know what Choosy gets the award for? Fucking consistency.
Hell yeah.
Choosy, you are consistent.
We never forget what he's about. That's for sure.
Yeah. And I think that's freaking amazing.
Also, R.I.P. the microwave. Like you had a good long life, I'm sure.
Rest
no
in
planned
power.
obsolescence.
Rest in power.
I have 2 bad microwaves that I keep because I don't want to recycle. Oh my gosh, get rid of them because I know they'll end up in Africa somewhere. Sending fumes into some child's nostrils who's gonna take it apart and sell it at a store.
Oh,
which is a real thing. I'm saying that from watching a documentary, which I saw on RT. Shout out to RT, which got fucked.
All the keywords.
Anybody remember RT?
All the keywords today, guys. We just drop them all.
COVID 1984, the Great Reset, the Fourth Industrial Revolution,
Klaus Schwab,
the Great Narrative, which I have not read yet. Me neither. I think we're in it, but I'll try and read it. I need the PDF. If anyone can forward me the freaking PDF, I'll read it. I ain't paying for it though.
Right.
That's Klaus's new book with Thierry. I think Thierry writes the books, Thierry Mallet, and then Klaus puts his name on it. I think he's the ghostwriter, but I can't prove this. This is a theory. A theory about Thierry.
So on that
Thierry,
note,
Thierry.
I think we should watch this. Look, it's 6 quotes from Orwell's 1984 that have come true.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to do that?
Because
dystopian good times.
there is a certain ganja in this chat that it needs to go listen to George Orwell's 1984. So let's listen to some of this and see.
He was in the club too. Let's not forget. Let's go on.
Oh, yeah.
He knows.
How many Nazis can you find?
They killed him, probably, allegedly.
Who knows? But let's play this and see what this says about it.
The Times says the project aims to reframe American history.
It is an examination of the United States' origin story, a corrective history. It is designed to kickstart conversations. Thus, that hashtag I just mentioned, 1619 Project Brunch. Now to some major news out of the NFL. A source telling ESPN that Washington's NFL team retiring its controversial nickname.
The Aunt Jemima brand is getting erased. The name and logo are being dropped from all products, including the iconic pancake mix and maple syrup. Within hours of the Aunt Jemima announcement came word that Uncle Ben's Rice would get a new brand identity too.
New tonight, the Phoenix City Council voted to change the name of streets that they find offensive.
Barnes & Noble is facing backlash over its diverse editions of classic novels. Some to mention, like Peter Pan, The Secret Garden, are being displayed with new covers. The characters on the books are being reimagined as different ethnicities. This announcement
today. Twitter dropping the programming terms master, slave, and blacklist from its code. Master and slave are going to become leader and follower, while blacklist will become deny list.
Watch this.
I have never discriminated on the basis of sexual preference.
Your sexual preference is an offensive and outdated term.
So Merriam-Webster, the dictionary, here's the old definition versus the new definition of sexual preference. Before it said orientation, sense, sexual preference. And now after that exchange between the two of them on Tuesday, now it says offensive, sense, sexual preference. What's your response?
You stupid dinosaur! Get the out of here! I'm sorry, you guys.
That is a child attacking her mother and father for the crime of insufficient loyalty to Black Lives Matter. Here's a 15-year-old from Louisiana called Isabella. There are many like her in America right now.
I literally hate my family so much. It's just, they just try to argue with me that George Floyd they're just trying to tell me that he deserved that because he did something wrong and that it was okay. That is not okay. And it's just making me so upset. I don't know why. I do not want to live here. I hate living in Louisiana. I hate living around these racist. I just want to leave.
Accomplishment.
Think Trump is worse than Hitler?
Yes.
Yeah,
Could be.
definitely.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
He's childish.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say.
He's trying to stop, like food stamps. People need those.
Do you think that ending food stamps is as bad as killing like 6 million Jews?
He did that?
Yeah. He killed
That's why he's
Jews.
number
He's
2.
trying to just destroy the planet.
And build that wall, yeah.
They did a Harvard study and actually a judicial system study as well, and they found that there was no racial bias when it came to police shootings last year. When you guys hear that, what does that make you think?
Cap.
That's it. Cap. They did a study that showed that cops are actually 18 times more likely to be killed than an unarmed black man is to be killed by the police. Cap.
Yeah, that is cap.
Let's do it. Do you think the gender wage gap is real?
I do.
How do you stop the gender wage gap?
That's a great question. I think we have to take a look at our government and our understanding of capitalism and consumerism and kind of start working there and work backwards.
If you had like a business, you know what I mean, and they could pay women 77 cents for every dollar that a man would make, that would be like capitalism. So they would hire all women.
I suppose in a sense I'm following what you're saying, but
You can protest all you want, but the I just saw take place. I know there are people out here, homeless.
Not what I thought that was.
Yeah.
What? Oh man, Ben Shapiro was going to tell everybody what Orwell got wrong.
You know they do this on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That rabbit hole nonsense. They're trying to get right-wing people to go through the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
This is something that I have seen. The last words of Orwell. His final
dear.
warning.
Some shit's happening. Let me turn this down.
By the time Orwell married Sonia Brauna, 1984 was written. after which he would never leave his bed again. But he left one final warning.
1984 is, I believe, a quite terrifying masterpiece. So terrifying, in fact, I don't think I should like to read another like it.
I'm not absolutely dissatisfied with it. I think it is a good idea, but the execution would have been better if I had not been under the influence of TB when I wrote it.
You once claimed that you have an ability to face unpleasant facts. Is that what you've demonstrated in 1984 by drawing an accurate portrait of the future?
I think that allowing for the book being, after all, a parody, something like 1984 could actually happen. This is the direction the world is going in at the present time. In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. The sex instinct will be eradicated. We shall abolish the orgasm. There will be no loyalty except loyalty to the party. But always there will be the intoxication of power. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you.
This is Aldous Huxley, a man haunted by a vision of hell on earth. A searing social critic, Mr. Huxley, 27 years ago, wrote Brave New World, a novel that predicted that someday the entire world would live under a frightful dictatorship. Today, Mr. Huxley says that his fictional world of horror is probably just around the corner for all of us. We'll find out why in a moment.
The Mike Wallace Interview, presented by the American Broadcasting Company in association with the Fund for the Republic, brings you a special television series discussing the problems of survival and freedom in America.
Good evening, I'm Mike Wallace. Tonight's guest, Aldous Huxley.
That must have been just a playlist, whatever.
Yeah. This one came into this is a Mike Wallace interview that everyone should go watch. So it's like I can watch it, like I can play a minute of it just to show you guys. I won't play the whole thing.
I have a fun fact. I don't know if it's fun about George Orwell because I was mentioning that he could have been killed or whatever, and I don't just say that, but like he died of tuberculosis. He was 46 years old. What's interesting is that one of his surviving family members was his wife, Sonia Brownell, who in 1979 brought a high court action against some dude when he declared an intention to subdivide his 25% share of the company that Orwell owned between his 3 children. For her, the consequence of this maneuver, this is all from Wikipedia, because they just say shit out loud on Wikipedia, so might as well, would have made getting overall control of the company 3 times more difficult. She was considered to have a strong case, but was becoming increasingly ill and eventually was persuaded to settle out of court on November 2nd, 1980. She died on December 11th, 1980, age 62. He died in 1947.
Now you can say it, Sue.
I was just saying, damn. 46 is fucking young as hell.
But he was in the club allegedly, but not as much as Aldous Huxley's family, because like Julian Huxley was a big deal in the group. The eugenic. I don't know if he was a eugenicist. I think he was, but he was definitely in the group, the big club, you know, doing stuff. But I don't know about Aldous, if Aldous was in on everything. I mean, I think he just wrote, he could have just written about shit and didn't really participate. But sometimes you never know, because they get that big for a reason. So
right.
If they're that big, there's got to be a reason that they were propped up like that. And throughout history, it's still relevant today.
Yeah.
And they have their books in the schools. Like I read Brave New World as a child when I didn't even understand it.
Yeah, me too.
So,
I remember reading Brave New World and 1984 back to back.
by the way, I did not enjoy Brave New World very much
grade.
in my adult life at all.
No, they're terrifying. Both of them.
Well, not even just for that reason, just from a narrative. I just didn't enjoy what I was reading. Not enjoy, but I wasn't entertained at all. And wasn't impressed with the writing, to be honest. But 1984, I felt a little more connection with, I will say.
Huxley is way drier than Orwell for sure. I think it's
it's just a personal preference.
Just denser thing.
Wasn't into it.
I remember reading both of those books
Well, I mean,
in the summer between 6th and 7th grade. And then somebody showed me a Rolling Stone article, and it was just like, what the fuck is this? This is like some crazy shit. And it was Hunter Thompson. And then I just like read a bunch of that shit.
He's creepy too. Like I know too much about all these people, I swear.
Nutty.
Do you see this quote right here? Medical science is making such remarkable progress that none of us will be well.
That's the point. She probably knew from Julian about that. Julian knew about that.
That's what Huxley said.
That's his brother, Julian.
Julian is the brother who was like way up in the club kind of deal.
He was in the Community.
Super popular personality.
Let's see. He hung out with all those guys. Yeah, he's a eugenicist. Legit. Legit a eugenicist. And his sir. He got knighted.
Right here.
Oh, he's a founding member of the World Wildlife Fund. So that's cool that comes from eugenics too.
Oh my God. Ruin everything for me, please.
Everything has been ruined.
It's just the brother. It doesn't matter.
Birds aren't real anyway. Come on.
You're not your brother. My brother is a piece of shit too. So, I mean, he's not a eugenicist, but
there are different levels, you know.
A bad book is as much of a labor to write as a good one. It comes as sincerely from the author's soul. Yeah. See, right here, dictators can always consolidate their tyranny by an appeal to patriotism.
Yeah, thanks. Such good stuff.
Julian Huxley talked about transhumanism.
I guess that was a pretty popular topic in the 40s and stuff. I wasn't aware of that prior to this current fucking cartoon we living in, and all the WEF involvement in all of it, and their origins.
It's really hard to find stuff about him and the YouTubes. Oh, you know who's even harder? I don't know if he's harder, but you have to look him up in a pedophile way. Is that dude, Kinsey. Alex Kinsey. Not Alex. Alfred Kinsey. I fucked up. Alfred Kinsey. Alleged head. Not alleged. I don't know if it is alleged because it's gray area shit.
Yeah.
But like,
Even like
Kinsey got his own movie and everything. They love him.
Like even Epstein, you know, all of Epstein, that he's not allegedly a pedophile. He got charged with it, right? I mean,
yeah, but for the experiments that he did them on children, and I don't want to get too into it because I'll piss everybody. I mean, everybody will get mad, but like, if you ever have time and you want to go down that rabbit hole, the Lewis Carroll rabbit hole.
Like, the literal.
They're all connected.
How about the Vanderbilts? Do you know the Vanderbilts
sure
and
they're all-
Anderson
And Pablo
Cooper?
Picasso. Also, Pablo Picasso was into young girls as well and married them or engaged to them.
So
But these are great people. They're
you
great
see this
people
right
that did
here?
great
That's
things.
fucking foul.
Do you see this?
It's very weird.
Oh, that's the
Anderson-
work.
Anderson
seen that
Cooper.
work.
Okay.
Yeah, Cooper.
This is
I've seen
like
that work right there.
his
over and
real
over.
family.
That's not how you spell sacrifice.
No.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. This pool right here. So if you look at this pool, this is a Vanderbilt pool. This is, and the Vanderbilts is Anderson Cooper is a Vanderbilt, and you see this little this is this. There is some crazy ass fucking shit when it comes to the Anderson Cooper and his Vanderbilt family. I haven't looked
I've
into
seen
this.
that in the Pizzagate shit. Is that in like Tony Podesta's place or some shit?
I don't know much about. I haven't looked into all that Pizzagate stuff. But if you start looking into the
I
Vanderbilt,
thought that was a New York
fucking adventure.
a New York home.
Okay, but well, hang
with
on,
that pool.
Steve. The pool is in Anderson Cooper's family. So, there's all kinds of crazy shit. There's like a whole series of paintings, and then you see like these other certain names that start to come up. It's all tied together, and yeah,
Ooh,
like I don't see all the paintings here, but there's some crazy ones that
What's with the monkey? That was so random.
like here, this
No.
he's got a sloth.
That's a sloth. No, the monkey in the pool.
Who you calling a monkey?
A chimpanzee. In the corner. I went all the way down that
Yeah.
rabbit hole of the Pizzagate, though.
Here we go. Look.
From pizzas, $75,000 pizzas to at the White House. Y'all know. To the
Yeah.
Instagram of Lafont, you know the guy. Elefantis,
Lafont.
whatever his name is. James Elefantis.
See this with Podesta's Taste and Art.
Yeah, John Podesta, yeah.
And that's Anderson Cooper, and that's him, and the painting, and that's his house. You know, along
Anderson Cooper.
yeah, he's tied into all of that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I
Gross.
think we left on a really high note.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
When anytime you can mention
Ruin
Hey, it's
Anderson
better than
Cooper for
Kinsey.
you.
You don't want to leave on a Kinsey note, that's for sure. Guys, look up the Kinsey documentary. Just look up Kinsey documentary if you want to know about Kinsey and the lies that you've been told about him.
Yeah,
From the
and I
actual
never
Kinsey
stopped there.
Institute people. The Kinsey Institute workers are in the documentary. It's not bullshit. They're literally talking about documentation of the experiments, and they were not on the up and up, is what I'll say.
Gnarly.
See,
Yeah,
that's-
never leave on a Kinsey. You should work your way back to a Podesta at the minimum.
Yeah, Podesta's even better than Kinsey, to be honest. I wish I didn't know what I knew about Kinsey. It was so sad. So every
Yeah.
time I hear that name, I want to vomit.
There is all kinds of crazy shit that is all interconnected, and like it's so insane. It's so insane, the interconnectivity of it all. Why is there? Why does this spring up?
It's gross.
Obama.
Pizzagate. It's all part of Pizzagate.
Pizzagate.
That's going to be the search that you get.
Oh, Bammy.
Search results.
I don't know. One day we'll have to dive deeper into more of that kind of stuff. When we are on Rockfin. Rockfin, we can go fucking ballistic, you know.
We
We
gotta
should
get
circle back to something sweet.
alternate.
Back to Alex Trainer. Let's circle back to Alex Trainer.
Alex. We love that.
We'll
freaking
leave
guy.
on an Alex Trainer.
We're gonna leave on an Alex Trainer. Okay, let me
Yeah.
find an Alex Trainer.
It's a good plan.
You guys like that plan?
L has excellent ideas. Better than a John fucking Podesta. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
I'm not making y'all go to bed angry.
Let's see. What should we have?
I love you all.
What should be our?
I just realized it's not even that late here. I'm so used to being up late streaming.
Guys, Popeyes.
What's one we haven't seen before? Like I haven't seen.
Have excellent evening,
There's
all the folks.
The Purge. The Purge.
Purge.
Let's
That
see
looks
what.
good.
Yeah, this looks like a good one.
You have to say purge.
Besides that, I saw that there is food stamps shopping spree.
That looks good too.
I remember that.
I can
one.
relate.
That's pretty funny.
I will do that.
Should we do this one?
I think the food stamp shopping is quite, because it's really about giving.
It's
Yeah.
poor person's supermarket sweep. I mean, I relate to this.
I love that.
Like
I'm
I
going to do
I
that.
feel like
I love that show.
You
For the memes.
right? It was like capitalism. We're gonna show you
Because
how
they're
great
always looking for
capitalism
someone
No,
with
just
more
for the memes,
experience.
of course.
And it's like, how can you get experience if you can't get experience? And it's the same with making videos for the internet. People will only watch if you have a reputation. But how do you get a reputation if you don't have a reputation? Well, it's 2021, baby. Welcome to the world of limited social mobility and unlimited paradoxes. And it's no surprise that the hottest genre on YouTube is the one where rich people give poor people money. Fantasy. And we get to pretend that their lives are going to improve in a meaningful way because they got a bunch of stuff from Best Buy. It's Generation Z's Lord of the Rings. And if you want to make money making videos, you got to give away money. But how do you give money if you don't have money? I have never made more than $14,000 a year, ever. And my wildest dream is to make 16. But in 2020, I made like 4. And 2021's not looking better. So you're forced to come up with a genius idea. Now, if you don't like handouts, don't watch those videos. And especially don't watch this one you're not paying to watch. Because this is going to be about food stamps. I am so broke that I am collecting money I desperately need to make sure I don't die of starvation. It's not much, but I need it. But you know what I need more? Social mobility. And it takes money to make money. So here's my idea. Poor person supermarket sweep. I go to the regular supermarket, I buy the most expensive single items I can find within my budget, and I spread the wealth by giving a taste of the good life to regular working people who deserve food as much as everyone else, because we all deserve food. So first thing you do on a supermarket sweep, you go for the hams. First ham, $18.09.
Okay, here you go. This is for you.
Okay, thanks, man.
I got you a ham.
Oh, dude, pork shoulder? This isn't just a ham, dude. This is a $20 ham.
Never enough hams on a supermarket sweep. And when I saw the price tag on this next one, I knew I needed 2. Marked down from $40.67, it was a steal at $20.29.
Turn around.
Thank you.
Can't win them all. Now on to the cheeses. First, a taste of Italy.
It is a $19 slice of Parmesan cheese.
Wow. Next, the taste of velvet. Coming in at an astonishing $10.99. For this, I figured I'd double down and get 2.
Dude, liquid gold. I wasn't expecting 4 pounds of cheese.
Now down to the bottom of the ocean for the surprisingly lowest priced gift given to the happiest person ever to receive $13.82.
Are you giving me a fucking lobster?
Yeah.
Because you know how much I love them?
Yeah.
Shut up!
And now for some very specific baking supplies at $16.49.
Gluten-free, but you never know if all these are perfect.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. I'm going to eat like a rich person with gluten-free flour.
Do you have celiac disease?
I don't.
Nailed it, just like I hit a home run for $19.99 with Death Wish Coffee. World's strongest coffee given to world's oldest woman.
That's pretty good.
Do you even drink coffee?
No.
And just like Doris Brown, a gift that's going to be there forever. This $19.99 bottle of olive oil.
That's the best olive oil they sell at a store that isn't Whole Foods.
Expensive, but doesn't mean it's the best.
It's the most expensive, so that means it's the best. And finally, it's time for dessert. Clocking in at $22.77, we got this cake that they made me write on myself.
Okay, you can turn around. I got you a cake.
What is...
Can you read what it says?
I bought this with food stamps.
Yeah, I did.
Thanks, Obama.
Thanks, Obama is right. Shout out to the creator of food stamps, according to most Republicans, and this video's de facto executive producer, Barack Obama. Thanks to him, we could afford our grand total of $170 and 10 items, which left me just $30 to spend on food for myself for the rest of the month. Wait, I didn't think this through. Oh no. How am I gonna eat? I need that money, so I don't die. Oh, this is not good. This is bad. Okay, well, how much is rice? Okay, I just eat rice all month. It could be like Survivor. It's not fantasy like on YouTube. It's reality for millions of Americans who don't have the lifeline of a total psychopath trying to be internet famous showing up at their door to give them slightly above average food. Sure, there's clearly enough food for everyone in the world, but that's not how it works. And you don't want to see how the world really works. That's why you watch YouTube videos. So like and subscribe, and don't forget to follow me on Insta. Next week, I'm going to be doing a giveaway of my soul because I need this. I really need this. This has to work out for me. For the love of God, like and subscribe, or things are going to get a lot more desperate.
This is actually for me?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
I bought it with food stamps.
Okay.
Do you think this has changed your life in any way?
For today, it has changed my life.
Yeah, in a small way, this has changed your life.
Small way, it has changed my life. Absolutely. I promise you I'll pay it forward. I'm going to get somebody else in here.
It's a beautiful story. It's really nice.
That was that was fantastic.
Free hams for everyone.
He gets it.
Everybody.
And
The
I
kid
think
gets
that's
it.
why I relate
Even-
to Alex.
Even if Obama was his executive producer, he understands some things. You know, I'll give him credit for that. Thanks a lot, everybody, for watching and hanging out and kicking it with us all this time. This has been like fucking epic, long, goddamn stream, and we love each and every one of you.
It's only 4.5 hours.
It's only 4.5
Sorry about
hours. It's
No.
all good. No, we love you, and we appreciate you. Thank you, Elle. Thank you, all y'alls.
Yes, shout out to Oz Lafave with Roar Media. Everybody should make sure that they are subscribed to Roar Media. And we had Shadowbanned Refugee and Jack Sith because Sith happens.
This happens. Big thanks to Franco.
And Frank Analysis, who came and joined us today.
Catch him on Rockfin.
Catch him on Rockfin.
Yes, he's on Rockfin.
That's right. If you'd like to see us on Rockfin, tell Rockfin, put them on Rockfin. We love you.
Yeah, I need to like check through my email and make sure that I didn't get an email back from them or something. But yeah, this is we have a
We're gonna
Rockfin
start
thing.
a pressure campaign. Just get everybody we know to
We are
fucking
like,
say, hey man,
get
this guy
us
should be on there.
Get us over there.
And check us out on Rumble and check us out on Odyssey.
I need a thing
We'll be
that
on there
says
as well.
that. You know, I don't have a thing that says that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
make a thing.
also, please make sure you go over to Steve Cutler Live and watch out for Leave It to Steers that he does over there.
Yeah, you can watch,
And watch the
Steve on
Political
Rumble
Matrix.
as well, and watch the Political Matrix.
And check
watch-
out Super Awkward Funcast wherever there are podcasts,
Wherever there are podcasts,
except Spotify.
except Spotify, because fuck Spotify.
See, there we go.
They called me Russian disinformation. No, I'm just
Damn
kidding. It's a joke.
Oh my goodness. And if you subscribe over at Propaganda Live, you might.
Dude, I can't believe goddamn Lucky Burrito subscribed to me.
I love that clip. And if you make a cute clip like that one, I would probably. I like having fun little clips like that to do.
Yeah. We're gonna have to get Elle to do some voiceovers for us.
Yes. Yeah. And I got to go finish the rest of Elle's podcast. What am I doing? Have you guys signed up to watch to listen to Elle's podcast that she has? If you guys haven't, I might get upset with you.
You don't really have to sign up, though. You can just listen to it on the website or in the Apple Podcast app. If you have a stupid iPhone, then you can access the podcast app and listen free there. And you can listen pretty much anywhere. If you just type in on your preferred search engine, Super Awkward Funcast, you shall find it.
But you spell it different. You spell it different than normal.
Super Awkward Funcast is not podcast, it's Funcast.
Funcast.
All together.
If you say it all together fast, it's
Super Awkward Funcast.
It sounds
You have
like
to
that.
type it out because people have no idea what you're talking about.
I will put the latest episode, which is what the WEF is going on, or what the WEF is going on.
That's the one I'm listening to. I'm still in it.
Boom! Drop that link.
You guys gotta we gotta do a review. So maybe we'll listen to Elle's podcast on Lucky Burrito.
Oh dear, it was fun. I would like to have a guest on, but
do it.
I know where you could get some.
But this one's entertaining. I think again, I'll say that I think it's entertaining because I have clips in it, so you can get a little bit of that vibe that I have in the streams. But it's audio only, so you just hear the clips instead of seeing them. But you also get the links, so you can watch along and cry with me.
Right on. That's beautiful.
Oh, is crying required?
Technology
though?
is fun.
No.
Okay. Just making sure there wasn't
It's
a
just
weird,
recommended like masks in LA starting tomorrow. So.
That's beautiful.
Are they finally going to let you guys?
Hey,
do
everybody.
it?
COVID is over, even in California, you guys.
Is it done there? Are you done there?
It's
You guys
over.
are done with COVID?
Tomorrow the mask.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Fauci just found out. He's very upset.
Yeah, nobody told me. Well, I
Yeah.
asked. I called the CDC, and nobody.
Yeah, CDC, you should CC me. That would be funny if I could do his accent. But...
Call Tony, for Christ's sake. Somebody just pick up the phone. Everybody have an awesome Friday.
Leo.
And we'll see you later.
Leo hasn't really made an appearance
No, he's
in
been on TV
hours.
A couple times. He's sleeping in here.
Oh my god. He's curled up in my hoodie,
All right.
on a chair.
We'll see you all. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
Sleep well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the thing. I love y'all.
Do the thing. See you next time.
Wait, do I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it? Do it.
Hydrophil cuts through my neighborhood. Somehow that always just made me feel good. And I can put a spare bulb in my hand, light up my yard. Late at night when the wires and the walls sing in tune with the din of the falls. I'm conducting it all while I sleep to light this whole town.